It sits there like an artifact, cold brass pulled from another lifetime. The bell. Not given, earned. You don't lift it, it lifts you. Every surfer who ever touched this metal had to carve their name in water first, had to absorb the Southern Ocean, embrace the raw wind, and when it's finally in your hands, there's a pause, a breath, that moment before the world hears you ringing. Inside this trophy is every funnel, every roar, every Easter swell that ever hit this coast. It's Torquay mist, it's old stone, it's legacy shaped into something you can hold. When you pull that rope, when the sound breaks open, it doesn't ring out to sea. It rings through time.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, presented by Bonsoy, as we see the early morning sunrise appear over Winky Pop on finals day. Alyssa Spencer, in her personal best result, she will be dealing with the powerhouse of Bryan, the reigning world champ, still in the running to maybe get his first bell, and his matchup with Fioravanti. The welcome back tour continues for Medina, and Griff prepares for the first heat of the morning on finals day with his longtime childhood rival Canoa Igarashi. Huntington Beach for San Clemente type vibes to kick off the morning. In a fun rivalry that we have on the championship tour, celebrating 50 years of the world tour and writing the next chapter. As we welcome you to a beautiful Saturday morning, it is frigid. I wish we had a little fireplace in our booth, but we've got about 3 Rip Curl jackets on, so everything's gonna be all right. Hi, everybody, we're crowning champs today. Joe Turpel, Flick Palmatier, and Jesse Starling. We started off with a little hold, but we're seeing some waves out there. Similar to what we saw yesterday, things started picking up once we got a little daylight on it.
Yeah, it's absolutely freezing down here this morning, but that's good news because generally when it's cold, we're going to see some good waves. Obviously, we've got that swell filling in as the day goes on, and yeah, there's definitely potential out there. I'm actually freezing, but I'm super excited to get into finals day. Potentially, you know, a new winner on the men's side, potentially a new person on the female side of the draw too, to win one of the most iconic trophies in surfing history.
That's right. So just, you know, temperature gauge. It's about 49 Fahrenheit, about 10 degrees Celsius. Yeah. Maybe feels a little colder with that wind. But Jesse, there's a lot of hype and fire up, especially for the Aussies that have been watching every day of this contest. Saw a few Go Molly signs up there in the parking lot. It's on.
Yeah, actually, Flick and I were driving and I saw a big Go Molly sign on the drive down to Bells. So everyone obviously around these parts wants to see an Aussie ring the bell, but you know, I think the men have put up such an incredible fight that we're hopefully going to see a new champion. But yeah, Molly or Bella to ring the belt.
Well, let's break down the bracket. Remember, we've got that new feature on Fantasy this year where you can predict the final bracket. If you're still in the running, congratulations. Wasn't the easiest call. Miguel Pupo having a personal best. One of the veterans of the tour, and now finding his rhythm at Winky Pop, getting his first 2 wins of his career on that venue. And he'll take on the winner of this first heat, Griff versus Canoa. And the bottom half of the draw features Brazilian world champs. Iago takes on Fioravanti. Medina takes on Sammy Pupo.
Oh, wow. Okay. Also, just to note, there's 3 goofies left in the draw, if I do say so myself. It's just cool, right? On the bottom half of the draw. Well, you know, the whole draw, right? We're going to see someone new ring this bell, which is going to be super exciting as we dive into this second quarterfinal here. and on this really cold morning.
Happy finals to everybody. Griff and Kolapinto takes on Canoa Igarashi. We mentioned the Apple Series make or break, and this rivalry was one of the strong narratives of these guys seeing so much of each other. We broke this down a bit, Jesse, with the Griff and Jake heat that we had earlier in this contest. And Griff and Jake and Canoa, they really grew up seeing so much of each other in the highly competitive NSSA Southwest Open Conference. And when you see it on the big stage and as far down as a finals day heat, this is going to be fun.
Yeah, this is going to be a really great matchup between these two. There is so much history between them. Like you mentioned, it's not even just on the championship tour stage. It's going right down to that Grom comp, and even, you know, chatting with Griff about Jake, who remembers those Grom days. And these guys would keep tally against like who's got wins on who. And it's sometimes when you come up against, you know, your hometown friends, or San Clemente v Huntington, you also want to get the win for your town as well. So I feel like there's a lot of history between these two as far as man-on-man matchups go. Equal, 4-4 to both of them. So a bit of a tiebreaker underway here as well.
Yeah, great when you see these guys matched up together. They had a quarterfinal last year together at Jeffreys Bay. Griffin got that one. Also in El Salvador when they got to the quarters, Griffin also took that win, where Canoa got the edge in Rio going back to 2018, and then also a Sunset Beach matchup they had the round before the quarters back in 2024. Also another thing they have in common, they've got runner-up bells at home. Canoa more recently last season finished runner-up to Jack Robinson.
Yeah, so obviously when you get the little bell, you're like, okay, like it as cool as it is to make the final, it still stings because you got to be on stage and you got to watch Jack Robinson win the big bell and ring it. And I feel like Canoa, he was in such good form last season and last year, and especially here, you know, that was different though. That was surfed on the bowl this morning, different story. We're over at Winky. So obviously a different wave, different sort of game plan that comes into mind. But yeah, I think Canoa and Griff as well. I mean, Griff's got the mini bell. You mentioned it, Joe. They've both got runner-up finishes. Griff got runner-up to the year Cole Houshman won. So both these guys know what it feels like to be in the final, and I feel like they're both going to be equally as hungry to ring the big bell.
That's right. Griffin just so happy that he's getting a really quick start to the season compared to last year, where he mentioned that he's not afraid to lose. I think that was a really powerful learning that he had last year, where the fear of losing can kind of handcuff your performances at times. And since he was able to rescue his world title campaign, finish runner-up in the world, actually his best finish ever in a year that started like he might fall off, makes him even stronger in 2026.
Yeah, we've never really had that fear before where we thought we were going to lose Griff, you know, and this really coming into this event, there was the whisper of the town that what is going on with Griff and Kolapinto, and now he's got such a great start, and in theory this was the event that saved him last year. You know, he got a big result here and he went on to Margie's and got another big result. That 10, that big full rotation lives rent-free in my head from that Margie's last year. But Griffin, I think as well, he would take a lot out of that, and saying in that post-seed interview he's not afraid to lose. When you watch that as a competitor, no matter where you hear that, what sport you're in, if one of your top tier athletes is not scared to lose, that's really sending kind of sirens to everyone's mind, like, wow, he's looking good for the season.
Griff and Kolapinto still waiting to get the first wave along with Canoa Igarashi. And as we know, Isabella Nichols has been doing so well with her Bell's defense. She's standing by in the parking lot with Vaughn Blakey.
Well, welcome to finals day, back-to-back finals day for Isabella Nichols, and the official call is we're going to see this thing out. We're going to be ringing bells by the end of this thing, but how are you feeling about the conditions that you've been greeted with this morning?
Oh, I'm super excited. Like, there's some lines coming through. Winky Pop looks really fun. I just had a little splash around at the bowl, and it's already starting to get a little bit better. So, you know, fingers crossed we can jump over there at some point today, because it's I haven't managed to get a heat out there in Igarashi yet, so we'll see how we go.
We will see how we go, but the signs are so good. Like when we turned up this morning, it was a little bit slow, but already it's just started to pulse.
Oh, it's on, for sure. Like, regardless, Winky or Bells, the waves are firing today, so it's a sick day for finals day, and yeah, let's do it. I'm excited.
Big heat coming up against the world champ.
Oh yeah, I'm frothing. All Aussie semi-final means one of us is going to make the final. We're going to have an Aussie in there, so an Aussie's going to have a chance to win the bell, which is going to be amazing. And yeah, Pickles is ripping, so I'm just keen to be pushed, more and more every heat.
Good on you, Isabella.
Legend.
Good luck today.
Thank you. Cheers. Woo.
Great catch-up with the defending Bells champ. Isabella Nichols has been solid at Winky Pop. She was able to test conditions over on the Bells Bowl, and she'd be happy if it was down on that end like she enjoyed last year when she beat Luana Silva in the final. But she'll be ready for anything. Molly Pickham's always going to be a huge draw out here as the reigning world champ. Molly's been looking really comfortable as well in an event that she said it hasn't always been easy. She does have one runner-up bell, but Molly is extra motivated to take this one out and start off the year keeping that yellow jersey into Margie's.
She's got some scary level confidence going on right now, so looking forward to seeing what she can get done and if she can get one up over Isabella in that second semi.
Enjoyed a lot of rainbows this week. Different weather changes we've had, but yeah, Molly versus Isabella first. Alyssa Spencer and Gabriella Bryan. Jesse, growing up, seeing a lot of Alyssa over the years and through the junior series, how impressed are you with her comeback to the CT this year?
So impressed. Her mind space looks so much different. She actually looks physically stronger as well. And same with Gabby, grew up competing against her as well. She's just a machine, really. She's not scared to lay every turn with 100% in it. So Gabby and Liz, I feel like they've been finding this really incredible flow, the both of them, and they've had amazing decision-making skills. So that's going to be a battle of who can kind of out-surf smart each other.
Chris Gallagher had the best report for Alyssa Spencer yesterday. He said, feedbackless, meaning you did it perfectly. He was really impressed with her ownership of the lineup, took charge, found the sets. We're hoping we get more consistency today on finals day for that matchup. Meanwhile, it's just been about repositioning. Canoa moving down the point a bit, and Griffin will officially get the first wave of finals day. Griff now setting his line for that cool off the top. Getting to a fun part of the wall. Beautiful carve. Throwing another one right on the money, belts the lip line. That's that cool tempo and pace. Just an easy style to watch. And the man from San Clemente throws down the tail slide snap to finish. So after a few minutes off the clock of just little positioning moves, Canoa drifted down the point and left that one wide open for Kolapinto.
That was polished. That was really, really polished. He surfed that wave so well. Great way to open up a heat too. Quarterfinal number 2. Just really, for me, with Griff, it just spoke to confidence, really. And just getting the completion, I think, everyone knows now, with that little bit of inconsistency and, longer waits between sets, it's really important to convert. So for me, I love the opening wave. You can really see here, he's just eyeing up this wave down the line, knowing that it's going to slow down, and really picked his moment here to get this wave and started to tee off down the line. Beautiful arcing maneuvers. And it's going to put some nice pressure onto Canoa, because I think this is going to be a pretty good score. And he gets the finish. I just think really smart surfing, really polished, and nice first wave for the judges to digest this morning.
Does this wave not look like a wave pool? How mechanical did that look rolling through? Griffin surfed that to a tee.
Already onto his second ride. Griff's on a roll, setting up a flare turn off the top. Now rolling into the pocket with another sweep and punches out the finish. Well done for Griff. Moving quickly in this lineup. Younger brother Crosby likes it. Tommy Whitaker drawing the turns in the air. You see coaches do that all day. Just riding those waves with their athletes. And I think they're fired up on how Griff is controlling the start against his rival of Canoa Igarashi. Canoa turning in a great year last year. We mentioned the final here at Bells, but also made a final at Lower Trestles, runner-up to Yago Dora. And really looked promising to be in the final 5 at Fiji. Just slipped out towards the end and turned in a nice top 10 finish. Number 7 in the world last year for Igarashi. And already starting off with at least an equal 5th, but so much time in this matchup, he's already trying to develop a comeback game plan against Kolapinto. First wave in for Griff, Jesse, 7.17.
Yeah, I really loved it. And I think that's great signs of what's to expect for today as well. That wave, the shape of it was so beautiful. This one, however, this second wave further down the point here. So he takes this one down from lowers and it has this really great bowl back towards him. And it's just allowing him to push hard, open up and give us that Griffin flair that we've just been accustomed to fall in love with over the last couple of years. Especially when we see Griff down at Winky. Watch him just generate speed through this bit here, knows he can drop a turn to push really hard on this section, make more of an exclamation. As far as technique goes, flawless. He's honestly, his bottom turns into the speed generation through the top, through to the next turns as well. Griffin is looking maybe the most polished I think we've ever seen him.
Yeah, we give him a lot of props in all sorts of different venues for how brave he is. He absolutely charges, his ability above the lip. I think for me personally, I want to talk about his style more this year, how controlled he is, how clean and finesse he is, and he never looks rushed. He's always matching his speed, which what's needed to perform well in the pocket. 7.17 and then a backup quickly at a 6.5 before Canoa's even caught in a wave flick.
Oh, talk about applying some serious pressure. As we can see the two coaches there. You got Jake Patterson, then you got Tommy Witz. Obviously, they're long-time sparring partners from when they were on tour together, and just meters away from each other. It's pretty funny, you know, just on that boardwalk there, just digesting it all. And I wonder what Snake's thinking right now. I mean, you got to be pretty relaxed knowing that there's 23 minutes on the clock and it's a rising swell. You can see those lines out the back. This is that beautiful corduroy lines that we talk about when we come down here to the Surf Coast. It's just, yeah, so it's one of the most iconic things when you witness that coming into the bay. But yeah, look, plenty of time on the clock, but however, Griff has put some serious pressure onto Canoa.
It's funny when you see those two coaches up there with Snake and Tommy, because they kind of intertwine a bit. They're best mates, you know. When it's all said and done, they're going to hang out till they're grandparents and beyond, you know, talking about surfing in the good old days. And sometimes they even trade off competitors. You know, Canoa spent time with Tommy in the past, and I think Canoa knows Witz's style of coaching, probably has an idea of how Griffin was maybe going to start this heat, and vice versa. So they've really spent so much time as a team. Now they're separated just by a few feet because they both have a lot on the line here, Jesse.
Oh, the two orange towels. I love it. This is the signal of move up the point a little bit more, but maybe that's the thing. They're stealing each other's coaching technique.
not hilarious?
Tommy's just joking around with that one?
I think there probably is. Those guys, you said it, they're actually best mates, so maybe there's a little bit of a dig there. He's grabbed his own orange towel, but
That was good.
It's even, you know, Griff's worked with Snake for a really long time, back with Snake Tails in the big QS 10,000. So both of these guys, they could look in at either coach for like, sweet, waves
So
coming.
Well, what we do know by those orange towels moving is it's an opportunity for Canoa Igarashi getting a bit more of a wall. He's got to step right off in a better position. Is Kolapinto to capitalize? Goes down a nice and easy wrapping turn. Canoa wanted to get started, but much too deep for this one. Griffin trying to make him pay now, throwing a huge carve into the pocket. Everything going the right way for the kid from San Clemente. Blows the tail high into reverse. Oh, so smooth. And capitalizing on Canoa's mistake of just being too deep for that set wave. Looking to better a 6.5. Canoa's looking at the stairs and just shaking his head. That was supposed to be his turn to really kick off this heat.
Oh, wow. I knew Griff had a bit more left in the tank. You know, I saw the 7.17 drop and I'm like, okay, because there was a great number for a good wave, but I'm thinking this guy has more in the tank. And okay, let's have a look here. So Canoa takes off too deep. Griff says, thanks very much, I'll go. This for me was just the perfect blend of the traditionalist take on, you know, this Surf Coast area and the modern take too, you know. Every, you know, old guy watching this is going to be like, oh, that turn there, that's how you surf the Surf Coast. And every modern, you know, younger surfer who's like absolutely obsessed with theirs is going to be like, oh, nah, that's how you do it. So I feel that this just had the perfect combination. And yeah, I love this wave. I think it had a bit of everything. For me personally, I've just got to single out the one big power hack. I am absolutely, nothing really feels better than that. This moment here, just the way he extends that turn and really holds the rail and the line, there's just something so beautiful. Really, you're looking at art. That is true art. How creative it is, but this wave there, Griff nailed it. Seemed to think so too, but that was art, that was surfing. It was beautiful to watch.
And also a great cameraman, great producer, storyteller, Shannon Waller, getting the reaction, a big product of Inside Pro Surfing that you see from all the clips he's getting and all the behind the scenes that he's capturing. See Inside Pro Surfing on worldsurfleague.com. Griff and Kolapinto, 7-8-3. I see the score drop in, and I also see Griffin extend his total out front to 15 points. And Canoa Igarashi is just shaking his head. It's interesting at Winky Pop. When you think you're in position, you're going, all right, I'm up. I'm going to get the ride of my life. And just one section can kind of feel like it leaps on you. And for Canoa, he felt that in real time. And Griffin just in rhythm with the ocean, was in the right place to take it. And Snake is still baffled.
Yeah, this would feel a little bit like deja vu for Canoa right now. These guys matched up in round 3 back in 2023, and Griffin opened up with over 16 points in the first half, and then Canoa came back, got an 8-5, but when Griffin catches fire, he catches fire. There's no doubt about it. In that heat back in 2023, Griff actually started with a 9-1-3. That is how he kicked off the heat, then backed it up with a 7-5. Take a look at this lineup. He's already dropping a 6-5 in this heat. There's 18.5 to go. Canoa needs a total of 15 points here. That's a big ask. He's got to go big on a wave right now.
Canoa Igarashi fades the takeoff, stands strong with his confidence, knowing he could come back, throws a flare of a carve off that lip line, searing wrap into the pocket, hugs the pocket again with that carving turn, and tail drift reverse incomplete, trying to force it on that section. Snake can't believe it.
Oh man, that's going to sting. I feel that he was definitely on his way to, you know, rivaling one of those scores that Griff had. So, yeah, I loved how much he delayed this. And he really knew that. I think he just really wanted to square up. You cannot push any harder on these carving maneuvers. You know, when he's placing these turns, he's just placing them so high up into the live, any high, like the. Oh, he was just so close. But yeah, those carving maneuvers. I mean, you'll be able to see it here. He's pushing so hard. The placement of his turns is so nice. The carves, the arc. And, yeah, look, this is really going to hurt. And you could see visibly on Snake's face. I mean, he knew it too. We knew it in the booth. This moment's going to hurt. And as we see,
Griffin just up and out. Took a look at that wave. Wanted to see if he could get something into the 8-point range. But everything going Griffin's way so far. Last score for Igarashi, even with the fall of 5.5, and that's going to sting. Allows him to chase a 9-5 now, but he was really just hoping to match at least one of Griffin's low scores. As we dive into the history with these two, Griffin leads 3-2 at the CT level. We mentioned their quarterfinal last year at Jeffreys Bay. Griff won that, and I guess, in fact, anytime they've met this far in a contest in the quarters, Griffin has taken the win. Going back to El Salvador, they had an exciting heat in 2022 in the final series. Canoa hoping that he was going to even things up. His wins came at Rio and also at Sunset Beach. These guys seeing so much of each other over the years. There's that 9-3-3 max wave score that Jesse was referencing in a round of 16 matchup they had here at Bells. That's when Griffin went all the way to make the final and finish runner-up to Cole Hauschman. Let's catch up with Tommy Whitaker with Vaughn.
Tommy, what a masterclass in coaching here, mate. He's got off to an absolutely flawless start. You must be pretty pumped.
Oh, it's not a masterclass in coaching. It's just Winky. Winky can go one way at the start. So, I mean, we did identify in this kind of more west swell and a little bit of the wind chop in it. You can get up early, up the top and get through that bottom section as the tide was still high. It's getting lower though, and the swell's pumping through now, so it's going to be such a fun day.
Tell us a little bit about this matchup, because these two, you know, it's more than just another opponent. This is a lifelong rivalry. You know, do you have to keep Griff a little bit more in the moment for a matchup like this?
No, not at all. Griff loves this. This is what Griff, like, this is now. Like, he wants to be now and enjoying this so much. And Canoa, yeah, they had a really fun rivalry, and it got a little sort of, I guess it got heated, but they're really good mates, and I think they're at an age now where they just get really excited to match up and push each other and go out and let it hang out.
it's a really good start here for Griffin, as I said, mate. But what are the dangers?
Well, it's pumping Winky, and Canoa's rail game and the spray he throws and his speed, like he can drop 8s, you know, at the drop of a hat. So, I mean, I love that combo Griff threw down the end. It was like a big rail turn and then the air rev. So, you know, he set a standard for an 8. So, I don't know. That's going to be interesting to watch.
Awesome, mate. We'll leave you to it.
Thanks, mate.
Good man, Tommy. Thank you, Vaughn. Good breakdown for a happy coach in the first half of this quarter 2. Griffin, everything going his way. Got the early start, demanded the inside position, 7-1-7, and then just stayed in rhythm with Winky Pop. Canoa too deep. Griffin took advantage of it, 7-8-3. Then Canoa fell, trying to force the reverse on that inside corner, and he's chasing a 9-5 to catch up to his longtime rival. Griffin leads this one with 14 minutes to go. We'll be right back after this Bonsoy brew break. Big thanks to Surfline for always breaking things down for us. They're on the championship tour and went all the way to the last day of the waiting period, and we're still enjoying this west-southwest, reinforcing today with some strong offshore winds.
Yeah, today we've woken up and the conditions look beautiful. The ocean's really groomed. The wind's looking nice. However, the wind is going to trend up a little bit throughout today, just pick up towards the afternoon. Let's have a look at today. So we got obviously woken up, the swell's picked up a little bit, 5 to 7 foot, and then in the afternoon we can see that's what Joe was referencing. We're going to see that swell build throughout the day, potentially coming through stomping in the afternoon, and then yeah, the winds as well are going to pick up. So we're going to see those sort of beautiful raw winds complemented by some swell this afternoon. So your standard bells, potential bowl on that day maybe later this afternoon. We'll keep an eye on it.
Love it. Thank you, Surfline. Here's Canoa Igarashi. Important wave to get going in this heat. As he goes to the air, big rotation, lands it clean. Canoa's girlfriend loves it. His coach loves it. Just feeling him just try to get back into this heat with some positive energy. Just a one maneuver section. Not going to be the 9-5, but just a solid rhythm changer there in this heat. As Griffin's still out in front with his 15-point total. It's been impressive last few days to see how these airs have been landed. Typically with this offshore wind, you thought it would have been impossible, but these are the best surfers in the world.
It's crazy to think, you know, even thinking back to that Italo air, Flick nailed it in the post-show that day. She goes, he had no right making that air, and he didn't. He had zero right, but these guys, they get it done in the trickiest of conditions, and even Canoa on that last one, you can see, we'll break it down right here. I like that he just is getting himself back in the heat here. He needed to land something. This is going to be a really nice bit of confidence. Gets the speed, lifts up, but gets the grab, decides to let it go, and watch him tweak his body really fast through the air. It almost adds drama through the rotation for the landing here. So clean on the landing too, by the way. Comes up, can see here, that hand reaches the rail for a frontside grab and then lands directly facing the beach. It's a full rotation, and I think he could tell as he was going for the rail, if he rips into that spin, that full rotate, it's going to go from an air rev to the full road, which is going to get him more points, and comes through, and it's his best way of the heat so far.
Smart move. Single maneuver option for a multiple-time U.S. Open champ, and Canoa identified it, a ramp. So smooth always and precise with all of his maneuvers. Makes it look so easy, kind of like that Joe Parkinson effect. 6.2, so now he's not chasing a 9.5, he's chasing an 8.8. Smart thinking there, Flick.
Yeah, it's smart, and it's just going to add to the confidence, right? Before, I mean, when you have an opponent who's, you know, ripping 7s and 6.5s like within the first 5 minutes and you're on the back foot, you can quite easily spiral and kind of go into one of those mindsets. Nothing you've kind of done yet has stuck. You know, he had the moment on the 5.5, fell on that sort of air rev that he went for. So this is going to feel really good, really positive. To your point, Joe, a bit of a momentum shift here for Canoa. And yeah, he's done a good job because he's broke down his requirement. He's only chasing an 8.8. And Tommy Witts, when he was speaking to Vaughan, said it. I mean, look, he knows how much of a, how much of a powerful surfer Canoa is, and his rail game's so strong. We saw it on the wave that he dropped a 5.5 for it. But to my point, his turns and the spray he throws, he's got precision. He can easily drop 8s. So he's got himself back in the game.
Griff and Kolapinto and Canoa, a lot of similarities with just things that have happened at Bells, both with those runner-up trophies we were mentioning, as the Italian is preparing for Dora. Had one of the biggest heat wins, not just of this season, obviously just getting started, but of his career. Felipe Toledo, always a favorite as a two-time world champ, a Bells champ, and just threw down everything he could on the Winky Speedway. And has this opportunity to take on Dora now. There's a crispy, clean car for Canoa into a tail drift. Got a little lost on the next section because there's nothing left for him. But those two turns were lethal. If he had a stretched out wall for a finish, that would have been probably better than his 6.2. Griffin changing locations now, Jesse.
Yeah, look at the competitor in Griffin right now, heading straight down the point, trying to find Canoa down there. And you know what? That last wave of Canoa, that had the start that you really wanted for an 8-point ride, had an exclamation mark at the start. The judges would have felt that turn. It's just unfortunate that nothing really happened through the inside, but Griffin identifying that an 8.8 is a really easy task for someone like Canoa. He wants to be in these situations where he can defend a lead, but when you can draw a competitor who can get an 8.8 so easily, you got to stick by him. So using priority really well here. Stoningwood slow-mo just highlighting just the push through these carbs here. Comes up, really steep section, gives us some flair with drifting that tail around. Just moved over to JS surfboards, and I think it's a great looking combo between Canoa and JS. Just getting that really nice control into a flaring turn. This is exactly what he'd be looking for in his equipment.
We saw this happen a bit yesterday where one surfer's on the sets and it's kind of game over at that point. You can see even that smaller wave doing unbelievable surfing, but it'll be really tough without a set to really compete with Griff at the moment. But thinking about the similarities they had, you know, for Canoa coming to Bells, a tough event to kind of figure out quickly. He came up with an opening round heat win, just like Griff did. Canoa's rookie season 2016, Griffin's 2018. Looking back at Canoa's heat, it was with Dusty Payne and Italo Ferreira. He ended up losing to Wilco. Wilco beat Griff as well in his rookie debut. First, Griff had a win over Toledo and M. Feb in that old non-elimination opening round. Matty Wilkinson, a Bells champ, did it for the Goofies. Broke the drought we had between wins from himself and Mark Occhilupo in the late 90s. Back to this one, 5:45. Griffin now just controlling it with priority. You can see him positioning just under Canoa so he can play defense if he does get a set wave here, Flick.
Yeah, it's smart. You're not going to... Griff's just such a competitor. You want to be able to take an opportunity off Canoa, not just sit by yourself. Let's see what happens here.
Canoa taking this wave. He'll just surf it like Griffin's going to let him have it. After the roundhouse, Griffin said, go for it. Here's the wall section. Throws a big full rotation, but gets lost on the landing. Jake almost falling over the railing there, knowing that Griffin gave him an opportunity for a big finishing move. Canoa putting a lot into it, getting the Southern Ocean out of his head. And now thinking about a 450 and how he's going to shake that red jersey that keeps haunting him at this stage of the heat.
Yeah, look, Griff at this stage, it's like ants to honey, right? He is going to be on Canoa, and you're going to want to take an opportunity off him. You're not going to go sit up the point and, you know, hope that you can get a better wave there because you think that's where the better wave's coming. The smart choice here is just to hover around him. Make sure if you're taking a wave, you're taking an opportunity away. And it was also a smart choice from Griff to let that one go. He obviously had the foresight to be like, hey, this is only going to offer like the 1-2 sections. Let's see what he does here.
Canoa looking. Griffin said, go for it. Snap to slide. He is famous for that move. Forces it back in the pocket, has to step off. Wall didn't really set up, so Igarashi will hope for another chance here. Canoa's rookie year was capped in a finish in an epic way, making the finals of the Pipe Masters. Runner-up to Michel Perez. Griffin's rookie year started with the bang, where he got a 3-chamber keg at Kira, a 10-point ride, and kicked off number 3 in the world. That was back in 2018. So much has changed for these two. Canoa, silver medalist in the Olympic Games in Tokyo, at a beach that his dad grew up on. Did the air of his life in competition to upset Medina on the way to that silver medal performance. Both these guys Olympians, both these guys competing since they were little kids together. Iago splashing his way down to the water's edge. Preparing for Leo Fioravanti. Our world champs from last year, still here on finals day to kick off the season. Igarashi takes this wave. Nice cut back, starting to jam down the line. There's the lip. He's going to carve underneath it. Wow, so much style in that one. Punches out the lip line, looking to go above the lip. There's the air reverse. He is absolutely in form. He's just wishing that he could get a set wave, but small wave ripping. Canoa's been doing that his whole life, raised on the south side of Huntington Pier. Coming to Winky Pop with Stephen Bell and Leo when he was a young teenager. Trying to break down an 8.8, Jesse.
Here's the thing. He does that surfing on a bigger wave. No question that it'll challenge that 8.8. This surfing and this rail carb in particular, this second one, is out of control. Watch the drive through the back foot there, and to give the flair in the slide as well. It's given the judges variety. Came through, gets progressive with it, goes to the air for the air reverse. What did we see on Griffin's with a 783? Big carb air reverse combo. He's got 2 turns ahead of that, so he does that surfing on a bigger wave. You can see that going to the 8.8, but the judges are going to be really critical of that one coming through the inside, being a little bit smaller. But I just think he's in such good form that no wonder Griffin's sticking to him like glue right now, because he is surfing these waves up.
Looks like Canoa's just going to keep on rolling. Might as well when you don't have priority. He'll give this one another shot. 90 seconds on the clock. Igarashi, big open face sweep. Gets out in front and gets stuck and lets go of some frustration. The wave before came in at as his best, a 6.83. So he did change the requirement to 8.17.
Wow, look, I feel for him, because we also heard Tommy Witts allude to it, right? Like, yes, there's game plan, there's strategy, there's being a good coach, and Griff, you know, being a great competitor, but there's also Winky in the ocean and Mother Nature. And you saw at the start of the heat, they were completely in different positions. Griff was at that upper section. Canoa made the decision to come down to the lower section. Really, the whole way this heat's played out has been dictated from the very beginning with Griff's opening wave. You know, Griff's opening wave put him in a position down the point to pick off. So it's like, you could call it luck, you know. Others could call it, you know, as we looked at this Stonewood replay of just the complete frustration of Canoa. But yeah, it's one of those funny things. It's kind of the ocean giveth and the ocean taketh, you know. And I think sometimes you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. You know, you sit up the top, you sit up the bottom, and there is luck that comes into the draw here. And at the beginning of the heat, you know, You could also put it down to Griff had, you know, maybe put in the time, you know, studying sets. Maybe sets were more consistent up the top. That's why he chose to position up there. But yeah, right now, I mean, it's going to sting for Canoa because he is surfing in great form.
This win will go to Griff and Kolapinto. Now he's up 4-2 over his longtime friend and rival of Canoa, Igarashi. Igarashi kicks off the season with an equal 5th, and Griff still has a chance to win the Big Bell for the first time in his career. He will be taking on Miguel Pupo in the semifinals as we watch the GWM recap. Jesse.
Oh, all smooth here from Griff. He was in such good form, such good rhythm with the ocean as well. And similar to what we saw with Alyssa in her quarterfinal, getting that first over the set, having the inside, it put Griff them into this incredible rhythm to start off in such clean surfing with a 717 there. And Canoa, he had a great fight back, but being too deep on that one, this was the moment that changed the entire heat.
Oh, he made him pay here, well and truly. A couple of beautiful carving manoeuvres. This has been my single most favourite manoeuvre of the morning so far, this big power hack where he just extends the rail, and it's just, the traditionalist in me loves it. But then he goes for the modern approach and just gets the pop on the air reverse at the end there. So yeah, you got to take your hat off to Griff for putting in an incredible performance. Really what it came down to is wave selection. Bit of luck at the start of the heat where Griff had been positioned. You know, Canoa fought back, and it's undeniable that he was in good form. He just couldn't find himself on one of those bigger set waves. Jesse, you called it here. This surfing here, if he does this on a set, you know, he's on his way to an 8-point ride. So yeah, this is going to be tough. I think he's going to, we saw the frustration at the end. You know, it's going to be a tough pill to swallow, this one. Especially, you know, both those guys, they know what it feels like to be runner-up, and they both want to get that next big bell. So yeah, congrats to Griff, and yeah, he's moving on through.
Griff and Kolapinto moving on to semifinal number 1. Up next in quarter 3, world champ Dora takes on Italy's Leonardo Fioravanti. We'll bring in Ronnie and Rich for the call.
The Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach presented by Bonsoy is brought to you by
Rip Curl, the ultimate surfing company.
by Visit Victoria. Victoria, every bit different. By GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. And by IC Sunglasses, official eyewear of the World Surf League.
The waves are on the cork as we get set for quarterfinal heat number 3. The world champ Dora up against Leonardo Fioravanti, who's been a wrecking ball on his run through to this point in the competition. And Leo getting things started early here. Beautiful groom conditions. And Leo starting to load up for a finish. Slicing that one off the top. Having to build some momentum. Doesn't really get the finish there. And we'll see how that scores with the panel. But we are loving what we're seeing out here at the moment. The first heat of the day brought fireworks. Griff and Kolapinto just looks like he's in top form. Rich, carrying that momentum that saw him finish world title runner-up last year.
Looking so good, so confident, really composed mentally. Just a brilliant showing to start off the day's competition. Really cool fight back from Canoa. He was in really good form as well, but just such a dominant performance from Griff, and he's looking really, really good. So excited, Ronnie. The waves, this long-anticipated swell is finally showing its teeth, and we're set for a really good finals day down here at Bells.
Might have seen it just over my right shoulder moments ago. It's one of the most iconic trophies in the sport of surfing. And we're going to have a new winner on the men's side this season. No former winners left. Got a couple of surfers that have cracked that final before, as we see the replay of Leo's opening ride. This one came through at a 4.17.
Yeah, so Leo just doing a bunch of work down the line here. Almost just a settler wave to start off his quarterfinal matchup against current world champion Iago Dora. And Ron, I get the feeling that Iago's just been in kind of cruise mode. He's going through the gearbox. He's probably up around 4th, just touching 5th gear. Lots more to give for Iago. He's put in some really composed performances, but we really haven't seen him stretched as yet. This might be the heat where he really starts to open up.
Yeah, he's one of those guys you can usually rely on him for those highlight reel moments. The conditions that he's had to compete in may have played a part in just restricting his performance somewhat. But when the waves came on last year at different stages throughout the season, Iago, he was one of the true performers. Both these competitors are on their way to their best ever finish here. They're into the final series at this event for the first time. Iago counts 9th place finishes as his best at Bells, and Leo is in the same boat. So this is a big start to a new championship tour season. I mean, the ideal start for Iago and at a venue that he struggled with.
Yeah, absolutely. So he's already feeling confident with the result today. But as we discussed yesterday, you know, what's a keeper result in a world title campaign on the men's side of the tour? Quarterfinals, it's an acceptable result. It's a keeper as long as you've got, you know, maybe 1 or 2 wins or certainly a string of finals berths. But this one, you know, a semi-final, that is a keeper. So a really important scheme in the world title race, and we're only in the first event.
Yeah, well, we're going to be touching on it right throughout the season. Of course, we've returned to that accumulative points system. A couple of big changes that we'll be talking about throughout the year as well, but extra points up for grabs in that final event of the year, and that is going to bring contenders into the mix when we're at the Pipe Masters at the end of the season. So, you know, if you're leading the championship tour, you definitely want to put a lot of distance between yourself and your rivals, because we know we see inspired performances over there in Pipe, and some of the competitors that even struggle throughout the schedule in the regular season actually have an edge over some of the surfers at the very top end of the ranking. So that's something to keep in mind for those world title contenders these past few years. But, you know, last year's tour, you look at the surfers who are right there at the top chasing the crown, and all of them pretty capable in those ways of consequence, as we see Griff and Kolapinto hit the shoreline here at Winky and make his way up the stairs, or getting ready to make his way up to Tommy Whitaker.
Yeah.
Well done. Thanks. You know what I really liked? When you paddled out before the hit, and you're looking at all them ones, the wedges and that.
Oh, you like checking it out down there?
Yeah.
That's what because I knew the up top spot.
Well, like last night, those wedges last night, they were going fat.
Yeah.
I had a good look at it. Like.
Yeah. I was like, okay, I know this up here spot, but like, let's see what this is like down here.
Yeah, see if it's changed.
And it kind of like got me in the zone for this paddle back out.
Yeah. Oh, perfectly. That's what we said. And because the second one surge and go wider, and you're under and down there for them.
And they were wider than like
Well, the Canoa, the one that Canoa went, you're on the line, that was just a big white peak.
Remaining.
Yeah.
Priority is with yellow.
And I
that was
fully
from dominating the start and then getting in there.
Yeah.
It's really nicely done.
Thanks.
Really nicely done.
I felt like the wave I fell on in the earlier round, or the heat before the set, like actually helped me, because I was on a wave and I was like, I told myself like little more patience, you know, like, don't go up yet, like wait, want a little longer,
Especially
an extra second.
That start, that
Yeah.
first one. Dude, that carb to air combo was psycho.
Yeah.
The carb was held to the very last moment. Like,
Yeah.
talk about utilising the whole section.
Yeah, I was like,
I
ah.
loved it. We thought it was maybe that.
Well, I didn't follow it up with a turn like right after, you know. It was like a big carb, and I didn't do a turn. Like I kind of just like waited.
You couldn't. You went too far down. Like, oh. It was the major section of the wave, so you had to give it everything. It was nuts.
And I remember what they scored Philippe on that one carb earlier.
Yeah.
So I was like, oh, if I do that, like,
You got the big air tail air rev too. It was nuts. Nuts. 6 standard to set, dude, for the day.
Yeah.
Now just sit tight and see if we're on the bowl or back out here.
Yeah, Tommy Whittaker's spot on. It is a great standard to set, not just for himself on his run to another big finish here at Bells. Cracked the semi-finals now the last 3 seasons, Rich, and yeah, he's had that runner-up finish. He's got that small trophy. He wants the big one. With Kolapinto, he'll come up against Miguel Pupo on that first semi-final. And right now we're watching the bottom half of the bracket take shape. But that was clinical. He absolutely blitzed the opening stages of that clash, Griffin.
Yeah, I really liked how he is bringing an astute performance, starting to open up the repertoire, showing us that big open face carve that he hasn't done in this event so far. It's been a lot of clean surfing on and around the lip. Some beautiful aerial maneuvers, but just showing the judges something new this morning on finals day. And I have to agree with Tommy. I thought the score was just a touch low for that wave, but Griffin identifying that he didn't come in from that carve straight up into another major turn. Perhaps the reason why it just stayed where it was.
Yeah, well, it was, you know, that comparison game. He won that. Canoa, he looks so sharp on his run through this contest. He's just breaking it down with his coach, Jake Patterson. But yeah, it's now a lot to take from this event for Canoa too. You know, a better start to the season, looking very polished and just as precise as ever. And out there in the lineup now, Leonardo sitting with that 417 priority is with Yago. And yeah, Yago, a lot of talk about Yago with a great opportunity to back up his maiden world title this year. Just the way he surfed through the championship tour schedule last season, Rich, was pretty impressive.
Yeah, these guys are really evenly matched in terms of stats. Yago 6 foot versus Leo standing 5'11". They're both around that 80 kilogram mark. Very similar ages too, in their late 20s. Of course, Leo riding Sharp Eyes at the moment, and Yago has been on the Mayhem program with Matt Biolos for a number of years now, and boards have been looking great through the event. Goofy versus natural. Yago on the backhand. He'll be able to really square up when he gets the opportunity, playing the waiting game at the moment, sitting with priority. I think he was like, yeah, I'm just going to try and get on those waves that similar to what Griffin did in the heat prior, because that's really going to allow him to open up. I don't think it's worth getting into a tussle on these smaller inside waves. So I like Yago's strategy at the moment, just to wait for the better waves.
Well, there's no easy road through a championship tour event, but Leonardo Fioravanti, he's had a couple of really big obstacles that he's had to overcome. Callie Vass, the gold medalist who came in after just a magic run on the Challenger Series. Leo disposed of him in round 2, but in round 3, he really did give us a magic moment in the contest, coming up against Felipe Toledo. We're going to have a look at the Apple Watch wave dynamics here of Leo from this 8.5 ring.
Oh, geez, I love that first turn. A beautiful carve into snap. And then that finishing turn, remarkable, hitting top speed of 49, almost 50 kilometres an hour, which is remarkable, and almost 150 metres travelled. So really, really cool to be able to dive into the stats.
Absolutely. Yeah, I just kind of think when I'm watching those wave dynamics there and you're seeing that top speed where, you know, that peak was reached, and it was either probably in that first big carve or potentially when he got that release on the final move. But he is looking to be in career best form. And Leo, you know, his road to this point in his career hasn't been without its challenges, just like all these competitors. But Leo, maybe more so. I mean, as a rising star, just trying to fight his way onto the championship tour at 17 years of age, broke his back surfing in the Vulcan Pipe Pro over there, and that was an 8-month recovery with surgery. Got himself back, got himself onto the championship tour in 2017, and just a couple of years later he dislocated his shoulder in Newcastle surfing in a qualifying series event, Rich, and tried to remedy the injury because he had cracked the CT, and he didn't get surgery. But then at the Margaret River event, he was having a free surf at the box, got clamped, and yeah, the shoulder popped out, and that put him out of the water for another extended period of time. He missed a bunch of events, but worked so hard to get back. When he did return, at really a home event for him over in France where he lives, he's semi-finaled straight away. So, you know, he's a resilient character. He's had an ankle injury since then. And yeah, he's always bouncing back and really dedicated and committed to his life at the top end of the elite ranks, and hopefully he can stay healthy this year and put together a really solid campaign. The first surfer from Italy to qualify is up again. Beautiful release off the lip, but with that offshore wind blowing, he gets a little lost.
Yeah, I feel like the first wave of the set this morning, Ronnie, has been the better one. Second one, just not quite as much energy with a new pushing swell. That first wave tends to offer that cleaner canvas. Just have a look here on the Stone and Wood slow-mo. Let's see what happens. So full disconnection from the lip there, and you can just see totally off balance. Leo just laying back, just going down there. So really nothing lost in that attempt, given that Iago had priority and he was just looking to build a score.
Iago's been super impressive in these moments too. Can remember back to the WSL finals with Griffin gathering some momentum and starting to put some scores up, and Iago just waiting for a quality set wave. And when he took off on it, there was no nerves, there was no consideration for what his opponent had done on the previous waves. Just a committed, powerful attack to turn in some excellent scores. So we'll see how he responds to Leo's kind of busy start in this heat. Still no big scores on the board for Fioravanti, just a 4.17 and a 1.93. And Iago's just been fixated on the lineup, on the horizon, and what is coming his way. Seems pretty comfortable with his positioning out here at the moment. And yeah, waiting for his opportunity to strike for a place in the semi-finals here on the bottom side of the bracket. And there is plenty of talent down this end. A couple of world champions. Gabriel Medina taking on Sammy Pupo next. On the outside, Leo without priority. Stays busy. Looks over his shoulder, not wanting to miss those bigger sets on the outside. Nothing coming, so he commits to this one. Driving down the line, big carve. Cutting back to the source. Clean rails. And it's a tidy combination. This will be his best yet. Now starting to construct a bit of a lead over last year's world champion, Fioravanti. Yeah, smart surfing, giving, you know, just capturing that opportunity. Not too many waves coming through. He's realised that, you know, perhaps there was a lot of waves surfed in that first heat. The ocean's just taking another little breather down, so he's taking the opportunity, find these inside waves, build the score, build the pressure. We talked about Iago just being staunch, waiting for that bigger set wave. He's starting to make a move now, but I like Leo's strategy so far. Okay, here we go. Here's the champ. Iago sizing this first section up, and he does square up pretty nicely there. Gets some release in the tail. A whipping carve in transition into the pocket, blasted again. Solid sequence of turns here from last year's world champ, and that is the response that he needed. Couple of mid-range fours for Leonardo, and the feeling is that's going to be the best number of the heat so far. And the champ converting under pressure there. Yeah, great opening ride for Iago Dora. Exactly how he wanted to start.
Just strong on the backhand. Geez, his placement of these maneuvers, perfectly timed with the wave. Let's have a look at Leo's wave. So he does a little head swivel, checks out the back, and he goes, okay, I'm going to commit at this point. Driving down the line, little projection floater with a beautiful wrap combo. So all that speed off the opening drive, and then finishes well with a little closeout hit. But just look at the difference in the intensity of these turns. So big, strong turn on the backhand for Iago. Little power snap, and again, just timing on that third turn, brilliant, with a very, very strong exclamation point at the end of that wave.
The question too is, Rich, was there a second wave in this set? Did Leo work too hard on the medium-sized ride and take himself out of the zone here?
Yeah, absolutely. We did reference that the first wave of these sets is looking like the better ones this morning. Love that tail drift there. Really squares up. Iago, great technique, very balanced in the stance. And you can see there just shifting the weight onto the front foot, leaning on the heel side rail, shift to the toe side. Again, gets that perfect swivel off the top of the wave, and then connects, gets the close out, the redirection of the board again, and just rides out so smoothly with confidence. It's going to be a great number.
Yeah, it is a solid score. Coming through as a 7, and as you see there wasn't a second wave in that set. So really, you know, just the way this heat started, it kind of forced Leo into that busy approach on those medium-sized waves, and Iago was always going to, you know, swing on a quality ride. Gives him a bit of an advantage here, but Leo's out there now with priority. He's going to be hoping that there is a couple more set waves in this heat. He gets a couple more opportunities, because I don't think those mid-range fours are going to do him any good at the end of this clash.
No, well, there's basically from that 4-8-3 to the 7, you know, there's 2 points and then some difference in their best scoring wave. So big advantage shifting to Iago Dora, and at this point controlling everything that's going on in the heat and the flow of the sets. But Leo has priority, so he's in a position to bounce back.
13.5 minutes to go. We're going to take a quick break here. Back with more quarterfinal action right after this.
Yeah, I'm excited to be back at Bells. We're gonna hit the road and we're gonna explore some other parts of this beautiful coast. There's a variety of things you can do and they're really close to each other. The sun's out again. It's actually lighting up the waterfall right there. Being a surfer, I'm always connected to nature, so it's really easy to come here and get connected to that. It's a privilege.
It's finals day here at the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, presented by Bonsoy, and this is the 63rd edition. We'll have a new champ on the men's side, with Iago Dora dropping a 7 on that last set wave. He's put himself in a fantastic position, but does still need a number to get himself in front here. This one standing up on the outside. He passes it up, Leonardo Fioravanti. Well, he paddled for a wave. He went a wave earlier on during the break, so doesn't have any priority. So he had a shot at that one. And Yago on the outside now with a huge opportunity to drop a big second score and take ultimate control here. 10.5 minutes to go. Just transitioning, trying to get back out in front of this one at the moment. And just tweaks that tail. So not a huge statement on that ride. And Leonardo's still going to stay in it.
No, at the 10-minute mark, I still feel like it was a good decision from Yago to get that smaller inside wave. 3-turn combination. He'll drop perhaps a mid-range score here, but the thing here, Ron, is that he's going to put a lot of pressure on Leo Fioravanti. We're just hit the 10-minute mark, so Leo's still requiring 2 waves at this stage. And that becomes a bit of a calculation for him as he thinks, okay, I've got to get 2 waves, 10 minutes to go. There'll be a priority. So, interesting situation here. Yago paddled, misses the wave. Down the line, here we go. Leo Fioravanti takes off, gets a beautiful turn to start things off. A little tail drift, but then a little catch on the bottom turn.
That was the use of priority, and then this one was under priority. So Leonardo gifted it back to Yago, but he didn't really make much of this one, Rich. It was a tricky wave.
Really hard wave to surf this one, but again, Yago got a couple of good turns done. Important at this stage to get that final turn, and he's dropped a little number here, 3.87.
The benefit of having that big number, the high scoring ride of the heat, means any extras he adds pushes that requirement up to a pretty significant score for Leo. He now needs a 6.05. So holding on to a 4.83 has been super strong in his earlier round performances. So you'd back him to get that number, but Yago's going to be dangerous once he drops a solid second score. Let's hear from the winner of the first heat of the morning, Griff and Kolapinto with Vaughan Blakey.
Griff, what a way to kick off a morning here at Winky. Finals day, and it was a dreamy start, just back-to-back scores and really having fun out there.
Yeah, it was definitely a dreamy start. My last 2 heats were pretty close, so it felt good to actually get out in front early. And I had to get pretty tactical with Canoa for the last 15 minutes of that heat, which is it's never really that fun because I don't know, you want to see people surf, but yeah, it felt good to be in that position.
Well, it was fun to watch, mate. Let's just talk about the waves first of all. We heard your coach Tom saying that he was loving the big combos down on that end section, in particular the down carve into the big air rev.
Yeah, I mean, I got pretty lucky because I was paddling back out from my 6 and Canoa was too deep on that wave and the wave kind of split and he had to kick through it, and I think he was just looking at me take off on that, and I was like, oh, I could see the double up on it. And I'd actually watched Philippe get a 7 for one huge carve with a big speed line on it. Was it yesterday or the day before? And so that was kind of in my head, maybe if I just land a one huge turn, they'll reward it, and they ended up doing that. So that was good.
That was cool. And then, as you say, you flick the switch, mate, full orca mode, and Canoa's like a little seal out there. You were just prowling around behind him, chasing him down. It was a really great battle, actually, in strategy, seeing him try and sneak away from you, and you just kept chasing him down.
Oh, yeah, well, Canoa and I both grew up under snaketails, learning all the tactics, the ins and out, and I knew if I was in Canoa's position, that's exactly what he'd be doing to me, so it was pretty easy for me to do it.
That's awesome. And Bells, obviously, mate, this place is so special for you. So you've had some great results here, turned your year around right here into the semi-finals again.
Yeah, I'm really excited. First event of the year, and yeah, into the finals day feels good. I mean, I think besides this year, is my first year on tour was the only time that I actually got a good result in the first event. So it's been 7 years since, so I'm pretty psyched.
That's awesome, mate. Look forward to seeing you in that semi.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, Griffin, very psyched. His best start to a championship tour season since his rookie year, where he had that amazing 10-point ride down there at Kirra on the Gold Coast. But he's really developing this amazing partnership with the walls here at Winky, also over on the Bells Bowl. His surfing really suits this location. Clean rail work to dispose of Canoa Igarashi in that last exchange out there in the lineup at the moment. It's getting pretty interesting between these two. Yago definitely with the benefit of that 7-point ride, but the wave that Yago got, it was a one-wave set. So there's still that chance that, you know, Leo gets that similar kind of potential and could snatch the lead here. I mean, he did it to Felipe Toledo.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, Leo is one of the most confident surfers on this tour. And he's been producing in clutch moments lately. And here we go. Yago's going to start trying to put some pressure on and find an inside wave here. He's got the, well, not the advantage, but he's got the luxury of really cruising around this lineup. And sometimes priority can actually cripple you into waiting for something that potentially might not turn up. So Yago knows that 387, that's not in the deal here. He needs to get rid of that.
Well, Leo knows that a 6 will get him in front, but he's also really aware that Yago's so capable of improving on that 3.87. So he's aiming for a really quality wave here to put some pressure on Yago as we dive into the GWM heat recap. Leo getting started early. This was his 4.83, Rich.
Yeah, this is Leo's best wave. Beautiful swooping turn after a very nice speed line into the closeout re-entry. But Yago Dora, undeniable just how squared up he is on the back end. Just timing perfect, really getting the full rotation on the top of the wave. Great redirections and 3 bangers in a row. Little wonder that that score went to a 7.
Yeah, been some amazing goofy footers performing here over the years. You look at the honour roll for this contest, and the goofies have been making a comeback in the last decade or so. Cole Houshman, victorious, 24. Italo getting a win, 2018. Matty Wilkinson, of course, but there was a big break there before Matty Wilco broke through for his win. Mark Occhilupo back in the day, but prior to that, the goofies did pretty well here. Damien Hardman, Barton Lynch, Tom Carroll. A long list.
Legends. Full legends list, that one.
Yeah, amazing. As we have a look at the past champs, with their back to the wall here at Winky and the Bells Bowl.
Yeah, all the way back to Tom Carroll in 86, and mate, I was a grommet tuning in back then and just used to watch intently, and Barton was from my home beach at Manly. I used to look up to him and just, you know, still do, and was just in awe and couldn't believe just how good this guy was, and you know, really inspired me to become a pro surfer, and then obviously Damien up the road at Narrabeen. So really cool to kind of be inspired by those guys and then share time on the tour with them. And just goes to show you, man, there is so much history down here at Bells Beach.
There is something standing up on the outside here, just a smaller wave. No attention given to that one by our competitors. They know that they need a bit more room to move. Yago's really aware that this 3.87 is a dangerous score to be hanging on to. And if you can drop a 4.5-point ride here, the requirement grows pretty significantly here for Leo. So he's just eyeing off opportunities on the inside. Doesn't get much there. So this slower ocean is maybe working in favour of Leo at the moment, who's got the priority. Will he get an opportunity on a set wave? Already saw him surf one of those smaller rides really well and only turned in a 4.83. So he needs a little bit more face to work with and some more critical sections. Could be something on the way on the outside here.
It's always
this heat's hanging in the balance at the moment.
Absolutely. It's always a little tricky looking down on this camera angle as well. In these offshore conditions can sometimes make the waves look bigger than they actually are. From up above, there's a water view, water angle. You can see just not too much punch to that wave. So Yago wisely leaving that one.
Their second head-to-head matchup, these two. And their previous battle was also a quarterfinal heat. That was in J-Bay last year. Yago got the jump on Leonardo there. Oh, tough decision to be made there for Leo. And Yago pounces on this insider. And he is trying to improve on that 3.87. Nice start. Banks up into the bowl. Couple of hits there. And now looking for the clean finish and finds it. And the pressure is going to be right on the Italian there. There is no second wave in the set.
The tough thing about that situation is Leo was looking at it going, oh, I don't think that's quite the 6. I'm going to have to surf it out of my skin to get the 6. But in contrast, Iago's looking at it going, do you know what? I'm probably going to extract a 5, maybe a 5.5 out of it. Well,
wow.
he surfed it up to a 6. And he's put a lot of pressure on Leo now, needing an 8.17. This is his final crack at it.
Well, this is not the wave, and he looks out the back. He needed that excellent score again in the dying stages here. Richard Dogmarsh, who's finaled here at Bells before, coaches Leonardo. He knows that he should have gone that ride, because the way he's been surfing, Rich, is a really good chance of getting the number he needed. And I don't think Iago would have found the score on the wave that Leo just took. So that was the opportunity, and that's the turning point moment in this heat. Last year's world champ survives a close one, a slow heat, and Iago just performed so well. Took some time to get that initial ride.
Yeah, there's Iago's camp, Leandro, Dan Cortez, looks like Gian in the background as well from Lost, and the world champ just taking a moment there.
He's
a little
thanks, and he should be.
Yeah, a little sign of appreciation there to the wave gods for sure. And it was at this moment. The thing is, Ron, these one-wave sets have been coming through. Leo potentially thought there was another one, and a gift from Leo to Iago, and he just goes, yep, I'm going to make you pay for this. Beautiful turn, really well done. Lots of speed out of the first one into the second, and then just connects the dots perfectly and gets the finish.
It makes you wonder too, with the coach right down there on the water's edge, if from an elevated position, Richard Dogmarsh could have signalled to Leo that this is the wave. Because there really wasn't much energy in that second wave, and unfortunately for Leo, it's cost him a spot potentially in the semi-finals. But you got to give raps to last year's world champ. Extremely strong there, and he is moving on through to the semi-finals here as we get set for a big heat to wrap things up in the quarters for the men and find our last semi-finalist. It will be the 3-time world champ Gabriel Medina taking on Sammy Pupo right after the break. Finals day isn't disappointing at the moment. We've seen big performances from Griff and Kolapinto. Last year's world title runner-up and last year's world champ just moved on through to the semi-finals, stating their intentions for what is said to be a great run to the world title this year.
Nothing like we watched. not on these wide ones.
Leonardo Fioravanti there just breaking down. What went wrong? So he had his opportunity in the dying stages, but such a difficult decision to make. You know, is it the wave that's going to give me the 6-point ride that I need? And in reflection, it was really the only scoring opportunity that came through. As we get set for the last quarterfinal heat to see who will take on Yago in that second semi. Gabriel Medina, it's been a stunning return to the CT throughout the earlier rounds of this contest. He's come off the back of a huge clash with a countryman in Italo, a fellow world champ. Got the job done there, and now he faces one of the younger generation, the Brazilian Storm, Samuel Pupo, and the boys are hustling big time on the outside here with priority neutral at this stage, Rich.
Gabriel is so aggressive at the start of his heats. He just really forces the issue. He loves to take the inside track. He loves to have that inside position and almost establish priority right off the bat without there being any official priority. So he's done this in all his heats. And Sammy Pupo, the younger of these two, has relinquished.
I just wonder if in this situation now, this fight for the inside position will continue for an extended period, just based on both these surfers wanting to get that first set wave, and there is a chance that it is a one-set wave. So, you know, I think the outcome of the heat could really be determined by who gets the first quality set here.
Yeah, well, Sammy can just literally sit here and let Gabriel sweat it up the top here, but it looks like he's just starting to make a move down the point.
Been looking really sharp, Sammy, on his run through the contest so far.
Yeah, so good.
And there is just one little bit of history between these two competitors that's going to give Sammy a little bit of confidence. He did get Medina in their only head-to-head matchup over in Brazil. That was back in 2023. So he knows he can beat him. And for a lot of competitors, you know, that belief doesn't really exist because he holds such a strong head-to-head record against so many.
Yeah, he does. And just looking at these guys in terms of height and body weight, Gabriel with a slight advantage, a couple of inches taller and a few kilos heavier as well. But the advantage that Sammy has is this speed and agility, this very fast twitch approach, very Felipe-esque, and the tussle continues between these two as Sammy just keeps Medina up the point, and Gabriel is happy to hold that inside track. Medina has been so strong on the backhand in his opening heats. An incredible matchup with Italo Ferreira. That was certainly entertaining for the viewers. And it looks like, well, Sammy maybe just taking this one as a repositioning manoeuvre.
Yeah, maybe. There's something standing up on the outside too, but Sammy's not worried about that. He's going to try and turn this into a score. This wave flattening out a little bit. Just shifts his focus for a moment before re-engaging the rail and going to work on the inside here. Not a lot of points in that wave. He knows it. And Medina didn't get anything out of that set either, so he gets that priority now, making his way down, trying to get in a better position here in the true takeoff zone.
So that really was the intent for Gabriel Medina, was to get Sammy Pupo to take off on a wave, not convert it into a score, and then Gabriel will reposition himself in the right part of the takeoff zone, and then hopefully find himself a wave where he can convert, and instantly the rhythm of the heat will be by the way of Gabriel Medina. But let's see what happens here. There's still a long time to go. So just looking at the tussle on the replay here. So Gabriel looking interested, and Sammy going, yep, I'll have it. Let's see if I can stretch this one down the line, possibly milk a score out of it. And just building for speed. Beautiful first turn, actually. And then just a couple little rail turns, transitioning trying to build that speed at this point, waiting for the wave to stand up. And it was right about now that he just went, no, this is not a score. I'm out of here. I'm just going to reposition myself in the lineup. And let's get this thing on.
Medina's 13th event here at Bells, and really this is one of 4 decent results that he's chased down at the venue. Hasn't been one of his happiest hunting grounds. 4th time he's been into the quarters. Only made it into the semis once, Rich.
Yeah, strange. It's odd. Odd that he hasn't you know, had a series of good results and even a win here, because he's just so good. And we've seen what he can do on the backhand at Margaret River Main Break, at J-Bay. So it only makes sense that he'd be a winner here already. And it's obviously one that he wants to chase down.
Yeah, Sammy, on the other hand, his best result, a quarterfinal finish, that was just last year. But I think, you know, these conditions will suit Sammy really well if he finds the right set waves here. But Sammy is, or both these surfers are actually, you know, have a lot to take from this event already. Medina, great start to the year, another good result here at Bells. But for Sammy, you know, he's always had to, the last 3 years, he's had to go back to the Challenger Series to get his place on the CT. It's been pretty impressive each time he's gone back there, been knocked off the tour, just how well he's done on those Challenger Series events. He is a class above when he gets back to that level, but just to mentally bounce back after losing your place on the tour is super impressive.
Yeah, to do it once is one thing, to do it a couple of times, it really shows a lot of courage. 3, in fact. And like you said, though, he keeps coming back bigger and better. And the scoring feels, surfing, excuse me, feels like it's very much at championship tour level now. And this is, he's really going to take it to Gabriel Medina. It looks like he's showing a bit of interest in this wave.
Oh, and why wouldn't he? It's a tall-looking wall. Medina is down the line, though, with the priority. Will he come into play at some point here? Doesn't look like he will, so a couple of nice slices for Sammy already. Bounces off the foam here. This could be a pretty reasonable score. If he can get a big finish down the line, we'll often go to the rotation, but this time just sticks it with a floating re-entry. It'll be a mid-range score, but pretty tidy work.
Yeah, I feel like he just didn't quite have enough speed to go to that big air reverse that he has on lock. And that wave was one of those ones that broke right up at the upper section and didn't really connect down to the lowest takeoff where Gabriel's sitting. Let's have a look at the replay here. So almost a little fade just to get him right in that power pocket. Beautiful opening slash. And then a nice roundhouse cut back, gets the rebound off the foam. And again, a nice extended carve. And he gets to work on the inside. Bit of a drift in that 4th snap. And then at this point, he's going, okay, let's just lock and load this and get a decent score on the board.
Yeah, just identifying that it is a little slow out there. He didn't want to risk it all on that final move. Clean rail work in the opening stages. And good indications from Sammy. When he gets a steep wall, that's when he truly shows his flair, Rich, and just how quick he can rip through those carves. But on this occasion, it was a flatter face. And the tempo was perfect. 5.5 is the number.
Good pickup under priority. That is certainly a very good strategy for Sammy to go up high and try and get one of those waves that doesn't really connect with that lower section. Gabriel didn't look interested at all, but he's built a good score here.
Yeah, well, he got out there early, Sammy, this morning when we were on hold, weighing up our options, and he got himself a gem out here. Got some nice turns done. So this is the kind of stuff that he's hanging on to at the moment, Rich.
Yeah, big swooping. It really suited to these waves here at Winky Pop. That big swoop into drive down the line and just take a look at that.
Goodness.
The full rotation on the forehand. The early morning sunrise beaming in your eyes. That's a super difficult thing to do at that point.
Yeah, he's in good touch, and I just don't think that wave gave him the speed or the section to attempt that same move on that occasion, but that's what we can look forward to with the set start rolling in here.
Have a look at very top of your screen, up at the right-hand corner there. That is bells, okay? So that often acts as the indicator to what will turn up down here at Winky Pop, but we are starting to see this swell fill in, these longer lines that are stretching all the way down into the bay. Wind starting to pick up as well, and I can tell you it is frosty here today. This is the first day in the whole window where we have been completely rugged up. I think it was about 3 or 4 degrees Celsius this morning when we woke up. It's probably about 9 or 10 degrees now.
Yeah, very chilly. Just on 21 minutes remaining here. Sammy going back to the top of the point without that priority. Yago, excuse me, Gabriel Medina, staunch sitting there with that priority. He knows that he can block Sammy if a quality set comes and he takes off deep and look to hammer his own score out in the opening stages here. But Sammy's not going to waste any time. Gets back out there, pushing. He's bored to the point of release, loses the back foot though.
Gabriel still drifting down the line here, just waiting for one of these stretched out swells. Eagerly anticipating
here we go.
What will be the opening ride. Now this is that set that was up through Bells about a minute ago. It's made its way down to Winky Pop and Gabriel. We may get a start here. He's steam training to get himself into position for this one. Will he get there?
They can run away from you a little bit, but Medina's in position. And he fades the takeoff, wanting to set up a solid first turn. It's a clean carve off the top. Plenty of spray in that offshore breeze. He belts the second section and again hammers the lip. He's on his way to a big number here. Medina patient with the priority, fought for it in the opening stages, and now he's looking to finish this one off on the inside. It's been a strong ride already, and it's going to be a classy finish right through to this last vertical stab at the lip. He's blowing his own mind there. And that is the ultimate start for a man chasing his first Bells title.
Well, the patience has paid off for Gabriel Medina and opens with an incredible wave. Just a series of wallops, just thudding it on his backhand and really mixing it up, showing us different variations of that backhand slam. It's going to be fun to break that one down as we wait for scores.
That was impressive. I mean, you can't make mistakes on these quality set waves, and Medina was note perfect there, Rich. Great timing, and this second blast was the one.
Oh, have a look at this thing. Just connects perfectly with a little bit of drift, and then down the line connects with that second and third section. The wave just sits down just for a moment here, and Gabriel just does some beautiful rail work until the wave goes again. Patiently waiting, picks his moment, and then again attacks that lip and destroys it multiple times through the inside and gets really vertical on the final hit. So really just amazing surfing here from Gabriel Medina. Just, I love just how he stays right in that pocket power part of the wave, drives around the section, comes up behind it, and that allows him to just come up into those sections with so much speed and power. And again, it feels like he's thudding the lip and just destroying it.
Yeah, he's so progressive. Obviously one of the most innovative surfers we've ever had on the CT, but you know, this is where the real improvements have come for Medina. No double pump bottom turns on this ride. Really patient with the way he sized up these sections. He read it beautifully through the inside. And just where the wave is kind of laying down and there's not much in it, he has that ability to tweak that board vertical as we see some of these high impact, high quality turns on the outside.
How was the fin drift on that maneuver? And then this one here, again, just connects with the lip. The IC scoreboard, and it is an absolute ripper. 9 points to open the heat for Gabriel Medina. And wow, this is all the judges right up there in the excellent range.
It was a 9-point wave as well. And Medina, I don't think he forced it, Rich. He's setting the pace in this heat, so he wasn't chasing a score. So he just surfed it just on edge enough to get himself to that excellent number without risking throwing the ride or losing his footing at any point. It was a really good way to start finals day for him.
Could he have done more? Yeah, there was another point in it. He could have finished with the air rev or something a little bit more progressive. Did he need to? Possibly not at this point. You know, halfway through that wave, he was going, okay, I just need to finish this, and I know it's going to be in the excellent range. These surfers are so intuitive. They are so in tune with their own performance and what the judges are likely to drop as the score. Gabriel, he would be hearing these numbers, feeling really good about this. Still plenty of time, 16 minutes, so you know, he will need to drop that second score, and Sammy Pupo, he's going to need a significant number now. I know he only needs that 3.5, but it's almost a false sense of security at the moment.
And Medina going looking for a backup, just knowing he's in that powerful position. No need to pass up any of these kind of waves. Just add the extras and really put the heat on Sammy Pupo. Nice sequence of turns to start. The speed is there as this wave reels off. He stays out in front. There's a little bit of that progression. Whips the reverse. And that is going to be just a nice little garnish on the 9-point ride.
Yeah, he's sprinkled it with some herbs, salt, pepper, and everything else in the cupboard. But that's going to make the requirement for Sammy Pupo grow significantly. Again, that little fading takeoff, just to put him in the right moment there. Great extension off that first turn, and that's given him the speed to do these multiple manoeuvres down the line. Just so fast and whippy. He actually turned up the tempo on this smaller wave just to give it a bit more emphasis. And make it a bit more dynamic.
Competing at this level and being so dominant and world title focused for such an extended period for Gabriel Medina. You know, this is, Rich, obviously one of the veterans. But I think he had some burnout. I think his last few years on tour, the engagement for the title race just hasn't been there. I think this 2-year break or 1.5-year break has kind of done him wonders. It's as switched on as we've seen him in a championship tour event in some time. And really, someone like Medina or most of the veterans who've been around for a long time and have achieved so much, quality surf is what gets the motivation up, and that's when they engage. In this event, we've been challenged by some pretty mediocre days, and Medina's been really switched on in every single one of his heats. And this is the opportunity for him now in quality surf to just show us how on he is. A 6.17, a dominant position for the 3-time world champ, and pressure for Sammy Pupo to dig himself out of a hole here. And he is having a look at a wave, a set wave here on the outside. Needs to rip into this one to stay in it. Draws off the bottom. Looks like there is a little bit of a fresh breeze on the surface of the water at the moment. And it's no issue for Sammy Pupo, who throws a really cool air to reverse there. Kind of rode fakey for a moment. Great control, showing that he's really switched on and up for this moment. But the benchmark is that 9-point ride, the sequence of a number of powerful big turns. And even though it was impressive, I'll be interested to see where the judges go with this score.
Yeah, well, you know, Sammy's motivation here is really to try and stay in touch with Medina. It's a smaller wave in comparison, but geez, he did some good work on it, building for speed now, and we know that he takes to the air kind of a really funky air reverse, rode backwards for a moment there, and just incredible to be able to control that. Gets back on the open face. Now he sets himself again to get to work on this open face wave. Beautiful wraps through the inside. And this is what Sammy does. He stays light and lively. And really a very well surfed wave.
So technical, smaller ride, but the ability to still chase the open face while you're surfing backwards is something that not a lot of surfers on this tour can do. So I think he'd be happy at this point, Rich, to just match what Medina's done on his backup score and maybe go past it and give himself an opportunity to chase down an excellent ride in the final 12 minutes here. But Sammy Pupo switched on, but Medina at the moment on the best wave and really on another level.
If he can get that requirement down to the 8 zone, 9's scary. A 9.67 is really scary. But if he can bring that requirement down to, say, an 8 or a low 8, then Sammy's right in it. That feels better. And obviously, as well, it gives you a little bit more freedom in your wave choice, in what you can actually do and get that 8.2, say it's an 8.25. There's a certain type of wave that you need. There's a freak wave that you're going to need to get a 9.67.
Yeah, Sammy just surfs with so much spark. Love that first move. Stabbed the tail of his board through the pocket of the wave and then went into that really cool air that he almost used as a transition move. It was more a floater section than an air section, but he rode backwards, lost no speed and got back out in front of the wave to get himself the finish. I think they'll be really making the comparisons with what Medina did on his 617 here, as Sammy looks down the line and kind of weighs up his options, but decides just to stay at the takeoff zone here and get himself a bit of that set wave action. So the numbers coming through now, they are looking like they're going to be pretty similar to Medina's 617, just a little shy of that score, a 5.93. So he's still got some work to do here, Sammy Pupo, chasing a 9.24 with just under 11 minutes to go. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break.
The GWM Aussie treble, the best in Australia.
The double favourite.
Bells are ringing here on the cliffs of the Western Australia Margaret River Pro.
Gold Coast, Queensland, Australia. Take 300 is yours.
The GWM Aussie treble is back, and that Tag 300 will go to the best man or best woman and best woman during these three great events. Of course, Bells Beach, Margaret River, the Gold Coast. It's going to be awesome. But right now, we're going to hear from last year's world champ, Dora, into the semi-finals here at the Rip Curl Pro.
Yago, in the past, you've had a run of 9th places here. You've finally broken that streak. You're into the semi-finals, your best result you've ever had here in the past, and you're defending the world title. You're trying to hold on to the yellow jersey. It's got to feel good to be moving on through.
Yeah, for sure. Feels great. I haven't had a really good heat yet, but I'm stoked to be making my heats, and all my performances have not been so great, but yeah, I'm looking forward to having an opportunity to open up.
Is there a little bit of added pressure having the yellow jersey coming into the first stop of the year, knowing that you were the best in the world last year and you want to do it for a second year here?
Yeah, for sure. There's an added pressure, but at the same time, you carry that experience, and yeah, I'm carrying that momentum still. It's been a long time since Fiji, but I still feel like I'm on point, competing and making the right decisions, and everything's been working out.
And now we actually just got to watch one of Gabby's waves live. He surfed it pretty damn well. This is a really cool quarterfinal. You're obviously coming up against the winner. Is there a person in particular you'd love to come up against?
Yeah, Gabby has been my inspiration for so many years, and I always love coming up against him. He pushes me so hard to do my best, and I guess he does that to anyone, you know, if you don't do your best against him, you're going to get destroyed. And yeah, just really cool competing against him. But yeah, anyone. Sammy is a great surfer. He deserves good results as well. He hasn't had a really great results last year, but he deserves good results. So anyone who makes this will be a good hit for sure.
And I've got to talk about it as well. I've been talking about it with all the goofy footers, especially here at Bells. You guys, the ratio is a lot more in favour to the natural footers here, but Winky seems to be playing into the goofy footers' favours right now.
Yeah, for sure. I guess the way the waves are formed today, it's nice if you have the opportunity to go like square up, and that makes a difference sometimes. I still think it's an advantage for the regular footers, but just the goofy footers are so good nowadays from surfing all these rides the whole year. So yeah, it just makes it even.
Yago, let's do this again. We'll let you get warm. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Jesse. And yeah, Yago, Dora, just anticipating potentially a matchup with Gabriel Medina. Those two, plenty of head-to-head history. Yago with actually the edge over Medina, 2-1 in their previous battles. So that would be interesting. But Sammy Pupo has still got a fighting chance here, Rich, but he does need a big number.
Yeah, he does. And time is starting to run out. 5.5 on the clock, needing that 9.24. It's possible with the way that Sammy is surfing. He has been in such good form through this event. Stand out in the free surfs, but it really is going to come down to finding that one particular magic wave, similar to the one that Gabriel found. He does have priority. He's sitting right up the top of the takeoff zone. Is it gnarly if I disagree with Yago? I reckon these surfers on the backhand have just absolutely unlocked how to surf Winky Pop, and both Yago and Gabriel have just been proof of that, just how well they can tear apart these waves down here at Winky.
Did he say something that you had to?
Yeah, well, yeah, he sort of said the natural footers have got an advantage down here, but I just think these guys on the backhand, they can square it up so well, and they're just, yeah, their technique out here is just, it's impeccable.
Yeah, I just think they're obviously a collection of the best goofy footers we've ever seen on the CT. That's going to neutralise any advantage that a regular footer might have when you surf backhand as well as these guys do. 4 minutes remaining here. Let's dive into the GWM recap, Rich, and have a look at the excellent ride of Gabriel Medina once again. We might hold off on that for just a second. Sammy Pupo sizing one up here, decides to let that go.
Gosh, these waves look fun, don't they? Here we go, Gabriel down the line.
Yeah, just pokes the board into that pocket section. Sunk the nose for a moment, but he's going to make up for it on the second move, setting the fins free and really surfing with a lot of spark on those next couple of backhand hits.
Clubbed it a couple of times through the inside. Here we go. Sammy Pupo unstuck on that opening manoeuvre, so goes down. 3.5 minutes to regain priority and wait for that, well, the gem of a wave to come through. He's going to need an absolute nugget if he wants to get a 9.24. It would be potentially the highest scoring wave of the entire event.
Yeah, Medina just looks so switched on, Rich, and you can sort of see where his head goes when he picks off one of these medium waves. He just says, you know what, I'm actually just going to belt these sections as hard as I possibly can. Just sort of not afraid to risk it when he gets these smaller waves. No, it's probably even a more committed backhand hit, just knowing he's got to kind of surf the number up.
His turning arc at the top of the wave is just kind of remarkable. And if you actually just look at that, wow, the angle of how well he pivots, and in the short space of time, you know, the radius of that turn is just incredible, and he does it with so much control, puts a little drift on it, gets straight back on the hillside rail and drives into the next turn. So on point at the moment.
Yeah, more committed, smaller wave, but he really did belt the second and third turn as hard as he could. So he got the credit from the judges for it. A 7-point ride, and now Sammy Pupo is in a helpless position, comboed, needing an excellent combination in order to get himself through this heat. Here's the fat boy ride of the heat. What a joy to watch this unfold again.
Oh, this second and third turn combination was remarkable. Just Gabriel just tagging it, clubbing this wave all the way through to the inside. Some rail work as he gets, as the wave stands up again. Just patiently waits for the perfect moment to get these turns done on the inside. And here we go.
Yeah, solid set wave, maybe the biggest one Sammy's been on in this heat so far. He's got a lot of speed, chasing down the open face. This one stretching out. Well, let's see if he can get there. Here he comes, off the bottom, into the first section. Great hit there. Rips through a big rail carve and climbs up for a finishing turn, and it's dynamite. Big back-footed jam from Pupo on the closeout. Behind him, Medina. Well, he was pulling something off down the line there. But let's see it. 1 minute to go. And that wave ran off without Medina. Sammy's got a score on the way. He does need a combination of, well, excellent rides, really, to turn this heat. Time's going to be a factor.
Yeah, and how was the watch check at the end of that ride? Let's go through the replay first. So late takeoff, and he identifies that this wave, it's all happening down the line. So he basically gets through to the lowest takeoff section. Okay, now the wave slows up and just connects with that first snap to beautiful wrap. And then that final layback hack was executed perfectly, precision timing, gets the watch check. At that point, he knows that that wave is not going to be the 9, but it'll be significant. How much time do I have to get another one?
There's the score, 8-point ride for Pupo. He's in it down the line, sizing one up. He's going to let it go. Is Medina going to be in position for this next set and steal the opportunity away from his countryman? He is. He's going to get the ride. A magic fight back from Pupo, but Medina too strong in this instance, and he works the crowd with a rotation to finish. What a heat from the 3-time world champ, but what a way to kick off the year for Sammy Pupo. He's had a gutful of being bumped off this championship tour. He wants to maintain this form and have a shot at the top end of the ratings. Yeah. But this guy just on another level, Rich.
A very respectable 5th place, a quarterfinal finish for Samuel Pupo, but Gabriel Medina, mate, he is back and back in a big wave. So actually dropping an 8.4 to just round things out. There's his coach, Adriano de Souza, and the Brazilians dominating the lower half of the quarterfinal bracket. They will have a finalist.
What about the new super coach on the scene? Adriano de Souza has Miguel Pupo in the top half of the bracket, Gabriel Medina on the bottom side of the draw. A chance that they could be clashing in the final the way they're surfing. But man, what a way to finish the quarters. The highest heat score total of the event so far from Gabriel Medina. 9-point ride, gets an 8.4 for the rotation on the final wave. He's back.
Guess who's back?
Unbelievable stuff, and a highlight reel there from Gabriel. We're going to take a quick break here. We've got the women's semi-finals coming up in just a moment. We'll bring in Joe and Flick for the call.
The Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach presented by Bonsoy is brought to you by Bonsoy, official milk of the World Surf League, by Bond University, Ambition Loves Company, by Stone and Wood, the unofficial beer of WSL Australia, by Surf Coast Shire, strategic partner of the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach presented by Bonsoy, and by BioGlen, official vitamin partner of WSL Australia.
Gabriel Medina on fire in that last matchup with Sammy Pupo. And look at his coach, one of the greats, a Bells champ, a world champ. Used to be rivals on tour. I still remember when Gabby handed the world title trophy to Adriano on stage at the end of the Pipe Masters. That's when they were doing battle on tour. And if anyone's got a big playbook to win and maybe to help Medina go for a fourth world title this year, well, it's Adriano. Joe Turpel with Flick Palmatier. Winky Pop is pulsing. The energy's thrilling right now here on finals day. And now it's time for Alyssa Spencer to take on Gabriella Bryan.
Oh, I really like this matchup. We're into the semi-finals. We've only got 6 heats to go, Joe. Can you believe it?
Look at that, finals day, you guys. Bells are ringing already.
I know. No, I'm excited for this matchup. I feel like Alyssa's, come into this incredible form from the, Challenger Series win at the last event in Newcastle. She's carried that momentum here, but she has got a very tough draw in Gabriella Bryan. Obviously, Gabriella, so powerful. She's got the hack on lock, and yeah, I feel like this is going to be her toughest matchup yet.
A fun one here, Goofy versus regular. Alyssa Spencer representing Encinitas in North County, San Diego, and that's our surfer from Kauai, who has finished 3rd in the world last year, picking up more wins than anyone else on the championship tour, men or women. Big wins like at Jeffreys Bay, where she's got time to lay that rail down multiple times on that point break. She's going to be dangerous in El Salvador. She even made finals in Portugal, just showing more consistency than ever. But the big one she'll be looking forward to is trying to go 3 in a row at Felicity Palmatier's home break, main break, Margaret River. Alyssa Spencer, Newcastle Surf Fest champion. How'd you do it, Flick?
Oh, wow, incredible momentum, really. We had Jessie Starling talking about it yesterday, and really the start of the season on the Challenger Series wasn't that great for Alyssa, and then it all turned around. She got a semi-final finish at Pipeline, and then continued that momentum onto Surfest. And, that's an iconic event to win and really, round out the season. It was a day after her birthday, so it feels like all the sort of good things were just going her way. And she's really continued with that momentum here down at Bells. And some of the surfing we've seen, some of the best surfing we have seen from her on the championship tour. Excellent rides yesterday on the backhand, really cracking the code here at Winky, which is, I think it's a difficult thing to do on your backhand. But to Rich's point, I feel like the Goofies have got it sorted this year.
They certainly do. Alyssa Spencer, when she qualified for a rookie season a couple years back, she actually told us that she really studied Caroline Marks a lot. She was impressed with what Caroline did powerfully on her backhand. And then she got a chance to take her on in the early rounds at Winky Pop and got the win. So that was just confidence sending her into the final series. In her first semifinal appearance ever on the CT, her rookie year went by quickly, fell off at the midseason cut, and worked really hard over the last few years to become more well-rounded on her comeback to the championship tour. The one thing she was perfect at in the quarterfinals was wave selection and really not giving up the inside. So right there you see her going with Gabby Bryan saying, I'll paddle you up to the Bells Bowl. No worries if you want to go that far.
Oh, she will. You can see Gabby now just darting back the other way. She's trying to get a bit of distance between her, but it's so evident to me that she's one of the surfers that, sort of needs to start her heat on the inside just for her confidence. Looks like we've got a set rolling through, so there's going to need to be made some decisions to be made. But yeah, it worked in her favour, to your point, Joe. That quarterfinal yesterday with Betty Lou, it was all basically the pivotal moment was right at the beginning. It set the tone for the rest of the heat, and she put herself in the good rotation in terms of having priority when the good waves came.
Let's hear from Gabrielle Medina hanging on the glass with Jessie Starling.
Yeah, it was a crazy end to that last heat. Good waves, great opportunity, but you got the job done, even through an exceptional air right at the end too. But Sammy is your good mate. Obviously, you don't want to come up against your good friends, but you got to do what you got to do.
Yeah, I'm happy with the win. Sammy He's one of the best here at Winky. I knew that was going to be a hard one. In the end, he got a really good wave. I knew he was getting an 8 or higher than that. And there was no semi. And luckily, I fell on my last one, the one before my last one, and I stayed right there. Maybe he could have another try in the last set, and yeah, I could actually I got the last wave. So in the end I'm pretty happy how it ended. Went on my way. I'm happy with my surfing. The board is really good, and the waves finally show up. You know, it's kind of slow, but when it comes, it's super fun, super clean wall, and you can just do whatever you want. And yeah, let's see how we go now. I don't know if you're gonna surf here in Winky or Bells, but I'm excited for the next heat.
You locked in the highest wave score of the event so far. Take me through, you know, that 9-point ride and also getting a 9 after such a long time off.
Yeah, I was wishing for God to have another 8 or 9. I always say these numbers because I like these numbers. And yeah, the 9 show up, so I'm pretty happy about it. And the wave was just so good. Yeah, like yeah, that was my best wave in the contest. Wave-wise, you know, it was just like a road, just drive, man. And yeah, that was really fun. I'm happy. And yeah, now Iago, it will be a really fun one.
Yeah, obviously you would have tuned into last year pretty closely. Iago, he had an incredible run, took home the world title, and that's something, you know, you dream about, always winning another world title. Now you kind of get to size yourself up against him as a world champion. What do you think that battle is going to kind of include?
Yeah, I mean, he's one of my favorite goofies, you know. I'm a big fan of his surfing, and I know it's going to be a great heat, you know. He's been the Riven. Last year I watched it. He was way too far in front from the others, you know. I'm just a big fan, and yeah, let's see. It'll be fun. Hopefully we get waves, you know, so we can put a great show for you guys.
We're certainly excited for that battle. Obviously, there's a lot of fans back at home in Brazil for you, so feel free to say something.
Obrigado a todos que estão assistindo. Hoje não é tão madrugada, então vocês estão mais tranquilos. Feliz, semifinal. Agora é com o Iago. E é isso, pô, a bateria foi com o Samuca, meu irmãozinho, pô, cresci com ele. Sou um grande fã dele também, ele surfa muito. Esse tipo de onda, pra mim, ele é um dos melhores. E essa vitória pra mim significa bastante. Então, é isso. Agora focar no meu trabalho e próximo round. Obrigado.
Let's go, Gabby. Thanks, guys.
Thanks so much, Jesse Starling. Gabriel Medina is in his happy place right now. What a great welcome back to the tour, taking a year off with the pec injury that he suffered in the lead up to last season. And over the years, sometimes he's kind of kicked off the fire a little bit late. Then he takes over the back end of the season. One year that he didn't start late was his first world title in 2014 when he won the season opener on the Gold Coast in a final over Joel Parkinson. Maybe we're starting things off that way. Gabriella Bryan in this one, up and out. So finally just starting things off. I think she's aware of Alyssa Spencer's reputation of holding the inside. So Gabby will just try to get back into her typical position of where she likes to strike. Now Spencer moving close to Gabriella Bryan. And we'll see if this formula pays off again for Alyssa.
Yeah, it seems to me she's just repositioning to where she wants to be. Obviously, we saw it yesterday in the quarterfinal with, oh, here we go. This will be an interesting moment because Gabby's paddling the other way. So they're going to split where they're sitting, really. I mean, you can see Alyssa, you know, darting off to the left of the screen. So she's going more towards that lower section of the reef at Winky.
Always interesting to see how this positioning play works out. Now it looks like Gabriella's going to double back and follow Alyssa down the point. Spencer with priority, so she gets to take any wave she wants now. Well aware of what the powerhouse has been doing. Gabby Bryan working with Cale Bell Warren at this event. Cale, local boy, represented Victoria in the main event in the past. And Alyssa Spencer joining forces again with Chris Gallagher, a guy who's won events like Margaret River, Still surfs really well. Amazing surfboard shaper. Living at Rocky Point for a couple of decades now. But the Goofy Foot story is a big one at Bells. We really hyped up the run that Aki had. Then Wilco got a title, Italo, Cole Hauschman. And now we've got a lot of Goofies on the men's side with Iago, Gabriel Medina, Miguel Pupo in the semifinals. So it's a total takeover. For Alyssa, we think back to Nerida Falconer, who, you know, won 25 years ago, a QS-rated event at Bells. Nerida Falconer had so many successful seasons on tour, won a Triple Crown, went back-to-back in Maui, 12 event titles representing Scott's Head. Going before that, when you think about championship tour rated Bells events, we go back to the 80s with Frida Zamba winning back-to-back titles. So it's been a long time, Flick.
Well, it's been a long time between drinks for sure on the women's side. I feel it'll be interesting to see what happens as the day plays out and whether this swell fills in or not, and quickly enough to potentially make a move over to the bowl. I feel like Alyssa's definitely cracked the code down here at Winky. There's no doubt about it. We saw it yesterday play out. She's just got beautiful precision surfing where she links together her turns. I think it'll be a different story if it goes over to the bowl. And also, to see how this heat even plays out, you've got to advance through this heat to even be thinking about ringing that bell, and where that final is going to be surfed, I think will come down a lot into, you know, who's going to be favourable for ringing it, and how much experience that person's had on the bowl too. I think it's definitely, you know, if it stays on Winky, I mean, the odds I feel would be in Alyssa's favour, you know, if she was to advance out of this heat, because, you know, what we saw yesterday from her, she's got such a great read on this wave. She knows the kind of wave she wants to pick, and yeah, the judges are really appreciating her surfing, but she's got a really tough heat right now against Gabriella Bryan. It's two really totally different brands of surfing. You've got the extreme power of Gabriella taking on the precision of Alyssa Spencer, you know, and the judges, you know, it's not hard for them to throw those eights when all, you know, Gabby's surfing is so good, and that one big trademark hack she has, she's got it on lock. It's not, her completion rate of that thing is very high. So the completion, the likelihood of her dropping eights is high. So I think you got to be expecting that coming into this matchup. And then Alyssa, on the other hand, you know, dropped her first excellent score yesterday on the championship tour. So she's cracked that code and she knows what that feels like. And yeah, this is going to be a toughest matchup yet.
Still sitting and waiting, but real smart decisions for Alyssa, controlling the lineup with priority at the moment in semifinal number 1. Let's now check in with Kaipo Guerrero.
Yeah, finals day joyride on my Fat Boy bike. Nothing better than a Fat Boy full suspension. Lots of juice in this thing. Charge it up and it's ready to go. You can get a Fat Boy bike. There's a QR code. You scan that and you can win one. This is the best ride possible. Like I said before, Fat Boy. It doesn't matter if it's gravel, sand, grass, or the road. Fat Boy eats it up. Don't trust a skinny bike. Fat Boy, let's get some.
There he goes. There he goes. Kaipo having a blast here on finals day on his Fat Boy bike. The scrambler there taking him from the Bells Bowl back to the top of Winky. He's checked both venues about 50 times this morning. Why not? Good man, Kaipo. Gabriella Bryan, 0.5. Alyssa Spencer with priority. And the thought here is, when you are the underdog, when you know you're against one of the favorites, the most powerful surfer on tour, one thing you're going to try to control is priority, and make sure you give Gabby Bryan less chances to perform on. A couple of great heads right there on screen. Neil Ridgway, one of our favorite personalities that we get to hang out with when we come down here to this part of the world, has worked for Rip Curl for a very long time. We used to be very animated commentator in the booth, and he always likes to sit right next to a 10-time Bells champ, Gail Cooper from Lorne, down the Great Ocean Road. Always comes up the road here to watch all the best in the world compete. She has time for everybody, an absolute legend of our sport.
Oh, she's the queen of bells. I mean, she's got that title 10, and I don't know if anyone will ever take that away from her, right? Like that will stand the test of time. I'll eat my hat if they do.
There was one surfer named Vivian Campbell that snuck in a Bells title in between Gail Cooper's 10. Great job, Vivian. Wow, that would have been really tough to do. Things changed rapidly over the years. Rip Curl signed on as the major sponsor back in the early 70s, put a price purse together. It was about $2,500. As we look at Alyssa decided to take this first wave, hits it in the pocket, second turn, a nice off the top carve. Getting into the closeout section, Alyssa will stay on her feet and ride away. Jake Marshall there, part of the same board riders club at Encinitas when they both originally qualified a few years back. There's a surf shop in the area called Hanson's. They had a huge party for these two as we watch the Rip Curl replay.
For me, Alyssa surfing, the best thing about it when I watch it is I just love how there's no baubles between turns. There's no two-staging any bottom turns. She doesn't, quite often you see lots of people reset that line when they hit their bottom turn. She doesn't do that. She just goes straight into the next moment, and for me, that's flow. She's got beautiful flow and beautiful timing between her turns, and it really stands out to me. Yesterday, it was so evident. This is a great way to kick off the heat. I think it's going to be a respectable number, and yeah, I mean, these women have sat for quite some time with not much coming through. So yeah, really important wave in the context of the heat, and really important to ride out of that last turn.
16:15 on the clock, Alyssa's first semi, so she wants to make her first final to kick off the season. Gabriella Bryan with big goals this year. After winning 3 events, mixing it up with her coaching. She'll get Jason Shibata to fly out to El Salvador. But here it's Cale Bell Warren, then to Taj Burrow over in the west. Can you imagine what that's going to add? She's already figured out the system. Back-to-back titles, now a little bit of extra from little West Oz royalty there in her corner. Board's looking great, putting up points for the Surfboard Empire CT Shaper Rankings presented by Vea. You get points for your Shaper once you get to the final series, or quarters or better. Numbers in for Alyssa's start. Holding priority at the right time and turns in a 6.17 flick.
Yeah, it's a nice number. It's a really, really great number to kick off this heat. And look, we've got a little bit of set rolling through. It looks like Gabby's pretty interested here. She would have heard that score drop, and looking forward to see what she opens up with.
Gabriella Bryan on a fun looking section. Roll in, it's going a little bit slopey to start, but she'll fade and anticipate this wall to grow. Gabriella throwing some water off the tail of that mayhem. Setting up that big section and drills it and steps off. After all those minutes ticking off the clock and repositioning, she finally gets to dig in. And that'll be compared to Alyssa's 6.17, but judges are watching this. The goofy footer from California, great start on that first section. Second turn right off the lip line. Holding her speed well, puts it in the pocket again. Nice flow there, wraps it in the pocket. Setting up the final swipe and finishes again. No mistakes for Alyssa Spencer. Where she got kind of nice and warmed up on her 6.17, definitely pushed harder on her second wave flick.
Oh, totally. That was deadly. The few maneuvers there where she went up into the lip, the timing could not have been better. It was absolutely impeccable. She's definitely grown on that 6.17 score with this next wave. And let's break down Gabby first. So this was a bigger set wave. It kind of went a little bit wide, so it forced her out onto the face here, but there's some serious damage that gets done. She really is able to unleash there. That's that trademark hack that I was referencing before. And she knows this is the final maneuver. I mean, talk about power and talk about really pushing on that last turn. But for me, this is my favorite wave of the heat so far. The way that she's able, it was a sort of one that pushed further on the inside here. So it really ran off and it gave her a bit of a steeper wave face. It really cupped out. The turns that she did here were just done in beautiful succession. I just can't reiterate that enough. The flow between her turns is just so pleasing on the eye to watch. There's minimal downtime. It's just the way she loads up and sets the rail and just eyes off that section. It really is a masterclass of backhand surfing right now. And just knowing she needs to get the finish, she does. Really tidy. She likes the feel of that one. I liked it too. It's the best wave of the heat so far, and really commanding position for Alyssa right now.
Well done for Alyssa Spencer, pushing her board right in the money in the pocket there to get the most points she can on that backhand attack. A lot of positives in San Diego these days, getting a world champion, Katie Simmers. Alyssa just from a little bit further south. They've got so many fun waves to choose from. You're not even that close. You're not that far away from Lower Trestles in San Clemente. From Seaside Reef to Swami's to get down to even cross the border into Baja. A lot of great fun trips for Alyssa in her lifetime, and she turns in another excellent score.
Yeah.
She got her first in the early rounds and now adds an 8.5. The best score of the heat so far. Gabby Bryan on the way before, 7-1-7 start. Alyssa holding down the lead in semifinal number 1.
That was great judging. I couldn't agree more. I feel that was, you know, totally deserved, the 8.5. It was the best wave of the heat, and then it was really great judging for Gabriella's wave too. I think that had some incredible moments on it. Really, the strength of those last 2 turns, that's where bulk of those, you know, that 7-1-7's coming from. And now we've really got a heat on our hands. It's going to be interesting to see, you know, how Gabriella handles this pressure, where she sits and how composed she can be, because she's sitting out there with priority, and, you know, there's just over 11 minutes on the clock. So I'm looking forward to seeing how she answers back and what this pressure does to her.
Alyssa Spencer putting pressure on one of the favorites to ring the bell this year. Gabriella Bryan has priority, needs a 7.51 as this backhand stays hot. We'll be right back. The Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach presented by Bonsoy is brought to you by Hydrolite, official oral rehydration partner of WSL Australia. By Mophie, empowering you to live your life untethered. Power on. By Boost Mobile, official telecommunication partner of WSL Australia. And by Volley Shoes, official footwear of the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach presented by Bonsoy. Semi-final action continues. We just want to let you all know that in response to the recent flooding in Hawaii, Rip Curl has partnered with North Shore artist Jack Soren to create a limited edition t-shirt. 100% of the proceeds will support flood recovery efforts via the La Hui Foundation. The limited edition t-shirt will be available for purchase from April 22nd on at ripcurl.com. Head to ripcurl.com and sign up to become the first to know once it becomes available. Big thanks to Rip Curl for all the support as we look at beautiful lines coming through it. Winky Pop, the goofy footer ready to swing again. Alyssa Spencer connects with the lip. It's a shorter ride, but 2 big blows shows that she's still in fine form. Gabby Bryan looking to come back. A nice searing cut back to start. Punches it off the top of the wave. Throws down another finishing move to shut that one down. Great seesaw battle unfolding here. Alyssa started with the 6, Gabby answered with a 7, Spencer went to the 8s. We'll see what happens on this last exchange.
I feel Alyssa's probably not going to improve on her situation. Or, you know, look, okay, potentially she could maybe improve on the 617, but it'll be pretty maybe similar. She's obviously still showing that she's really in that fine form. There was, you know, no notes here, just really beautiful surfing. You can see again, just teeing off the top there. But just the two-turn moment, she hits the last section pretty hard. And then behind her, Gabby. So this is crucial. Gabby's chasing a 7.5 and the big couple of calves, and she really finishes strong. You can just see how hard she's pushing on those couple of last turns there. So I'm really interested to see where this number goes. This is the trademark hack. She just throws so much spray, sending buckets, and then jams it really hard in that section. And just one more time here, not an easy section to hit with all that foam. And just rides out convincingly. She really stomps that one. So this judges will have a little bit to digest with Gabby's last wave, I'd say.
6:45 on the clock. Winner of this heat will take on the winner of the semifinal number 2. That's where all the Aussies are hanging out. World champ Molly Pickham looking for her first big bell. She's got a runner-up bell. She got at Winky Pop against Tyler Wright a couple of years back. Isabella Nichols trying to achieve what the greats have done and go back-to-back with her Bells trophies. Isabella's stage for the final last year was at the Bells Bowl. So this year she might be looking at a Winky Pop final. We'll see what happens once we get to the final heats of the event today on finals day. Last of Alyssa Spencer's her first throwaway score at a 6-point ride. And as they're out the back, judges taking advantage of the video replay that was introduced to surfing in the early 2000s. And it's become vital ever since, just to have the judges having one more look to compare their numbers that they've already written down on their paper. Head judge this year still Lily Pereira, watching the panel. As you see, Isabella already working her way out to perform. Good looking surfboards from Darren Hanley. As a shaper, he's won a lot of bells. You go at the top of the list for him. Steph Gilmore with 4, Mick Fanning with 4. Got one with Joel Parkinson before he moved on to JS Industries. Well, now the score is in, and we do get a lead change. After a little bit of time for the judges to review, they throw down an 8.27. Alyssa still has the best number of an 8.5, but now Gabriella Bryan saw her Apple Watch as we check out the IC drop down of the 8.27 on screen. Bryan out front, Alyssa Spencer with priority needs a 6.94 to get back in this one.
I knew that was going to be a pivotal number. We knew it when the judges were taking their time, just really analysing that and making sure that they got the call right. So really appreciating, you know, just the sheer power from Gabby there on that last wave. But it's interesting, you know, Gabby was positioned that little bit further out, and then what happened is as soon as she heard that lead change, you could see her just come super close. Like, I mean, they are literally almost touching shoulders right now, and there's not even really maybe just a meter between the two women right now in the lineup. But, you know, she's just getting into personal space, applying that pressure. You know, I'm going to give you something to think about because you've got a decision to make.
Exactly. It's just being aware of each other. And you can see how Gabriella moved her position once she heard the score, once she realized she took the lead. She can now really get into Alyssa's headspace. She's going to try to force her into the wrong wave with priority. A 6.94 is very attainable for Alyssa. She's just turned in so many brilliant turns on her backhand at Winky Pop. Her coach, Galley's a goofy as well, so he'd identify big sections for her to hit. As we go to the GWM recap, Gabriella Bryan had to wait for a long time till she got her 7.17.
Yeah, but she did some serious damage on this wave. You can't go past the power, how much spray she sends, and you just really the aggression that she brings when she tags those sections. Alyssa Spencer, she's had some beautiful moments too. This is the 8.5. For me, her precision on her backhand, I keep saying it, but it's so beautiful to watch. And she's really, really figured out this relationship with Winky on the backhand. It's just smooth, connected surfing. And, you know, it's the highest wave of the heat so far, so she's still in it. But this wave, this was the pivotal moment. This is where the judges took a while. You know, they're obviously watching the replay. They wanted to get this score right, and they dropped an 8.27 for this one. And Gabby ended up regaining took the lead off Alyssa. So now Alyssa's on the back foot here. She's, you know, chasing a score. It's not a massive score. And the good news for her though is that she has priority. So if a set comes through and she continues with this form, she picks a good wave, you got to be thinking she's getting the score. So if it's a 2-wave set, Gabby's got to have an opportunity here to answer back too. So praying for Surf and praying Huey for, you know, some fireworks at the end here, Joe.
Oh, when you have a heat this good with two talented surfers, completely different skill sets, backhand versus forehand, it's a little bit of everything. This heat has had Cale Bell Warren on his feet really the whole time. He had a couple kind of heats before where he could just enjoy it because Gabby was just putting her foot down early, but he knows how close this one is. Alyssa will have first choice of a set if it comes through. She hasn't shown any nerves in her decision making. She hasn't overcooked any sections. She's just reading them so well, round after round. 90 seconds remaining. Pickham, Nichols coming up next here on finals day at Bells. It's not just the lead for the world title race that you're after at the first stop. It's also the lead in the GWM Aussie Treble, giving away the Tank 300 on the Gold Coast, which is the final stop of the 3 events on the CT level here in Australia. Isabella won it last year. She wants 2. Now entering the final minute. It's hard to pick winners these days when you have such a talented championship tour, expanding the tour for the first time to 24 for the women as well. Bringing back all the big legends from Sally to Tyler to Steph to Carissa. More momentum than we've ever had coming into a CT season. And for Gabriella Bryan, came as like kind of an underdog through the Challenger Series, got serious backing when she qualified for the CT and won 3 events last year, and now her first semifinal at Bells and maybe her first final. We'll find out in 20 seconds.
Wow, this is the moment here. It's coming down to this last wave.
Alyssa uses priority with 14 seconds to try to find a 6.94. Hits the first section under the lip, harder off the top. Third turn, throws some water. A lot of foam on the face, but still has her line set, and Alyssa is always able to stay on her feet on that sharp ice surfboard. Now, Gabby Bryan's on the wave behind to shut it down. Alyssa had to manage her time on the clock. You know, she wanted more of a set, but I'm still so impressed with how reliable she is. You could tell she's surfing on a lot of confidence and didn't fall one time in that heat.
No, she's still surfing so well. This wave a little bit smaller, but once again, she's continuing the form. Beautifully placed turns. Squares up here, that's my favorite moment. And I'd say, you know, the judges are going to think about this too, because directly behind her, I mean, maybe, okay, if you're going to be hypercritical, she did get ever so slightly hung up there at that last moment. And then behind her, Gabby's giving something, you know, for the judges to think about. Looks like it's only the 2-turn combo here, so you got to be thinking Gabby's not improving. And yeah.
Time winding out on semifinal number 1. Scores coming in for last of Alyssa Spencer at a 5.9. Not enough. Alyssa Spencer turning in a great welcome back to the championship tour. Will be equal 3rd on the rankings for the GWM Aussie Treble and the world title race. And Gabriella Bryan, a favorite to win from before round 1 started, has entered her first final appearance in her career at Bells Beach.
This is awesome. You think about all the finals she's won, you know, El Salvador, you've got Margaret River there. They're just all on these, you know, right-hand point breaks where she can really go to her strength. You know, you feel like Bells should be one of those ones that she's made in a finals appearance, and we're about to see it. And who's she going to have, Molly or Isabella?
We're about to find out. Gabby Bryan will get a break until she realizes her opponent. That's when we'll see her back in the final. Molly Pickham, Isabella Nichols coming up next. come down and hang out with us in the state of Victoria. And if you're here, you're lucky because it's a great timing to watch the Hydrolite Heat to Watch semifinal number 2. 2 Australian big names in pro surfing. One achieved a world title last year, Molly Pickham, Central Coast of New South Wales. She's come down to Bells so many times. She's a Rip Curl athlete. If you go to the Rip Curl headquarters, they have their big store there in Torquay. She is all over that place with big posters, world title moments, and also just laughing her head off and having a great time. She takes on the defending Bells champ, Isabella Nichols from the Sunshine Coast of Australia, who is looking for another win at Bells Beach. We mention all the time how there's little dynasties at Bells, especially on the women's side, where a lot of surfers win it once and often can repeat it the following season. Tyler Wright did that from 2022 to 2023, going back-to-back with her trophies. Courtney Conlog did it before her, 2016 to 2017. Carissa before that went 3 in a row. Sally went back-to-back. Steph did it before her, so now maybe it's just Isabella's time to reign.
Oh, that's cool. That's really cool. One of my favourite all-time surfers, you know, to win is Courtney. I miss Courtney Conlog a lot. I feel, you know, she was runner-up in the world. She's been such an incredible performer, and yeah, her surfing will always go down as one of my favourites on the bowl. Just the sheer power.
Hope you're doing well, Courtney. We miss you. The Sea Tiger.
Yeah.
The bigger it got, basically,
the better.
The crazier she got. She charges so hard, and she laughs when she falls in big waves. Remember that wave at main break she got? It was like a 25-footer, and then she just came up just cracking up in that famous Courtney Conlog cackle.
Courtney for the Big Wave World Tour, I reckon. Get out the big wave boards, Courtney.
100%. Hope she's watching. Hope you're doing well. Molly Pickham versus Isabella Nichols. Actually ran into Molly yesterday afternoon in the Rip Curl store. She got free clothes.
Oh, did she?
Yeah, anything she wants. She was like, yeah, I kind of want to pick out my finals day kit, you know? And,
that's funny.
She had about 5 people helping her out. She just seemed like she was in a really good headspace. Just looked like another day, just kind of realizing what she accomplished and how confident she feels in this space. She's been world #1 before into Australia and has lost the yellow jersey with early losses here at Bells. But this year, much different. Right now, all about positioning it. What have you learned about Isabella, Flick, on how she likes to start off heats?
She's pretty dominant, I will say. And, you know, this event so far, she has liked to, you know, maintain that inside position for sure. Right now, just a little note too, our host set's been making some serious movements. So I feel like that offshore is like really kicked up, right? You can even see it, just like it's evident. You see out the back right there at the top of the screen, there's white caps out there on the ocean. That wasn't happening this morning. And that's white caps and it's offshore. It's not onshore, it's offshore. So that wind really, I feel like has just clicked up a few knots. So ever so slight change in the conditions, which is so common here. You know, down on the surf coast, it's so exposed, the Southern Ocean.
Yeah, so true. Things can change in the snap of a fingers. Little wedge kind of underneath Isabella Nichols is Molly Pickham finding some space. Throws down a nice fun cutty. Nice wall to work with, clean rails for Pickham. Let's see if she can mix it up here, and she does lean back into that last hook. Has a nice flow and rhythm, and Molly ends up crushing that end section. Well done. Yeah, hard to kind of get that wave when Isabella's just watching you like a hawk. Bella loves to control the start of a heat, so job well done for Pickham finding some space there.
Yeah, that was just like the perfect little gift, the wedge that you're hoping for at Winky. When you just, the right thing Molly did was just position. You know, there's only, what, 10 metres between them, but it was enough for Molly to sneak this one here. And look, it's going to be a good score. I feel like, yeah, okay, smaller wave, but it had a beautiful cup to it. And she was really able to put that rail work on display. Just, you know, nice power. And then on the inside here, she really stamps her authority a couple of times. Gives us some variety. And then this move on the inside, she lines up for it and really kicks the fins out. Bit of pizzazz, but yeah, nice way to start for Molly. And I'm wondering how Isabella's going to adjust to this, because obviously she's liked to control the start of the heat, but Molly's just found this space. So yeah, this is going to be pretty interesting.
Just a nice aggressive start from Molly, kind of going, okay, you want the sets, I'm just going to get things started. And I love her rail work. I think when you're really brave and courageous and get 10s at pipe, it's sort of easy to talk about that as your favorite thing in their active surfing. But remember Molly got that 9+ ride at Margaret River on like a head-high wave when she just rolled the rail over so well? That was beyond impressive. Her rail game's really smooth and really precise. We got to see it on that one, Flick.
Oh, totally. I was going to bring that up in this heat because that was kind of the moment for me where Molly really cemented herself as one of, you know, someone who can get big scores for just those solid one maneuvers. You know, you talk about that. It was around a 16 heat against Tyler. She ended up beating Tyler, but that year she fell off tour. She made a comeback. She got back onto it. The following year, we saw that crazy Hail Mary moment at Sunset. You know, she got the 967 for that one huge turn. And for really for me, Molly's just, obviously we know Waves of Consequence, an absolute, you know, beast. But yeah, forever she'll be known as a surfer who's never going to back down.
What a fun time to be hanging out in the booth. Local legends get to hang out with you. It's an open door policy for Ellie Harrison, who's a big part of the fabric of this event, the local community, and the Rip Curl family as well. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me. Good to be here.
Happy Finals Day as well.
Yeah, happy Finals Day. Looks like we've got fun waves, so yeah, we're very lucky. It's been a tricky waiting period, so yeah.
Yeah, from your local insights at Winky Pop, what we're seeing today, we've been hearing about the shadowing that happens here when you've got a lot of west in the swell.
Yeah, no, it still looks like good opportunity though. I was just watching Bells. It looks like there's not much like waves out there, so a good option to go to Winky. And yeah, it looks like the girls have been putting up good scores, same as the guys, so should be a good Finals Day.
And how's your week been? You know, you've been a big part of this event now multiple times. This one you obviously wanted to go a little bit further in the draw, but overall, looking back at what you went through, what's the takeaway?
Yeah, it was tricky, like with the waves this event, but still had a really fun heat with Lakey. Would have liked to have some better waves with her. We struggled a bit out there, but yeah, it's still a great event. It's so good to be a part of. It's been like my dream since I was a Grom. I just watched some kids like run around the button just then. I just find it so funny. That's what I used to do, like try to sneak in, watch at Winky, walk from Bird Rock. So no, it's amazing to be a part of, and I'm super grateful, and hopefully I can be here one day on tour. Yeah.
Do you remember being that Grom, you know, coming down to watch this event, maybe your first Bells event? Do you remember which one it was?
I can't remember the year. I think Mum and Dad would bring us like mostly every year. Yeah, I've got photos with like so many pros, probably with Lakey, with Steph, Carissa. So it's like my lockers were next to Carissa and Steph this event, so it's just so special, full circle moment. Yeah, still, even though it's my third Bells, it still feels like I'm a Grom still. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a wild thing for anyone to step into that stage with your heroes, and you've handled that well over the last few years. What's motivating you for your competitive season moving on from this event?
I mean, I just love surfing, and with this little break now before the Challenger Series, I've just been really enjoying being at home. So like autumn here is just the best for waves. I know we didn't get great waves this comp, but it's always, just before the event was so fun. It was cooking, so it was a shame, but yeah, just stick around home, keep loving surfing, maybe go up to Gold Coast, keep watching the world's best, and yeah, just keep doing my thing. I
love it. Well, Molly Pickham got a 7.67, and now we are going to get a second scoring ride. Well, the first for Isabella Nichols. Nice fan of spray. Two surfers that ride for Darren Hanley, and this one another just perfect arc for Isabella, putting her board in the perfect spot. Great timing and tempo. Puts a little more into the finish, and she will right away. Trying to hang on with balance there. I feel like she did enough to get some points on that finish. Flick, what'd you see?
I think she did more than enough. That was pretty nuts. I loved it. I feel like that she waited a long time for that wave. I was thinking maybe Molly sneaking that one underneath her and dropping a 7.6 might ruffle her feathers, because we know she likes to control that start of the heat. But oh my goodness, what did you see here, Ellie? This is pretty crazy.
Yeah, wow, this is amazing. This is, I'm loving seeing Bella do her thing. Started off with a huge carve here. And into another one. She's, yeah, absolutely ripping this event, and that's going to be a huge score. I didn't see Molly's 7, but wow, that looked pretty good.
Ellie, do you have a theory on why so many surfers go back-to-back at this wave? As we watch another angle of Isabella, her carves are just so clean, so precise. She's definitely figured out the system at Winky Pop.
Yeah, 100%. Bella's done so much time down here. I think, yeah, she's really put in the hard work, and that showed with her first bell last year, as we see a huge carve. She's really worked out the waves down here, and I think, yeah, she's dropping huge scores, and it's good to see.
Yeah, what a rhythm. Likes to control the start of the heat, even though Molly just got a 7.67 underneath her. She still is bringing her best, and a radical finish. That was not easy to ride out of, Flick.
Oh, man. I mean, she mentioned it, that she's had a little knee tweak earlier in the week. My knees were hurting for her, just watching her just kind of recover over the top of her board and just seeing how compressed she got there. Obviously, there's no issues because she rode out of that one. Look, it was hard. It was really difficult, but yeah, she did good to stick with that one because
there's so much whitewater there, and then you could see her kind of putting the fist up, kind of almost going, I got it, judges, I got it, just to make sure, because over the years, there's been some like ones like, did they ride out, did they not?
Yeah.
They want to see that board kind of emerge from the whitewater. I just want to get a vote from the booth. Ellie, Flick, calling it that a make?
Oh, I need to watch it again now. You've kind of put
let's watch the finish again.
Sort of the doubt in my mind, and I'm like, maybe I just overlooked that. I was kind of just so focused on the beautiful rail work that, and like I was like, oh yeah, she made it, but I don't know. Maybe we need to watch that again.
Well, it was such an awesome, raw, dirty finish, like in a good way, where you just wanted her to get credit for it. Just going from clean rails into something radical. Everyone voted home too. Is this a clear make, and should she get a lot of points for that finish? Let's watch it. See, she's trying to get control.
Oh, yeah, okay.
I think so. When I first saw it, I didn't even notice, but then now that I see it on the replay, yeah, you can. Molly got a wave here.
Yeah, this is just for you, Ellie, to make a comparison. 7.67. This is how Molly opened up the heat.
Oh, is that?
That's
oh, is this
her
her first
wave.
wave? Okay. So a little bit smaller, bit of foam on the face, but she surfed it really good still. And yeah, big finish. Yeah, two different waves. I feel like Bella went back-to-back carves, but yeah.
Look, the judges are taking their time too with their scores. So now the shadow of doubt is in my mind, Joe. And I don't know, maybe they're questioning it too, or we won't know until we see the score drop, and then we'll have a good indication.
We got Ellie's vote. She's going, yeah, clear make.
Yeah.
Flick, you feeling?
Well, I said make originally because I didn't think anything of it, but then you put the shadow of doubt in my mind, Joe.
And my first reaction was, yeah, that looked great. It was such a sick turn. You're hoping that she'll get credit for it. Numbers locking in. You can see that asterisk on your screen, waiting for scores, and look what it turns into, an 8.5. She's getting that with a big finish. Well done to Isabella Nichols, hanging on to a radical end section turn and right back to excellence. Even though Molly threw the 7.67, she answered back, getting more points from the panel upstairs. Showing how comfy she is. No signs of any pain in her knee. She said she felt the adrenaline the other day when she knew she had to compete on it. She was really grateful her heat got called off the other afternoon and she was able to rest up and didn't do any free surfing, just waiting for her performance in the matchups. Molly now is priority and is just looking for an answer back, looking for her first bell of her career. The world title run for Molly was impressive, and I've talked to Flick about it for the last, 2 weeks or so and beyond. But Ellie, what about your reaction to the way Molly won last year? What was that like for you?
Oh, it's so special. Yeah, I think the whole of surfing wanted Molly to win last year. It was really good to see her do her thing, and yeah, it was unreal. I was so stoked for her.
And in this generation we have now, there used to just be these dynasties of Steph owning pro surfing, Carissa, Tyler, and all of a sudden we've got a Caroline world title, which was huge, then to Katie Simmers, then to Molly Pickham. Is it going to change this year? Or how's that going to go as the legends return to the tour?
Yeah, it will be interesting to see because there's literally like everyone on tour now. Carissa's back, Steph's back. You don't have your Taddy or your Joanne, but yeah, it'll be really interesting to see. I think Molly could go back to back, and I also think Carissa could come through and just win when she's first back. So yeah, it'll be a good good year, and I'm excited to watch.
There's all your mates here.
Yeah. Tully's coaching Molly, so it's so good to see. Great opportunity for him. He's always, like with Torquay board riders, when we do tag teams, always been that great kind of leader. So I think this is, great for him, great opportunity.
Well, we've had 2 waves ridden, Flick. Let's break down Molly's 7.67 to Isabella Nichols' 8.5 on the split screen. Stone and Wood slow-mo.
Yeah, so immediately it's wave height. Bella gets the jump. But you know what? When I think back to these 2 waves, right, like Bella got more work done clearly, okay, but we don't score quantity of manoeuvres, but you've got to look at the quality of Molly Pickham's turns and just how much spray she threw, and how, when she comes through to this last section as well, Molly, she gets like a real sort of progressive moment. So does Bella. They both kind of have that moment. The one thing, if I'm going to pick apart Bella's wave, she didn't ride out of that turn cleanly. If you're thinking if she rode out of that turn clean, like how Molly does on her wave, she's probably going to inch up into the 9-point range, I would say, if I was a judge.
As we look at wave number 2 for Molly Pickham, the world champ, setting up a bottom turn, a beautiful down carve. Sets up a nice wrapping turn in the pocket. Nice patience off the bottom. Throwing that rail turn back into the power source. Now pushing off the lip line. Hitting her target so well down the stretch, and there's the final maneuver for Pickham. The world champ answers back. Tully Wiley loves it. Ryan Fletcher too. Tully was a wild card in this event in the past as well. Just like we saw when we saw Cale Bell Warren on the beach. It's such a big part of the story of this contest, with Ellie Harrison with us as well, where not everyone has a world-class wave that's a CT event in their backyard, and you get to see these kids grow up. I remember seeing India Robinson as in the Rising Tides and then make the tour. It's one of the coolest transitions you could see. Rip Curl replay, Molly Pickham. Ellie, what'd you see?
Yeah, this was a great wave from Molly. You can tell after that first section, the wave kind of slowed up a little bit compared to Bella's, but she did really well just getting through these kind of fatter sections, and then it grew here. I love this slash, and then straight into that, and then big finish. I think that'll be a great score. Be good to see how it compares to Bella's.
Good angle from the water on this section, Flick.
The power carve and the extended, time on the rail on that first maneuver, for me, I really just love to see that. I loved it when Griff did it earlier today, and I'm loving this moment. For me, this is my single favourite moment, just that extended moment on the rail. And Ellie's right, it did get a little bit slower through this section, but she had a great read on it, and she finishes so strong. What I am loving out of this heat is both women are bringing the best out of each other. We heard Isabella talk this morning to Vaughan, we're giving sort of a bit of a conditions update and what to expect, and, talking about the matchup with Molly. She was like, she's world champ, but I kind of want these matchups because I know that these kind of surfers, the world champ's going to bring the best out of me, and if I want to be in that sort of conversation, I've got to be beating them, and I've got to be, my performances have to be consistently rising to that occasion. So, that's what I'm loving from this heat. They're bringing out the best in each other.
Molly. Last score for Molly Pickham, 7.17, 7.67. You've got to watch the movie Sketchy when you get the chance. Rip Curl's new movie. It was an absolute classic. There's a part in there where that little sound will make sense when you see it. Molly Pickham, Morgan Siblick, the stars of that in the acting and in the surfing. Vaughn Blakey and Nick Paulette did such a great job, and the premiere was amazing at the pub. It was quiet, which is rare for that setting, and it was just all focused on the action, the feel-good movie of the year. As we see a familiar face taking the deep breaths, Miguel Pupo comes up against Griff and Kolapinto in semi-1.
Wow, that was cool. You could just see him trying to expel some of that energy, get that carbon dioxide out, and probably get some of that oxygen in, I'd say. But yeah, he's got a massive matchup coming up. Griff, he's looking incredible. So many people's pick for, the guy who's going to ring the bell, but Miguel has just unlocked the code here at Winky, so it's going to be a great matchup.
Couple of Mophie power move contenders in this second semifinal with Molly Pickham and Isabella Nichols. Pickham, couple of 7s out in front. Bella, 8.5, chasing a 6.34. We'll take a Bonsoy brew break.
The Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach presented by Bonsoy is brought to you by Hydrolite, official oral rehydration partner of WSL Australia. By Mophie, empowering you to live your life untethered. Power on. By Boost Mobile, official telecommunication partner of WSL Australia. And by Volley Shoes, official footwear of the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach presented by Bonsoy.
It's been a really fun Saturday and finals day at the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach presented by Bonsoy. Molly, Isabella still enjoying their semi-final. Right now it's time to check in with Vaughn Blakey with our friends at Yeti.
Well, we all know what you get if you get a 10-point ride on the championship tour. You get a 110 tumbler from Yeti, but mate, there is so much more to this company than that. Come on down to the Yeti activation where we've got all sorts of products down here. Dan, not just the products as well, something you can take home and keep forever.
Yeah, for sure. We're doing some customization. So anything you pick up from the Rip Curl merch shop, you can bring over to us. It'll have the Bells logo cut onto it. We can chuck it into our laser engraver and cut your name onto it or some custom nickname. Come on down and get it customized. Put a little extra toppings on your hot dog there.
Love that, mate. And what is this color? I've never spotted that one before.
This is our new release in Australia here. This is Desert Bloom. This just came out a couple days ago, and it's going to come out in the full range. You got your soft coolers, and you're also going to have your drinkware coming out too.
Unreal, mate. Always good to have Yeti on board at the Rip Curl Pro, and looking forward to seeing one of those 110s go out this afternoon.
Yeah, Vaughn, I love it. Already staring down the cam at the end there. I love it. 10-point rides all year will be celebrated with a Yeti 110 Tundra. That's going to be something we'll follow all season long. 10s don't happen every event. Vaughn's trying to will one to happen here in the finals day scenario. We've got semifinals for men left to find one. Back end of this semifinal too. Griff and Kolapinto in his happy place, starting to warm up for a good clash with Miguel Pupo. Griff's had a semifinal last year, runner-up the year before. He actually had a lot of early round exits at Bells before he cracked the code. But breaking down Winky Pop versus Bells, you know, some people have different opinions on where they like to surf. Ellie Harrison, break it down for us. Just what Winky brings at the fun factor compared to the best aspects of the bowl.
Yeah, like my personal preference is always Winky. I rock up, but sometimes I won't even check Bells. So just go straight to Winky. But no, Bells Bowl, like if you're going to get the sets, like I'll 100% go out there. It's sometimes a little bit hard with the guys on bigger boards, but I also just appreciate watching Bells. I feel like it's so nice to just watch people do their thing out there, and then Winky I like to, yeah, just go out and have my fun out there.
I like the breakdown. Priority with the defending Bells champ, Isabella Nichols. Needs a 6.34 for the lead. Nice turn there off the top. Good pace. She's got these big forehand swoops on the open wall. And she can really dirty things up with a big finishing move like she did on her wave previous. Nice snap off the lip line, and she won't get a big closeout section to hammer there. But she wasn't looking for an 8 for the lead change, just a 6.34 flick.
Yeah, I mean, you probably had a better read on it, Ellie. Winky's your favourite wave, but to me that looked like it had a funny few little cup and sections in it. What did you see?
Yeah, like it looked like a nice wave at the start, but didn't quite connect with that first carve, and that was nice slashing, but it kind of looked like a hard wave to surf. Yeah, and she took it through this inside, and it just went a little bit fat and didn't get an end section, so I don't know if it's going there with the score, but...
Like that read. It was sort of like not those big open face swoops she has where she really got to let go of a lot of speed and really commit to the turns, where it was kind of a little bit of dig in but wait, stay flat as the section stayed full on her. So chasing a 6.34. Judges will break that one down from their angle, and throughout this whole event she's been kind of perfect with her strikes to try to get the lead when she's needed it. So if she ends up short, it'll be a different feeling for Isabel than she's had throughout this event.
Yeah, I think it wasn't, I could be wrong, but it wasn't completely convincing to me. I feel like with all her waves and you know, you want that to be that convincing feeling once you kick off or, you know, once you complete that final maneuver. So, yeah, she's going to have to go back to the drawing board here, I think, and just, you know, act as if she hasn't got the score. So, yeah, it's going to...
Score locks in. Not enough. A 4.83. Great breakdown. We'll watch it again.
Yeah, so for me, instantly, I mean, there's heaps of wind out there at the moment. You can just really see it. It's really evident on this wave, but just didn't have that same feeling, you know, that we'd seen from those previous waves. Obviously, those previous ones going so high. The quality of the wave kind of limiting to her, like, what she could get done. I feel like Molly kind of was really pressuring her to make that decision too. You know, if you go back to the beginning of that, Molly was like making her think about it, like, yeah, you're going to really take this thing or not? And Isabella pulled the trigger. So right now, Molly's in a pretty commanding position. Good news for Bella, though. She's got the highest weight of the heat, right? She's not chasing down a massive number. But as we see a pretty epic sign. Go slay, Pickles. But yeah.
Lot of Molly signage around the neighborhoods, all the way down here to Bells Beach. Clear fan favorite locally here in Australia and globally now as the reigning world champ for her surfing, for her awesome personality. Ellie, have you been able to do some strike missions with Molly or do some filming together over the last few years?
Nah, not really. I haven't. Bella's going to have a look here.
Isabella trying to answer from her 4.83, just up and out, playing the non-priority game now. And Molly will control the lineup. But yeah, not yet. Hopefully we can make some of those trips happen.
Hopefully. She's pretty funny. She always gives everyone the time of the day, and yeah, great human, so would be fun. But I have had a couple trips with Bella, actually, and yeah, they've been super fun.
Where have you guys gone?
We've gone to Indo, Mexico, and then just when she came back down to the Challenger Series, she always kind of hung out with me and took me under her wing, kind of. So, yeah, she's a great role model to all young girls.
Oh, what a legend.
Yeah.
And fun to see her success on the CS to put herself right back on tour, then to winning bells, finaling in El Salvador last year. Look at that, a powerful section, putting a lot more into it is Isabella Nichols, pushing hard off the top again. End section, she will slam that one shut. So that's that competitive spirit of going, hang on, they gave me a 4 for those lateral cutbacks. I'm going to get an inside track to hit the lip 3 times. Chasing a 6.34 flick.
Yeah, that one had a good feeling to it. I feel it just instantly, you're kind of like, okay, this could be coming into the realm of the score she's chasing. 3 big belts into the lip. I feel I was trying to, you know, sort of find the differences between these two women before this heat. And for me, Molly's got a number on power, but the in turn of that is Bella's got a number in precision. I feel like, you know, she comes from, you know, the Sunshine Coast. She's now based on the Goldie. She's no stranger to right-hand point breaks, and Winky really is that. It's fast-moving, it's down the line, and I feel like that kind of surfing was really evident there on that last wave.
Yeah, that was just perfectly timed surfing, and I think she just created an opportunity out of nothing there. When the wave was coming in, it kind of looked like a small one, and then it fully just grew. She might have not known that it was going to do that, but I think I'm really liking that wave from Bella. Really just created something out of nothing.
So you can see that asterisk on your screen next to Isabella's 2-wave total of 13.33. That means there's a wave to be scored. Then it says waiting for scores, but that's what that little asterisk means. If you look at a scoreboard and you're waiting for the situation update, you can tell if there's waves on the way. And Isabella, a very important one as she's trying to accomplish one of the hardest goals in pro surfing, is going back-to-back at any CT venue, let alone bells and Winky Pop. Doing so well last year. Was in the final 5 for a big part of last season. Just fell out of the mix before we got to Fiji. Working with Jay Bottle Thompson in this one. And Isabella will wait for the outcome. Scores come through, chasing a 6.34. It's not enough. A 5.77. The highest scores from the panel were 6.0s, so all judges in agreement that she needs to do more with now minute 10 on the clock.
Look, I can see why too. I mean, it was a smaller wave, right? And therefore it's generally going to be smaller turns. Let's see if Molly pulls the trigger. Looks like she is going to.
Pickham with priority and the lead. Will set up that first turn, leans into it. She gets a little full on the face, but she'll try to dig in again, just hitting some speed bumps there in the pocket. So it ends up being a defensive wave, but that will hand Isabella priority with 40 seconds on the clock. Molly looking for her first win at Bells Beach. She's got the runner-up trophy at home. She was runner-up to Tyler here at Winky Pop a couple years ago, but this is just the second time that she's made the semifinals. Molly working with Tully Wiley here. And that's her whole crew. JT at Rip Curl, Ryan Fletcher, part of her management. At Big O, we found you, buddy. Hiding under the hoodie there. Man, it's been fun seeing Owen here at finals day as well, but we are going to count this one down. Molly Pickham, the reigning world champ, wants to stay in the leader's jersey, and she will enter the final of the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, presented by Bonsoy, eliminating last year's champion with a 14.84 combined total. That's how you start your world title defense, Flick.
Oh wow, that was a masterclass from Pickles, and great surfing. She surfed a couple of waves up, I will say. Bella definitely had that best wave in the heat, but she did what she needed to do, and she's got one hand on that trophy.
Well done, Molly, into the final. And that's going to be a fun one to see her compete with Gabby Bryan. Ellie, thanks so much for hanging out with us.
Thanks for having me. Great to be here.
Finals day continues. Miguel Pupo, Griff and Kolapinto coming up next. The GWM Aussie treble, the best in Australia. The double favorite. Bells are ringing here on the cliffs of the Western Australia Margaret River Pro.
Gold Coast, Queensland, Australia.
300 is good.
The first stop on the GWM Aussie treble is nearing an end, and soon we'll have a rankings leader. Molly Pickham, what a performance there in the semi-final. She will take on Gabriella Bryan in the final of the 63rd edition of the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, presented by Bonsoy, as we now get set to set up the men's final. And we've got a couple of great semis here. Ronnie Blakey, Richie Lovett, Vaughn Blakey for the call. Oh, this is going to be a big one. Miggy Pupo on his way to his best ever finish here at Bells Beach. Griff and Kolapinto. He's been on fire at this venue, Rich, the last few years, and he wants to get that trophy as well.
Sure does. He's been incredible through the whole event. Just so composed, feels confident. The surfing's on, boards look amazing. The whole coach partnership it seems to be working well. Yeah, he's all fired up. But Miggy, mate, he's been laying down some of the best tracks on the backhand. And, well, he's just been, you know, dining out on the waves down here at Winky.
Most definitely. Vaughn, what's your thoughts on this heat? Miggy showing that his veteran class has really come to the fore in some big heats, but Griffin has sort of looked like one of the guys to beat.
Yeah, Griffin's been so just calm. You know, he's really managed his energy so well. It's such a good heat, this one. Griff really showed a lot of strategy animal in that last heat against Canoa to make this semi, and I just thought, wow, that's really cool. Like, you see Griff get out there, we know he's a competitive beast, but really just putting his strategy to work after a really great start in that last one. So this will be a battle. Miguel's just looking huge on the wave face. That's like all the Brazilian storm at the moment just looks so big.
Yeah, the storm's been raging down here at the first stop of the 2026 season.
Cat 5.
Yeah. Exactly. Not a lot of history for two surfers who've done a number of laps on the championship tour. Just one previous head-to-head clash. Griff getting the jump on Miggy in the early rounds at G-Land back in 2021. So this is going to be really interesting. Griff is the lone regular footer left in the mix here, and he's just shown us so many different lines with those big rail carbs, you know, big hits, throwing the fins, and also a couple of rotations. That might give him a bit of an edge here over Miguel.
Yeah, look, it's been this whole debate that we've been having all week, the goofy versus natural, and really leaning into their strengths. But Griff just shows great variety through every heat, on every wave. He doesn't just deliver the judges the one thing, and they can sort of not get bored, but, you know, they get excited when you do mix it up, and Griff certainly has been mixing up those cars with the quick snaps, gets the little phone drift, and he's been throwing airs as well. I will note, though, that this wind feels like it's just checked up about 5 or 10 knots in the last few minutes. Our commentary booth is almost taking off here, so the waves at Winky here, somewhat protected. Bells is really strong at the moment over our shoulder. I just took a quick glimpse there, but you know, Griff's the air factor's almost taken out of play a little bit with this wind blowing down the point a little bit more. So for me, it's going to be a rail game, real power shootout, this one.
14th year on the CT for Miguel Pupo, his wife, his 4 daughters. They'd be tuned in watching this unfold. They know it's a magic start to a championship tour schedule for him. Maybe one of the best he's ever had. So, you know, still showing that he's got what it takes to challenge his peers out here. We've got some set waves approaching. Miguel's already kind of moved down the line. No waves ridden, so priority still neutral at the top of this heat, and Griffin actually sitting very deep at the moment, probably by choice. You know, he's got that amazing drive, that high line drive down the wall that he can get going, and it can set up a big opening turn on that first steep section.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's the beauty of the forehand. You can drive around these longer sections, come from behind it, and then get that vertical style approach. Whereas the goofy footers can sort of stay tighter in that little pocket energy part and then come up and square up, get it vertical on the backhand.
Good excuse for us to celebrate some of the magic goofy-footed performance we've seen here over the years, Vaughan, and also the regulars who are some of your favourites or have been your favourites over the years to watch down here at the Pro, and who sort of set the standard?
Well, for the Goofs, it starts and ends with Occy, doesn't it? He's just he's got the line, particularly if you're talking about Bell's Bowl. I'm trying to think of goofy performances at Winky that have really blown my mind. Gabriel Medina is probably the most recency biased one, because he went so turbo in that last heat. But yeah, Occy is the guy who sets the standard for the Goofs. Always.
We'll talk about inspirational regular footers in a moment. Got some sets standing up on the outside here. No waves ridden just yet. A spot in the final is on the line. Miguel Pupo charging down the line to get himself into position. But he isn't going to have a crack at this one. Let's quickly check in with our second women's finalist. Molly Pickham is with Jessie Starling.
Mo, we're too busy chatting to be listening. Mo, so close to finally ringing that bell. We used to talk about it as little girls. It's just such a dream event to win, and you've been there before and you've just fell short, but you're so close to getting the big one.
Yeah, I kind of blinked and I was in a final like last time, and I think I was just like starstruck. I was there with Tyler, and I kind of just felt like I let that one slip through my fingers. So second time round, let's hope I can, I don't know, just make good decisions. I just hope the best wave's coming to me and I'll do what I can control. And it would be an absolute dream though. Like, let's be honest, I am frothing and I really do want to ring that thing. It's a dream of mine. And I just, obviously, like, Rip Curl sponsored this event. It's just, my whole Rip Curl family's here, like my whole Victoria family's here. So I want to win it in front of them and for them. And what a great way to start the year.
Tell me, because it looked pretty tense out there at the start of the heat. There was a pretty good paddle battle. Were you talking to each other?
Yeah, I was, we obviously love the inside and don't, like, we're both fighters as competitors, and that always creates a fun game like we saw. And I don't know, I was just like trying to do my thing, and then she started laughing at me like, "Oh, I love this," she said to me, and I was like, "Yeah, well, let's go." Like, and then I just like broke away and kind of, I guess I won that first little game, so happy to kind of win 2 little games there.
And then Gabby, obviously, got to touch on it. You guys had so many finals last year. It's a sore spot, but J-Bay, you had the lead right at the end. Unfortunately, let her go. We're kind of revisiting that now. Are you going to kind of keep that in the back of your mind?
Yeah, I've let a few finals slip through my fingers, and I think my main thing here, I know obviously to win, but I just want to make sure I'm like real certain with my decisions and committing to them and not doing anything silly. So let's see. I definitely want to get her though, for sure. And I'm psyched that Gabby's in the final with me. I think she's been setting a kind of power standard for us on tour. So she inspires me, and I'm hyped to take her out, hopefully.
So proud of you, Mole. Let's see it. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Jessie. Yeah, brilliant surfing from Molly Pickham. She'll have to do that again and more to overcome the power of Gabriella Bryan, but 2 of the most dominant forces on the championship tour last season meeting in this very first event. And already you got to start thinking, wow, this is going to be a world title showdown for the ages, not just between those 2, but from some of the other great performances that we saw in the earlier rounds. We're going to see big performances from our semi-finalists on the men's side now. We were talking about inspirational goofy footers before. Oki's name came up. A goofy that's been on fire out there in the lineup this event without even riding waves is Kaipo.
Oh, yeah, thanks, Ron. Just a little wind report. It's definitely kicked up. It's brisk. It's going to be an additional kind of challenge for the surfers, especially when it comes to airs. It's really kicked up out here. The swell, though, is on point. It's showing up, so I love what I see in front of me, but there will be that challenge. And also, Ron, I want to welcome back to Earth a WSL fan, Christina Koch, a NASA astronaut on the Artemis 2 mission. The Orion has splashed down successfully. Christina, welcome back to Earth, and you're just in time for the finals here at the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach.
I believe she was watching the broadcast live on her mobile as they came back down. So thank you, Kipes, and yeah, looking forward to watching the rest of this heat play out. Obviously, nothing has happened in the opening stages here. Rich, priority still neutral. It's kind of been there's been a lot of movement in the lineup, so the positioning is definitely in the forefront of the mind of these 2 competitors. We mentioned goofy footers that have excelled out here over the years. What about regular footers? Who sets the standard for you here at the Bells event?
In the modern era, I just love the way Ethan Ewing surfs out here. Incredible lines, sort of Tom Curran-esque. And then as you go down the line, I mean, I think back to some of the recent performances over the last sort of 5 to 10 years. Felipe Toledo at the bowl has thrown down some of the big individual numbers. John Florence, obviously an incredible one. And then there was that period where I was sort of on tour and then off tour, and the likes of Mick Fanning and Joel Parkinson really dominated this event for that decade.
Good shout. Yeah, I mean, so many great regular footer performances. Kelly obviously had a great relationship with Bells after a shaky start down here as a Grom, but certainly figured the place out. Yeah. Andy Irons too, great relationship at this venue.
Yep.
So fun to think about those greats and the incredible honour roll for this event, Vaughan. It really is a special trophy, not just in the surfing world, but it's kind of just iconic across all sports.
Oh, for sure. And just speaking of regular footers who tore this place to pieces, I've got to give a doff to the great Matt Hoy. Love the way that he tore this place up, and that bell, I think he got one of the perpetual ones. He didn't just get the big bell, he got sort of like when the trophy, the old trophy had run out of space for names, he got to keep the big one. So that sits in his house, pride of place. G'day, Hoy. He'd be watching on for sure.
Absolutely.
All former Bells winners are tuned in. You do not miss this sort of thing. And thinking of another couple of goofs, actually, Duma and BL, both winners here.
Absolutely.
TBC,
Tom Carroll.
of course.
Here we go.
Here we go. Game on.
Griff and Kolapinto is going to get things started here in the semi-finals up against Miguel Pupo. He throws that rotation, something he's been able to execute quite easily in the most difficult of winds. But on this occasion, that gusting breeze gets the better of him.
Yeah, and that's that wind that Kaipo was referring to, and it's blowing down the point. We had wind coming almost 180 degree the opposite way early on in the event window, and it was really helping the way the board stick to the surface feet as we look at the stone and wood replay. Slow-mo here. You see Griff just takes to the air, and that board just starts fluttering underneath his feet. He never really had control of that manoeuvre, but he obviously had to go pretty hard. Here's Miguel Pupo.
Yeah, Miguel, speed float, lands on his toes and gets
solid.
up into the pocket and just annihilates the lip, not once but twice. Now carving back, adding the extras. Good mix-up between moves, and that is going to win him the opening exchange here. Impressive stuff from the Brazilian vet. Just under 20 minutes to go, and this semi-final has come to life.
We may not have the variation of Griff and Kolapinto, but he doesn't need it in these conditions. I mean, he just lines this thing up and tees off. Backhand placement, flawless, Rich, and the big rooster tails just go boom into the air. Oh, that was classy stuff.
Yeah, it really is. I still see it as an advantage for the goofy footers. They can kind of square up. Big projection, speed float down the line. They just come right up vertical in the pocket, and he does two of those in a row. And Vorno, the difference on that backhand is the tightness of radius of the arc that you can do on your backhand versus the forehand. You've got to extend the line out a little bit further, but having that motion where you kind of come up and you do that figure eight path, keep it nice and tight, and really good vision here. You can see Miguel just drifting the fins a little bit on those two wallops through the inside section. And that's that moment there that I'm talking about. That tight pivot off the lip, really high up in the wave, comes straight back on the hillside rail again, and that moment right there shifts the weight back forward onto the front foot to get that little sliding moment with the tail, and then carves through that third turn, brings it all the way in, and just hammer time on this final section. And again, that really tight pivoting motion, and well, that's an ideal way to start the heat against the likes of Griff and Kolapinto. Big number.
Oh, excellent score here for Miguel. As we see it pop across your screens there, the IC score update, the average solid, excellent stuff, 8.17. And Griffin, you know, it has to be said, in this event has held his nerve when his opponent has dropped a big score, starting with his opening heat against the wildcard Dane Henry, who won a lot of surf fans with his aerial antics out here in that clash. So Griffin has already proven that, you know, when someone drops the big score on him, that he can keep his head together and stay in it. Yeah, well, he said himself that, you know, without the start he had last year, he might not have been in the same frame of mind to get over the top of Dane Henry after such an incredible start the young wildcard got in that heat. You know, a lot of other people would have delaminated, but Griff has learned a lot about resilience and having your back to the wall. He just kept his calm, and he actually met firepower with firepower in that heat. You know, Dane was taken to the air and going ballistic, and I just get the sense that maybe in this one, after that sort of failed air attempt, Griff might just go, okay, well, Miggy's going turbo here with the rail and the power game. Well, I can match that as well.
Griff's unflappable. You know, he's that calm and composed, and has so much confidence in what he can do. So I think he'll just, you know, he'll wait for his moment and he'll strike. 17 minutes to go here. Let's throw it down on the stairs with Jesse Starling and get some insights on the equipment being ridden by these competitors.
Yeah, Miggy obviously on JS Surfboards. Tell me, give me the inside scoop. What's his riding?
He's actually on his brother's Monster.
Oh.
Yeah, well, the file that we've filed for this year is a semi-Pupo Monster, the one that Semi's done so well on. So it all started a few years ago when Semi won Snapper on this one. So we've kind of put it out to everyone over the last couple of years, or the team, the young guys and the old boys, and we seem to be going all right with it.
Why is it working so well? What's kind of different about it that's giving all these competitors an edge?
I think it's just, I mean, if you look at Samuel's surfing, the speed that he gets, and which is pretty telling. You know, when you see Samuel surf, the speed and the rails, and he just does everything. So I think it really suits, a lot of the guys surfing. So they want to go fast. So yeah, they all want to go as fast as Sammy.
We know there's a great amount of heckle between you and the other shapers. I love listening into all of your conversations. Obviously, we've got the shaper rankings this year as well. You've got a big stable of surfers. You've added 2 new ones with Canoa and Jack. You'd love to take the win.
Yeah, of course. We're as competitive as the boys putting on the jerseys, you know, so yeah, we're competitive. There's not much more I'm going to elaborate on that one. Yeah, we all want the win.
Beautiful, we love it. Thanks for the insight, JS. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. And Miguel Pupo is going to give him a really good shot, having already banked an 8.17 in this heat. JS with 8 riders on the CT this year. Kelly Vass, Matthias Hurdy also joining the ranks. So we'll have a good run at the Surfboard Empire Shaper Rankings presented by Vaya. Got 15 minutes remaining here. And Griff, a couple of uncharacteristic falls, but he has taken some falls in his earlier heats as well. So we'll see if he can rebound. And Pupo backing up that excellent score, Rich.
Oh, wow. Look at that, that second turn and the third. Oh, it just overcooks it slightly. Catches that outside edge and goes down. But it was all looking good up to that point. Gee, the board is looking just mint underneath his feet, isn't it? I like kind of, it looks like there's a little bit more nose there, so perhaps just riding a full-length shorty at the moment. But yeah, he's looking fantastic, Miguel Pupo, up for the challenge.
Just over 14 minutes to go. It was fun at the start of this heat with a bit of a lull to start celebrating some of the best out here. And one guy in his time on tour that had amazing performances at this venue and many more is the great Richard Cram. And we want to send a very special shout out to Richard Cram. He lost his wife Lisa earlier last month. Big part of the surfing community, a beautiful soul. Mother to Baden, Bo, Dylan and Jed, all have their own families now. So she was a doting grandmother, and her loss is really felt around the surfing world. So a big shout out to Richard Cram. Let's see if Griff and Kolapinto can't lay down a trademark Richard Cram frontside carve in celebration of Lisa. But there we go, Miguel kicking out of this one. Still looking for that big second score. I think, you know, Miggy's really aware of just how composed Griffin's been in these moments, Vaughan. He's made a habit of fighting his way back out of these tough heats.
He has, yeah. Miguel is, I just can't believe he keeps getting better every year. And I guess, like, as a top level athlete, you're looking for the key to unlock the next chapter in your performance. And every year he comes back to this CT, he's better than the year before. And this is like one of the best performances we've seen from him. Certainly his best ever at Bells. But yeah, he won't be getting ahead of himself at all. Like, he's got one eye on the final, but he's definitely got that other eye on Griffin right now. And he's got that 3-3. That could have been a slightly more telling number if he didn't have that little stumble, but he's looking so good.
He is. He's looking fantastic. 12.5 minutes to go here. Griffin Kolapinto at the moment chasing a 9.5.
The Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach presented by Bonsoy is brought to you by Yeti, built for the wild. And by RACV, official resort and accommodation partner of the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach.
It's semi-finals time here, 10.5 minutes to go. Miguel Pupo on the inside, finishing off another ride during the break. Griffin just forced to be patient. Very different situation to his previous quarterfinal heat where he just had the momentum early, but he did get this one during the break, Vaughan.
Yeah, flying down the line. This is not the wave that he was after by the looks of things, but he'll get the big air grab, and he doesn't get the make. That one just had nothing steep in the face at all, so a real tough one for Griff there.
And then Miguel got himself into the action as well here, Rich.
Yeah, so Miggy starting to wind up on the backhand again. Just a little bit of texture and foam on the face of this one, but Miguel just, again, seamlessly finds these beautiful moments on the wave to just put that backhand hammer on display. And he appears to be in full control of the situation at the moment. A couple of uncharacteristic falls for Griffin. And have a look at this. Miggy pops in another number, 5.5. So the scoreline, it's starting to look healthy.
Yeah, Griffin's comboed, and there's not a whole lot of time in a pretty slow lineup here. Adriano de Souza won the event in 2013. Here goes Griff. That wind seems to have laid down a little bit. And Kolapinto goes to work on the rail a couple of times here, driving up into the bowl again, ripping through another nice, clean rail turn. And now looking for a bit more impact down the line, but doesn't find it on this ride. Pupo on the outside. He kicks out of one as well. 9 minutes to go. He wants to get that priority back on the outside and control the later stages of this clash.
Well, I love those turns, though. That was definitely up surfing. The wave wasn't giving him what he wanted, but he made sure that the judges stayed interested. He pulled that rail through with such aggression. Just water flying everywhere, and it's going to, reduce that requirement significantly, Rick.
Yeah, absolutely. This is by far Griffin's best score. Let's have a look at the replay here. Gets nice and low. Beautiful.
That is sick.
Opening hack. Just a full tilt carve, and he backs it up with another one. So to this point, he is extracting every point out of this wave, and then just does a little tic-tac through the middle here. But these opening two turns, so well connected. Again, on the forehand, just roping big rail turns.
He's been surfing at the speed limit, Vaughan, on his run throughout the contest, just having an amazing flow. Not since his heat with Dane Henry have we seen him put the foot down like this. That was a lot of pressure on the rail of the board, hard on the tail, and I'm expecting he'll bust his way out of combination here.
That wave had almost zero down the line speed, and that's what he's been sort of relying on, or at least that's what he's been hooking into. And that wave, it was steep enough for him to produce, world-class rail surfing just then. Like, when you see a surfer of his caliber really apply pressure, it is a thing of beauty. Those first two turns, mate, nom, nom, nom. Eat that up all day long.
Stone and Wood slow-mo. Let's break down the technique here. Just so compressed at the end of the turn. And watch him get nice and low. Pumps off the bottom turn here. Drives for speed. Watch the back arm. Comes right across the chest. And that is the pathway that the turn follows. And again, nice and compressed. So just harnessing all that energy and power in the lower part of his body. Now he just lets that weightlessness happen on the back half of the turn. Lets the tail drift slightly and then re-engages. So couldn't have done much more with that wave.
There's the tip of the cap to Richard Cram. That was sick. Nice turns, but you could tell he wanted to find a finish on that wave to throw maybe one of those big trademark reverses. Didn't really get it. He had to kick out of that one. So just a 5.5. It matches the second score of Miguel Pupo, and he's chipped away at that combination now after an excellent score still, an 8.18.
Yeah, it's right there. And I guess if we want to break down that score just a little more, the vertical nature of Miguel's waves and the way that wave was standing up and his attack on that, I mean, it was flawless frontside carving, power surfing at its best. Mate, if he did that on a 5 foot, 6 foot wave that was steeper, that score goes into the 8s and 9s.
All right, well, Kipes watching these exchanges closer than anyone else. Kipes, how's it look from the water?
Well, Ron, you wake up feeling a little goofy? That's how I feel every day. And that's what I'm frothing on right now, is the performances of the goofy foot, especially Miguel Pupo. And extra froth, if Miguel comes out of this semifinal, guess what? We're guaranteed an all goofy foot final. How are them marbles for you?
Yeah, we'll see. Still a bit of time on the clock, but he is doing some exceptional surfing as we see Dora run down. But yeah.
I tell you what, if Miguel gets out of this too, we're guaranteed a Brazilian champion this year.
Yeah, it is going to be a new champion. We know that. None of these competitors have held that big trophy. 5 minutes to go. I think we can expect a bit more action in this clash. Thinking about Miguel, you know, all that time on tour, his 14th year now. He's only made one final. Got a pretty good strike rate when he gets there. Took out the Tahiti event back in 2022 with an impressive performance. Dropped a 9 and an 8.17 against Carly Vast to claim the victory there. It was a celebrated win amongst his peer group on the tour. He's such a popular guy. Really well liked.
Think of another goofy who spent, you know, a decade on tour before they got their first win, and it was in pumping lefts as well. And he went on to win quite a few CTs in his life. That's Luke Egan. And Miguel's kind of followed that pathway, you know, earned his stripes, spent all his time there learning, getting better, getting stronger. And then when the wave showed up and it was quality, you know, he was ready for it. Yeah, Big Louie down at the comp, coaching athletes, and great to see him. But yeah, I think that's a similar sort of career trajectory between those two.
Most definitely. Well, very comparable rides. Those last counting scores for our surfers, Rich. Why don't you take us through these two?
Sure, let's have a look at it. So the backhand versus the forehand. So a tighter wrap for Griffin with a little bit more power, and then wraps up into the second one again. And Griff staying nice and high. And this is, looking at Miguel Pupo coming down the line here. Just on reflection of the replay, it was all that work that Griff got done at the opening moments of that wave.
What's kind of killing that comparison is the down-the-line speed that Miguel had. In real time, he was going a lot faster and wasn't sort of matching the pace of the wave, but the turns actually look a lot stronger in Griff's wave, no doubt.
Yeah, they did on the replay for sure.
Yeah, he'd just be happy to have broken that combination still. He was always going to be chasing a score. As we see the Brazilian squad here watching on, including Sammy, Miggy's younger brother, Mateus Hurdy there as well. They got to be loving this situation he's put himself in, holding onto the heat lead and priority with just 2.5 minutes to go. And that's been a momentum killer for people who've been on the wrong side of priority in these slower conditions, chasing a big score in the later stages.
Yeah, it's a difficult position to be in when you're relying on the ocean to actually deliver something that you can work on. And at the moment, Griff, he's going to have to try and wrestle priority from Miguel and then find that wave. So hoping for a two-wave set at least.
Oh, here we go, a bit of movement here. Griffin, he doesn't have many options here. He's got to have a crack at it. Chasing an excellent score, though, and it's going to be hard to do on this wave unless he can pull a monster air, and that's what he's loading up for. Opens the stance, finds the section.
Whoa, no.
Loses his footing. The board flickers in the wind. He looks all right. He's going to check the board. No, he seems to be okay, so there mustn't have been too much impact there. 1 minute and 30 seconds to go. I can sense that you two felt that Griff should maybe be chasing just a little less than the excellent score.
Definitely think that.
But also, he'd still be chasing a number, and that wave wasn't going to be it. So, still needs that score. Seems like he would be up for the challenge, but now he finds himself a little farther down the line. Now he's checking that equipment. The fins are still intact. That's the main thing. Even if there was a big heel in the bottom of that board, he'd still be able to let go of some decent turns. 1 minute to go here. Miguel Pupo certainly went into this heat as the underdog, just on the form that Griffin carried through the back half of last year and the way he performed in the WSL finals in Fiji. He's just looked so strong and composed on his road through to the contest and looked like he had another gear that he could get to. But Miggy's been really sharp with his wave selection and really surfing mistake-free heats even up until this point.
Absolutely, and I just want to touch on rhythm as well. There was that tussle where these guys, it was almost a restart. We were 1 minute away from a restart, and then Miguel got himself into the rhythm, got the best wave. Got to give him credit for converting on that 817, and that just started the rhythm of this heat in terms of the waves that these guys ended up on. And yeah, just back to your comment, Ronnie, kind of feel like that 5-5 maybe should have been a 6-5 point better, but the clock's beating him at this point.
Inconsequential in the end because there wasn't a wave of note that rolled through that had any kind of score on it in those final stages. Miguel Pupo on to his second final in an amazing career, and let's see how he goes. He's going to have a tough opponent, we know that. Let's check out the fat boy right of the heat.
Yeah, so this was Miguel's 8.17. Beautiful surfing here on the backhand. Undeniable, polished performance. And really just getting that vertical attack happening at that point. He knew it was an excellent ride. And that was really the defining moment of this semi-final.
Yeah, it was a really solid combination of big hits in the pocket. A big heat win for Miguel. Have a look at that big 8.17. Something he'll need to build on if he wants to hold that trophy, because on the bottom side of the draw, about to hit the lineup, semi-2, we've got a couple of world champions, Dora and Gabriel Medina. Go at it right after the break. Here comes Miggy. He's on his way to the final of the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach and on his way to his best ever result in this contest and his best ever start on the championship tour. Beautiful surfing on the backhand. And all his mates down here to watch him. How good is that? Here comes the Hydrolite heat to watch of the day so far. Semi-final heat 2. Dora up against Gabriel Medina, last year's world champ. Comes up against a returning multi-world title holder in Gabriel Medina. This is going to be a lot of fun to call. And joining us for the call is Crosby Kolapinto, Rip Curl team rider, championship tour surfer, all-round nice bloke. How are you, Cros?
I'm doing well. Thanks for having me. Excited to watch this heat. Unfortunately, Griff just lost, but this is going to be a cracker, huh?
How good is it, man? This is huge. You've got Yago, who just surfed so well through last season and has really set himself up as one of the true dominant forces on this CT, taking on a guy that's coming off the back of the heat score total of the event. And he has disposed of some big names too, Gabriel Medina. It's going to be a sort of a battle of some mid-range scores to kick this heat off, though. 4.67 for Medina earlier on, plus a throwaway, and it's going to be a throwaway and probably a pretty similar score here, Rich, for Yago Dora as well.
Yeah, you'd think so, and I think the boys are just starting to warm up a little bit, but Gabriel has looked every bit a bell ringer from his opening heat, whereas Yago just hasn't quite connected yet.
He's still alive in the draw, though, and got a chance to come on, but here goes Medina on his first proper effort at a big number here. Climbs up over that white water, shimmies back into the power source, just looking to set up a couple of big hits on the inside, goes to that trademark turn, that stabbing vert hit that he's thrown down a couple of times on the end of these winky rides. But that will be the best number of the heat so far, likely. But Crosby, tough start to your year, mate, but you're no stranger to that. You bounced back beautifully last year after missing the first two events. How are you, injury-wise?
Yeah, thanks. I'm all healthy. Yeah, a little rough start, but all good. Just the first event of the year, and there's like so much time, so that's pretty awesome. No cut of like chasing that. So it's just kind of go on to Margie's and stay present with it all and just have fun.
Give us a little bit of a sort of just a vibe check for the championship tour surfers, the return to an accumulative point system, almost like a return to how we used to crown our world champs before the WSL Final Five came into play. What are your thoughts on it?
It's amazing. I'm actually really psyched. It's sick to see like Gabby back, and everyone's just in fine form, I feel like. You know, this event hasn't been like the best for waves, but everyone's pretty excited about the tour being back to how it is, and just pretty awesome. It's cool to see Miggy doing well, and seeing Gab like surf so good right now is pretty awesome. So
it's huge.
We're excited.
Yeah, 3 Brazilian goofy footers left in the mix here at the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach. They will add another Brazilian title to that incredible honour roll. And yeah, huge event for Adriano de Souza. He's been working with Miguel. He's won this contest, obviously got himself a world title as well. He's also got Gabriel Medina out there in this lineup. As we have a look back at Medina's 4.67 from earlier on.
Okay, so Gabriel just starting to wind up on the backhand, somewhat horizontal compared to some of his earlier rides today, where he's throwing down the big numbers. You can just see he wasn't really presented with anything of substance. And then this is Yago on his 5.17, so instantly more action at the start of the wave. A couple of nice hits on the backhand, and then he finishes strong as well. So he's gonna try and match Gabriel for that final finishing turn where he gets nice and vert. And this is Gabriel's last wave here. So a little bit more open face to work with, and again, a little bit more critical in nature with the turns as he brings this one all the way through to the inside. This dropped in at a 6. And a lot of the points coming from that final thud on the inside.
Well, let's get an update from Kaipo out there in the lineup.
Yeah, thanks, Ron. Just a little bit of observation on what I'm seeing from these two. Gabriel Medina, you know, he's been toying with some Channel Islands, but he's out here on a Cabianca design. The board has a little bit of a narrower nose that he's been riding than he typically rides, and I feel like the ride point's a little further back, set a little bit further back on that. Looking really makes it look so whippy, and we've seen that throughout this entire competition. Yago Dora on the Mayhem, I think he was developing that, bringing back that F1 model that he had success on last year. But I want to ask Crosby if he has any idea of what's been under Yago's feet.
I don't know what he's on right now, but I saw him walking out with a squash tail, which is I feel like Matt's been really making a lot of boards with thumbtails that have been working really good for everyone. So I saw that, so I'm thinking it's maybe an F1. But whatever he's riding, it obviously looks good, and I feel like Matt's been so consistent with making such good boards, so he's probably on a magic board.
Yeah, Yago, by his own admission, hasn't shown his best surfing. in the event this year, yet he still finds himself with a chance of cracking the final in the first event of the season and a title defence. It's pretty remarkable stuff. He might be about to spring to life right here on a big section. Beautiful turn, finds the open face, use that one to power down the line, and now unloads. Really kicking on the tail hard there, Rich.
Yeah, finishing with a big exclamation mark, and you can see the contrast in styles, even though they are both on the backhand. Yago standing a little bit taller in his approach, gets such good leverage on the backhand and uses his weight well. Gabriel stands a little lower on the board, but let's have a look at the replay here. So long section in front of him, drives around this one, comes straight up into that oncoming lip, and then this final turn here really gets it whipped around, and a big maneuver there. So two-turn combination.
Big combos, even in a short amount of space. If you can find that big combo on a tall wall standing out on that outside section, Krells, as opposed to a tapered wall down the line here at Winky, you can still turn in a pretty decent number.
Yeah, Winky's actually a funny wave because it's like a sort of, it's kind of on the point break side, so it has you chasing a lot of the time, and I feel like that's what people get stuck a lot doing, and I've experienced too, where you like chase down the whole wave and then you get to the end and you're like still chasing, then you just like tap the end, where I feel like it's really important to do stuff like that if it's not the longest wave. Here goes Gabby.
Yeah, I thought that was the best turn we've seen Yago throw down in the event so far, expecting a good number for it as Medina now responds. These guys getting equal opportunities out here to put numbers on the board, and Medina just smacking this wave all the way down the line, and again, you know, that's been a really reliable finishing turn for him.
He hasn't missed one yet in the whole event. He's finished every single wave with that vertical hit, and this one's building. No one's taken full control of it at the moment. Mid-range scores just above. As we look at the replay here, lots of variety on this wave. So snap into a little rock and roll floater, big extension carve, another little check turn, and now he starts to get that vertical hit happening, and the speed of the turn starts to ramp up. And then again, bang, just a little, almost that little head flick with the emphasis on the final turn.
We're waiting on scores to come through, and while we do, let's throw it down and hear from our first finalist here at the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, presented by Bonsoy. Miggy is with Jesse.
Wow, Miggy, that was an incredible performance. You're making the second ever final in your career, and let's be real, you've got a pretty good make rate when you make finals. You've made one, you won it. How does it feel to be in the final for a second time in your career?
It feels nice, you know. I knew it was going to be a tough one, you know. Griffin is amazing surfing and great competitor, so we were playing a chess match in the beginning, you know, going back and forth, and he got I think a 2-point ride, and I knew that was my opportunity right there. Took off on like a mid-sized wave, and I think I turned a 6 into an 8 somehow, and I was happy with that, and after that I was just looking for a backup.
We've been talking about it all week in our poster interviews. There's the story of the Brazilians and the goofy footers. Well, guess what? Now that you've won the first semi-finals, we've got an all Brazilian and goofy footer final. We know no matter who you get in the final, it's going to be an incredible matchup.
Yeah, definitely. You know, those guys are world champs, and yeah, I have no words for both of them. You know, it would be nice to have either one. You know, and yeah, I'll do my best. Just one more heat, and after that I can rest.
One more heat to go, Miggy. We'll keep it short because it's absolutely freezing out here, guys. Thank you.
Yeah, it's freezing, and we've got a lot of waves rolling through, which is a real positive when you've got two absolute superstars in the lineup. Well, Medina, he got himself that lead back, 6.4 on his last wave. Yago needs a 5.57. Feels like Yago's got the best individual turn of this heat so far, but you've got to combo it up, and that's something that Medina's been doing so well throughout this contest. There's a replay of Yago's last ride.
And again, Yago's starting to mix things up a bit. Three-turn combination, comparing it to Gabriel's last wave of that 6.4. Gab's got a few more turns down the line and the bigger finish. So I'm not sure if it's going to go to that number. It might be close to that 5.57 though.
So fun to see these two surfers and where they're at in their careers. Crosby, Yago the last year or so has come on and just gotten so well rounded. Used to have a strong aerial game and had moments on the rail, but you know, his performance last year to win his world title was pretty amazing.
Yeah, he surfed so good all year last year, and actually last year he started at pipe with a 33rd, and I remember I was at home watching that, and I was like, whoa, crazy, you know, because Yago is like going to be one of the guys this year, and then, but he was so good to just stay like, know like what he's actually like worth instead of going down to that 33rd, and then won Portugal, and then I felt like he was just kind of the guy to beat, and his surfing's really inspiring on tour because he's so like radical and he has such good maneuvers and variety on the wave. So it's actually really cool to see that he kind of has like an all-around game, and seeing him win the world title is pretty sick because of that. And he's also just such a legend, you know, such a nice guy, and both these guys are. But I really like seeing Gabriel back, and he looks like he has like a new little spice to his surfing right now, and taking the year off, maybe it was good to like reset, you know. I mean, I feel like everyone kind of had almost a year off with that break, but seeing him back and surfing this well is pretty exciting, just because we want to see the best surfers back and on tour doing it with us. So that's cool.
Those intense competitors and those that have dominated at the top end of the sport. Medina's got more CT wins than anyone on tour now, 17 victories. I know that Felipe Toledo's just behind him on 16, but it seems those greats who've won so much and have achieved everything that they originally set out to get to in their surfing profession do suffer from burnout a little bit. And Medina, he took a bit of sabbatical at the start of 2024, came back in the back half of the season, almost made the final 5, and seemed primed and really inspired last year to come back and give it another nudge. But injury forced him into another break. He got the full year off. I just think he looks more engaged now than he has in a number of years, maybe even more engaged than he did in his last world title win.
Yeah, he looks fired up. It's sick to see. And it's exciting, you know, like surfing, it's such a wild sport. We're losing most of every event we go to, and it's like a heartbreak every time. You're like, oh my gosh, you feel heartbroken, but that's what.
Not Medina. 66% of the time he's winning, mate.
This guy's got love life.
What about the number down the bottom there for you? 10-point rides. Does that blow your mind?
Yeah, it blows my. I mean, that's a big goal for this year, to get a 10, because it's such a unique and hard thing to get. Here goes Yago.
Yeah, Yago, he's after the lead here. His last wave fell short. It was a 4.77. Still after the 5.57, and sets that section up beautifully. A lot of spray coming off the rail. You can see that wind's died down. It's giving these competitors a bit more freedom, and could potentially mean we see them both go to the air at some stage here if their backs get against the wall. 18.5 minutes to go. Yeah, I was comparing to the other day to someone that a 10-point ride in a serve event is kind of like getting a hole-in-one if you were a professional golfer, and they're that rare. Yeah. And they're even harder to get these days. They did used to kind of throw them out just to get willy-nilly back in the day, the judges, but they got so stingy lately. So stingy.
Yeah, they're next level, especially I think if you're getting a 10 on a wave that you're doing turns on, then that's the ultimate 10, because it's so hard to get a 10 off of doing turns. I feel like they're always nitpicking the littlest things to throw out a 10. So, but if you get a 10 in any sort of wave, then you're over the moon.
On the outside, we got some movement here. Medina with priority, sizes this one up, pulls back in the end. Can't see the opportunity down the line. It was a good choice. That wave fattened up. This one, though, it is standing up. Deluxe on the outside. He's going to have to get moving to get down the line here. And he almost a prone takeoff. Just trying to get as much angle on his entry into that one, but he can't find the open face. Yago sizes it up. That one bends out to sea. So no opportunity for either surfer, and Medina will likely reclaim his priority here in a moment. We're going to take a quick break. We've got Crosby Kolapinto in the booth here, calling this semi-final with us, who will be taking on Miggy Pupo in the final. We'll find out after this Bonsoy brew break.
the GWM Aussie treble, the best in Australia.
The double cobra.
Bells are ringing here on the cliffs of the Western Australia Margaret River Pro.
Gold Coast, Queensland, Australia.
300 is good. Isabella Nichols and Geordie Smith got the GWM Tank 300s last year after strong performances in the 3 Australian events. The GWM Aussie treble is, well, it's well and truly underway now. And Gabriel Medina, he's going to have a fantastic shot at taking one of those vehicles home, the way he's been performing through this event. But he's up against it at the moment against Iago Dora. Iago has taken the lead. He had a 6 on a previous ride, so Medina needs a 6.44. Ronnie with Richie, Crosby Kolapinto still with us for the call. And this is one of those clashes, really the second heat for Medina, where he's come up against a fellow Brazilian world champion. It's a big test for him in his return.
Yeah, new world champion coming up against another Brazilian world champion. So it's a little battle. It's pretty even scores right now. So 14 minutes left and going to be a dogfight.
Rich, it's like watching a couple of absolute thoroughbreds on the track at the moment. They're getting a nose ahead, and then the other one comes back, and we're kind of getting to the point where we're heading down the home straight here, and Iago's just pulled ahead of Medina.
Yeah, he has. It's super tight though. There's 0.4 of a point in this between the two, and Iago just steady at the moment, well composed. Gabriel has been really sort of just pushed on the ropes a little bit as we have a look at the replay here. So this is Iago's 6-point ride. So a little foam shimmy to start off and a beautiful extended bottom turn into top turn combination. Loved how he held that bottom turn for a little extra second and just catapulted him up into that top part of the wave, and he really got to attack it and carve it to pieces. So just a foam drift there. And another carve here, but watch him just sit on this bottom turn for a little longer. Holds it, holds it. Look how coiled up and compressed he is. Now he starts to extend and push through the turn. Gets that little backhand slide happening where the weight just shifts onto the front foot and then backs it up again with another beautiful snap. Full extension of the body on that one.
Looks strong. Yeah, interesting to note too, these two battles that Medina's had with his other world champ mates. Those two surfers have held a better head-to-head record against him going into those clashes. Iago's got 2 out of the 3 heats that they've surfed against one another. And that's just interesting to me, because when Medina came on the scene, you know, he quickly started to create better head-to-head records against all the dominant forces at the top end of the ranks. He's inspired this new wave of Brazilian champs. And to get their goals, they've had to overcome him. So, you know, he's really looking to come back on tour and sort of upset the order, the new established order, and he's got some work to do here if he wants to do it. I think the big difference in this heat at the moment has been the one set wave that Iago found. He didn't even have a lot of room to move, but it just allowed him to throw down a truly world-class turn, and that's got him in front at the moment. So I think if Medina can find a wave with a bit of that sort of height, he's a really good chance at turning this heat around.
Medina's pretty much been mistake-free at the moment. Like, it's hard to identify if there's something happened so far that he could have done differently, or it may be just the rhythm of the sets at the moment, and Iago having that big opportunity at the end of the biggest wave where he pounded that section. But mate, you know that Gabriel, given the opportunity, if he gets another set, he's going to go ham.
We talked a little bit about Iago's surfing Crosby, but you know, Medina on the backhand throughout this event, even in the more onshore conditions, has just been flowing so nicely. You know, a lot less sort of double pumping and just keeping those rails so clean.
Yeah, for sure. Iago is such a clean surfer, also Gabby too, but I feel like watching Gabby at this event, I feel like he's a little more, just from the last year he competed, I feel like he's a little more like, I don't know, it seems like he's a little more on it with his heat strategy, which maybe Adriano's helping with a little bit, but you can tell like he's being super smart with his decisions in every heat, which is is really gnarly, because when you have that good of a surfer and you're also making the right decision, that's when it's like, that's when the like recipe's right, you know?
Most definitely. Yeah, he seems really intent now on getting that set wave, Rich, using this priority really wisely. I think he's identified that it's going to be a game of sixes until someone gets that quality wave, because they're both surfing great. Here we go, Yago eyeing one off on the inside, nothing out in that one.
Been lots of jabs and a couple of little uppercuts, but Gabriel, I feel like, is starting to wind up. He wants to get a big right hook happening and just put this one, go for the knockout.
Just over 9.5 minutes to go. And while there's a break in the action, we're going to throw it down to Vorno, who's on site with a crammed car park once again down here at the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach.
Boost Mobile. Big coverage, hard-working value. Make the switch today. This is the activation down here at the Rip Curl Pro, and this is the ultimate. You got to get in here. Remember the old cash grabs? Well, in there's tickets to win SIM cards, Boost merch, and a whole bunch of other great prizes. That's every hour down here at Boost Mobile. Make the switch today.
Thank you, Vorno. Yeah, they were even giving away wristbands into the VIP zone out of that little
That's pretty cool.
Boost. We'll call it the cash grab, and that was pretty sweet. The place was crawling with Groms, who were just buzzing to rub shoulders with some of the surfers who were using that VIP deck to watch the event unfold over on the Bells Bowl. It also gives you a pretty good view of the big screen down there in the car park, which always attracts a big crowd. And a big shout out to everyone who's down here watching the event. They are getting set for the final of the women's contest. And what a final it's going to be. Gabriella Bryan, so powerful. And just on a magic run through the contest so far. And Molly Pickham still alive in the mix. So both our 2025 world champions turning up to event number 1 and looking like the surfers to beat.
Who you guys got for the win?
Yeah, I was just about to ask you the same question, Gros. Who are you liking in that one?
Gosh, I think it's going to be like a really evenly matched final. I think it's whoever's on the better waves. But I think it's honestly so hard. But I think I'm going to go with Molly, just because she's just confident right now. You know, she's got the jersey on that's yellow, and she's just like, you see her walking around, you talk to her, you can feel her the presence of just being confident and in tune with herself. So I think it's going to be a good match, though. I think it's whoever's on the better waves, but I think Molly's looking pretty sharp and confident.
It's so often the case, isn't it? You know, you get those two best waves, you're going to have a better opportunity. I think for my personal view is, if Molly isn't on the two best waves, Gabriella Bryan will really make her pay. Yeah. It'll be hard to match the power of Gabriella Bryan on medium-sized waves. She has just been so deadly when she lays that board over. It's something to behold. 7 minutes to go here.
Gros, just quickly, how are you feeling about your surfing at the moment? What are you working on? Anything that's kind of standing out?
Well, we just had such a big break, so we were able to go on some surf trips and also do a lot of training and just get everything prepped and stuff. So I feel really good. Didn't really get to feel like I got to show it here, which is okay because it's a long year and all that. So, but I'm really liking how I'm surfing right now. I'm excited to just keep the year going and have some good heats and just be able to perform.
How are the knuckles on your right hand?
They're strong.
Here we go, Medina making his move. It's a really fast twitch hit through these first sections. Nice combination. He is dicing this wave up and somehow climbs over that last little section to get the finish after a 6.44. Was that the wave, Crosby?
I'm going to say yes by a hair. I'm going to go yes.
Adriano likes it.
What do you guys think?
I think the strength of the outside turns, it's going to bode well with what the judges are seeing.
Yeah.
If he worked down the line, had to build, I don't think so. But because he started so strong right from the opening turn, watch this, just bang, connects with the lip, throws a ton of spray, and again backs it up. bit more down the line, but he did so well to fit in these 4 turns in a row in succession.
Oh, that's a couple hairs.
Yeah, I actually don't feel like it actually matters that he didn't get to that final moment.
Yeah.
But just the power in this guy's body and the lower legs, it is extraordinary. Just pushing, extending through that second turn. And again, just pinpoint accuracy.
Back to live action now, and Yago looking for a reply. Medina just got the lead back with a 7.5. And the 2025 world champ has a couple of big sections here. Huge float. Can't get it back out in front of it, though. Was certainly on his way to a good score, but just ran out of room to move here. He was after a 7.08. Kaibo, it's a Goofy Footers Union meeting out there at the moment.
Yeah, it's pretty cool, right? I love that exchange, but I really like Medina just in fine form. The rhythm that he gets is incredible. Taking that lead, and it's just been back and forth, but I'm really liking what I'm seeing from Gabe right now. But still, it's anyone's heat at 4:25 left to go.
It's some incredible composure being shown by Medina there. Didn't oversurf that wave. Kaipo showed a lot of power.
Just looks so on point. You know, it looks like he's thinned out. He's got a lot more kind of foil in his boards right now too, and they're just going so well. They're under his feet. He can put them anywhere he wants them.
Yeah, nice, mate. Unbelievable surfing, very in tune. I think even physically he's thinned out a little bit. He's looking super alive on his equipment. Let's check out the Fat Boy ride of the heat so far, 7.5, and Medina snatches that lead.
Yeah, it was kind of undeniable, really, isn't it? There was just a little turn of the volume, and it was towards 10, just in terms of the effort and output of power and strength on that wave. He looks on at the moment. Geez, he's hardly put a foot wrong in this whole event so far.
You got to love it, Krols, when you see a match-up on paper that delivers with a lot of opportunity, and both these competitors have been busy. It's been 9 waves for Yago Dora. That was the 7th ride for Medina. His patience paid off. You know, it was only a little while ago he was sort of waiting out there and trying to connect with a set, and now he's got the rhythm, and he's looking to improve on a 6.4. Unbelievable timing as he hammers down the line. That third turn is huge. The commitment, you could see it, really fanning the fins out.
Wow.
And De Souza there, he has to put the board down to applaud. And he's already got Miguel Pupo in the final, who he's coached beautifully through the contest. And I think Medina is about to turn in a really impressive score here.
Yeah, we should start they should start a coaches rankings, huh?
Oh, absolutely.
They got the shapers rankings, but a coaching rankings would be mental.
Well, the judges didn't take very long to appreciate an excellent ride with priority. Gabriel takes it, drives hard off the bottom, and blows the tail, blows the lip off that. The first 2 sections of that wave, and then the third one, that was where all the money was. He just sort of did this carving hack beautifully. Hard to do on the backhand as well. As we watch the slow-mo, technique's amazing, isn't it, Kroz?
Oh, it's amazing. I really like how a lot of his waves, he's just going from turn to turn with no bobbles in between and no pumping. And that was like a carved down snap, and he's throwing so much water, which they're loving. And I think when you're linking turns together, like, the judges really like that.
You know, it's a pretty impressive benchmark that he's setting here. Just those moves, that they are transition turns, but Medina has that power and control to really push and release huge fans of spray while he's doing that.
Yeah, it's almost like he's like going to do a carve, but he's also like pushing on his front foot, which is like throwing so much water. So it's like a carve snap, which is it's working. It's obviously working.
Monster number needed now for Yago Dora. Big test for him with just over a minute to go, with priority on the outside after a 9.34.
That final turn, it was sort of Oki. It was trademark Oki, the way he just held that toe side rail a little bit further through the turn, kept the power hinged in there, and then just let it go at the perfect moment. That's exactly what Oki used to do out here.
Yeah, it's a really good point. His hits were almost carves, or they were. And Medina sort of did a power hit to carve out of that move. Here we go, Yago. This is his last shot at it. 40 seconds to go after a 9.34. Clean start, but needs more. Needs real fireworks on this final section to get the number. He's going to go to the air, loads up, finds the section, gets the grab, he's going to stick it. Wow. And he absolutely gives the judges something to think about here. The grab, so impressive. What? He is clutch. And I mean, we've seen some amazing surfing.
Oh, he's liking it.
But that is the most technical air that we've seen in the contest so far, and he had to get the grab for control because that wind's howling.
That was gnarly. That's super gnarly. I don't know where the judges are going to go with it, but I'm going yes.
Wow. Unbelievable.
There's not many, with all due respect, there's not many surfers on the tour that can do what Iago just did on the final moment of that wave. And up until that point, it was sort of like we knew he had to do everything right on this wave because it wasn't one of the biggest waves. And he did. He did everything right on it. Just beautiful surfing on the backhand. At this point, he's just going, okay, what can I do here? And screams down the line.
Oh, my gosh.
What's the grab called?
Ridiculous.
Indie backside full row? Like,
yeah. Just incredible. Break it down, Cross.
I mean, he surfed the wave great, and to be able to do that on that type of section with this wind pushing from behind him to keep his board to his feet, that's the most impressive part.
Full rotation.
You know, and into the flats, too. It wasn't like the easiest landing.
He did it at J-Bay last year. That's the move of the contest.
Yeah.
I don't know if the judges... Oh, there you go.
Andrew thinks it's a 10. Sure. He wants it.
And it's not only he did that air, like he surfed that wave really well too before, like the snap into those clean wraps.
Medina was in complete control, but only for a second. And this is the thing about these world champions. You know, if they're not comboed, they can still turn the heat. As long as there's time on the clock, they're not out of it. That was ridiculous. The numbers are starting to come through. They are looking good for Iago Dora. A 9.5, and he overcomes an extremely informed Gabriel Medina to get himself into his first final here at Bells Beach. He'll take on Miguel Pupo, and one of those two is going to ring the bell. What a performance. It doesn't get much more clutch than that. The turn of the contest, and he saves his space in this contest.
The judges appreciating the degree of difficulty, the commitment to the maneuver, the silkiness of the landing. It was perfect. It was executed perfectly. He surfed the front half of that wave. You know, there wasn't too much points left on it, and he extracted every single ounce of it. And wow, what a final turn of events. Incredible
Unbelievable.
Stuff.
Oh my God, how quick was the rotation?
Crazy.
Beyond full rotation. And Medina, he came back in response. And yeah, he just couldn't stick it. I mean, what an unbelievable return to competition for Gabriel Medina. But a reminder that there is a couple of new names that will challenge him for this world title. And Iago Dora is at the top of the list.
How good's pro surfing?
It's really good, mate. Yeah, I'm a huge fan. Huge fan.
Let's go. That's sick.
How can you not smile? These two champions have given us an incredible show. And Medina's back in a big way, but Iago Dora, he gets the victory. Crosby Kolapinto.
Oh, great heat. Great.
Woo. Unbelievable. Hey, thanks for joining us, mate.
Thanks for having me. That was epic heat. Stoked I was in here with you guys.
Mate, best of luck in Margaret River. Great to see you back to your best physically, and looking forward to seeing you turn your year around.
Thank you. Let's go.
All right, we're going to take a quick break. We got the finals coming up. Don't go anywhere. All the action is coming your way right after this.
50 years deep. For over 50 years, surfing has lived at the edge. A new world champion. Harnessing nature. And when it's on, nothing comes close.
A new era for pro surfing. Imagine what's next. We're seeing it right in front of our eyes. What a showstopper. Gabriel Medina and Yago Dora with an absolute instant classic. Dora 9.5 to get past the 3-time world champ is now in an all goofy foot, all Brazilian final to take on Miguel Pupo. Now it's time for the women's final. Gabriela Bryan taking on Molly Pickham. The two standouts from last season, especially throughout the regular season. And now both fighting for their first belt today here in Winky Pop. Joe Turpel with Felicity Palmatier, a big wave legend, also a standout on the CT. Watching both these surfers for a very long time now. They haven't even peaked yet in their career, and they're going to kick off, one of them with the yellow jersey after this final.
Yeah, this is an amazing matchup. Joe, you touched on it. These were the two women that were absolutely in form last year. They were the ones battling it out on the rankings as we look to see a start here from Gabriela Bryan.
Gabriela Bryan wants to lay down that rail on that lost surfboard. She will start off with a top turn sweep into the pocket. Punches out the lip line there. Already two different types of turns, and lets go of all of that power on the third decision. That's what she's made of. It's reliable power that she's bringing to Winky Pop today. A solid set. Out the back there. Molly's going to let that one run through as they are settling into this final. And they felt the fireworks from the finish to that last semifinal for the men. So they're trying to start really strong here. Look at Molly going to outposition Gabby underneath her at the start of this heat.
Oh, both women are sharking around right now. You can see a little bit of frustration and how close. And you know what? It's because this win here would mean so much as we look to the replay of Gabby Bryan's first wave here. So, you know, getting started and looking so good. This last turn in particular, I loved. She's just pushed so hard, really released the fin. She's got that turn on lock. You know, she's got the trademark hack, but she's really, in my eyes, this event, that kind of jam in the pocket where she lays back her back arm, she has really mastered that. And yeah, it's her go-to. We've seen it all event, especially at Winky. So nice start for her. But yeah, I mean, look, back to that paddle battle. It's just a great demonstration of how much this means, right? Both of these women really want to ring that bell. Molly's, you know, she's had a runner-up finish here to Tyler Wright a couple of years back. Gabriela Bryan, you think about her surfing, you know, it goes hand in hand with these raw, powerful waves, so.
And this is what happened at the start. Flick, it was so aggressive. Molly tried to go underneath Gabby, but with that move, they let Bryan have priority to then roll into that next wave. So being ultra aggressive can sometimes come back to bite you. Advantage Gabby Bryan due to that aggressive start with the trying to go underneath to go deeper. So now the world champ will have to wait to answer back.
Yeah, look, I mean, that's where you could see that frustration from Molly, you know, the little slap of the water and, oh, you got to be kidding me sort of moment. But, I mean, that's what you're kind of playing with fire there a little bit. Like, obviously, she did balk, you know, Gabby, and Gabby didn't get to take the wave. So, yeah, and big advantage to Gabriela Bryan now with this, just sitting here like a bloke. Anyway, but she, yeah, big advantage to Gabby. So, yeah, really, Molly Pickham, I'm really looking forward to seeing how she answers back. And, yeah, the fireworks have started already.
Well, we're feeling the buzz in the air. Hope you're feeling it as well, wherever you might be watching around the world. Finals time always brings that energy, but especially here at Bells Beach and Winky Pop, the longest running event on the calendar. Fireworks to set up the men's final, and two of the greats from last season, Molly Pickham and Gabriela Bryan, going toe-to-toe at so many different events. And in fact, Gabby Bryan's kind of had Molly's number. You know, Molly is the queen. She's got the crown. But Bryan's on a 4-event win streak over Molly Pickham at the CT level, which includes the J-Bay final from last year.
Yeah, and you know what? That is going to sting because I actually went back and looked at that moment, and Molly actually started off with a 7, right? And it was the strongest score of the heat, so 7, 6, 7. And then she just couldn't really find this backup. And Gabriella, you know, got a couple of 6s, high 6s, and got the win over Molly. So I feel like that moment is really going to sting for her, and she's going to want to, you know, kind of, let's start evening up that tally and evening up the score. And I feel like Molly's made it pretty evident that she is here to, you know, to win. She wants to ring the bell. She's even said it in post-heat interviews. She's like, I'm ready to ring this thing, like, give it to me. And Crosby spoke to it before in the booth, but her confidence is really undeniable. We've seen it all throughout the week. She's been here for so long. You know, she's been coming here since she was a little kid too, so putting in lots of time. And yeah, she's just such a competitor. But yeah, the confidence for her right now is going to be a hard thing to shake, because yeah, it's been so evident throughout the whole week.
And just an immediate answer to how this year was going to start for the younger generation. You know, just the whole talk was the momentum of the legends coming back, but it's still the same names we're seeing in the final from the last couple of years. Molly, Gabby, Bryan finished. Gabby finished 3rd in the world last year. Ended up losing to Caroline Marks on that finals day at Cloudbreak. And Molly was able to finish with the world title, going to the 3rd and deciding title match. Here she goes out in front here, setting up her first carve of the final. Putting a little bit more into it on the second move. She's got some room for the finish. She will just try to force the fins out, ends up underwater. So trying to sort herself out, recovering from the call going against her with priority. That let Gabby Bryan have just a clear entry into her 7.83. Now Molly will start with a fall advantage to the Kauaian as we see what happened here.
Yeah, so this one, Molly decides to pull the trigger, and a bit of a slower paced wave for sure, so she opts to go for a couple of carves. And I think, you know, the thinking is, okay, I've only done a couple of carves, let's push super hard here, really try and release the tail, and yeah, kind of overcooked it a bit. So definitely advantage to Gabby here. It looks like there's also a couple of sets on the horizon. There's a bit of distance between these women, and you know, out at Winky, we've obviously got the couple of takeoff spots. You've got that uppers peak and the lowers peak, so we'll see where these sets hit, and you know, who's going to be able to sort of have a swing here.
So we've seen a wave apiece from our finalist. Kaipa, what's the energy like in the lineup?
Yeah, Joe, I mean, we talked about some of the shadowing, and that has occurred, but the swell has bumped up quite a bit. So even with that, you know, westerly shadowing, I'm still feeling even more energy coming through right now, just in time for the final. It's been pretty consistent. The wind, that's something to manage, though, for sure, because it is brisk out here. It is to the surfers' backs, so that is one thing that it's not going to impede them too much. It's not like a devil wind, but it is something to be aware of. And yeah, also it's I'm getting a little hypothermic at the moment, just out of here for a while. So, but yeah, the action's hot, so that's what's keeping me warm.
Yeah, it certainly is. Well, you look warm on camera, Kaipo. Looking great in your Rip Curl wetsuit. I was just interested in your view of that paddle battle to start. Molly ended up getting called for the priority rotation, and Gabby rolled right into the 7.83. So that put pressure on right away.
Yeah, well, you guys talked about it. Just showed you that neither one of these surfers were willing to back down at the beginning, and Molly just pushed the edge just a little bit too much, and that opened the door for Gabriella, Bryan, and Gabby made her pay, right, with that big score.
Hey, we're turning the sauna on for you, and the hot tub, Kaipo. Don't worry.
Okay, thank you, Joe.
Yeah, you're gonna fire up. Island boy in the freezing temperatures here at Bells Beach, but there's no other place you'd rather be. Calling the finals action, a proud goofy footer. And we'll be looking forward to seeing Miguel Pupo and Yago Dora in the final coming up next. And just reminding us as well, with all of our finalists today, it's a brand new champion on both the men's and the women's side here for Bell's history.
Yeah, this is cool. This is really cool. And yeah, I'm super excited to watch this next, the final go down on the men's side too. Obviously, it's a good day to be a goofy, is all I'll say, on the men's side. Hats off to Miguel and Yago for getting the job done and making this little goof's dream come true. For me to witness that is something to behold. as a fellow goof.
Yeah, it's pretty wild when you think about the Goofy Foot droughts that have happened, but now we're celebrating a Goofy Foot final for the men. It's been 33 years since we saw Damian Hardman in the final with Barton Lynch. Both Aussie Goofy Foots, both Aussie world champs, Bells champs. There's a couple. There's actually one right before that, a couple years before 93, and BL beat Duma. Duma beat BL in the 93 one. There's also a Tommy Carroll, Damian Hardman one as well. It was the time in surfing when there's all these Goofy Foots from the northern beaches of Sydney, Australia that took over the world. We had a BL and Damian Hardman heritage heat here a few years back to celebrate those great moments and great finals we've had. The longest running event on the calendar. All started back in the early 60s. Big thanks to Peter Choi and the Board Riders Club that he put together. It has like a similar start to like the Pipe Masters, where they had a card table out. They'd see a swell coming. They'd try calling everyone around that they'd put this event on. And it just turned into a legacy event, especially when Rip Curl came on in the early 70s and gave it a prize purse. I think it was about $2,500 total. Michael Peterson won a $1,000 payday. And look where we are in 2026. Here we go. Gabriella Bryan. All setup work. Now going down into her bottom turn, throws some water, and then quickly gets to the end section to close it out. A lot of different types of faces to the Winky Pop racetrack. 783, she had a lot of different turns to look at. That one just shut down quick, but a clean little two-turn combo.
Yeah, that was nice. It was really nice. It's going to back up the 783 really well. I think she had no business kind of getting up there for that second turn, and just that quick transition really helped her. The board really floating up, the Mayhem looking so nice underneath her feet. So, yeah, I mean, look, your average surfer who looks at that wave, you're even just one turn's hard enough. I mean, Gabriella Bryan did so well just getting the two turns in. So, look, a little bit more pressure applied to Molly, but I saw Molly was hovering around the takeoff zone, so just like really forcing her hand there and making sure that she did take that wave. So Molly's now got priority, and we'll see what she can answer back with.
Molly Pickham had her hands full with past Bells champs. More recently, the defending Bells champ Isabella Nichols. Also had Sally Fitzgibbons in round two. Sally, a two-time Bells champ. And then one of her longtime friends and a former sparring partner when they shared the same coach, Lakey Peterson, was another matchup that we enjoyed. Gabriella Bryan had rookie Kika Veselko, then got passed to last year's runner-up, Luana Silva. And then the Goofy Foot that was on a roll, Lissa Spencer, went down to Gabby Bryan's power in the semifinals. These two, though, it hasn't always been a straight shot to the final. Last year, Molly lost to the round of 16 to Lulu, and Gabby lost to Isabella in the quarters, so they lost to last year's finalists. Made just a ton of Winky Pop, though, in this event this season, just based on waves. Great to have two great venues right next to each other. But what a showstopper that we just finished up with. Yago taking out Gabriel Medina with a 9-5 at the buzzer. Yago's with Jesse Starling.
Yago, what in the world was the end to that heat? What a clutch performance up against someone that you've looked up to. He's one of your heroes, but to pull out an air like that in the dying stages, you must feel on top of the world right now.
Yeah, it's a great feeling for sure. Nothing beats it, and that's what Gabriel does too, you know. He makes you push so hard, and if it probably was against someone else, I probably wouldn't need to go to that move, because that was a really high risk wave, and I knew I needed every bit of it, and yeah, I just managed to land that air in the end, and as soon as I landed, I felt I was gonna get it, and yeah, just surfing against Gabriel makes me do things like that, and I always love it.
You know, he's come back in a really big way. You had the lead, then he made a comeback, then you stole the lead back. You guys had a couple words at the end of that heat. Is there any kind of insight into what you guys said?
Yeah, we were just congratulating each other, thanking each other for the matchup. I'm sure I can push his level as well as he pushes mine. So yeah, it's a battle. We're rivals, but at the same time, it's a great exchange, and we're pushing the limits. So that's a good thing.
Now, we haven't had an all goofy foot matchup in 33 years here at Bells. You and Miggy, you're going to battle it out. One of your best mates as well here. He's been on fire as well. What's kind of the edge you're going to bring? Is it similar kind of what we saw in that last heat with Gabby?
Yeah, every heat is different. Medina was the best surfer of this event, in my opinion. And to beat him, it gives me a lot of confidence. But every heat is different. I need to reset now, and it's back to zero at the beginning of the heat. So have to build everything up again. And Miguel's a great surfer, great competitor as well. So yeah, just get back to my mindset, get back to focus, because that was a lot of emotion, of course. And yeah, just approach a new heat.
Let's see, Iago. Congratulations. Good luck in the final. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Jesse Starling. What a clutch performance from the reigning world champion into his first final of his career at Bells Beach. And as he said before he paddled out against Medina, he hadn't really had a heat where he felt like he was doing his 100% top level of surfing. However, he's making heats. You know, that's what guys always say, like Kelly Slater, don't peak too early. Give a little bit, make your heats, and then lay it all on the line when you need to take the win. And so even though he wants to show more, he's got the judges in the right place, kind of moving with him through the rounds, and gave him that full road on the finish of the 9.5. Upsets Medina, reminds everybody that the world champ was the real deal, and he's coming back and wants to hang on to that yellow jersey throughout this entire season.
I think what was cool about that interview is he really just was honest and saying, yeah, look, Medina was so informed. He was the informed surfer of this event, and even as the world champ, to have a step back and have that perspective sort of speaks volumes, and he knew he had to bring something pretty special, and he did.
Molly Pickham is ready for a lead change. She needs an 8.5 or better. Nice start in that slopey part of the wave, throws the carve. Now their top turn, it's gonna kind of lunge a little bit in front of her and takes away a third and finishing maneuver. Wave started off like it had a good pace, and it just kind of jumped on her on that third section. So she won't be getting the lead there. And now Gabriella Bryan will control priority.
Yeah, there's been a couple of baubles from Molly in this heat. I mean, sort of uncharacteristic to what we've seen all event. Look, well, let's break down this one. So kind of, you know, goes for this beautiful carving maneuver. It feels like to me, the waves that she's kind of been choosing have had a bit of a slower pace to them. I feel like, and then it's slower, but then she kind of got caught here and it was a bit foamy, so it was a bit of a tricky section to hit. Whereas I think, for me, even coming into this heat before seeing any of this play out, they're so informed, both of these surfers. It's who gets the best waves. And Molly hasn't put herself on those best waves yet. I mean, Gabriella found one. She's found the 783. It had nice, clean, open face. It had a good push and, like, good energy. As we see one of Gabriella's biggest supporters, the 5-time world champ, with her daughter, Carissa. Carissa just watching on by, checking out the action and supporting Gabby.
Talk about great energy. Little baby Olena, so cute, so happy, enjoying her time, seeing the wildlife over the last couple of days. As they're big supporters of Gabriella Bryan. That was the big narrative for Gabby last year when Carissa wasn't on tour. She was oftentimes the first phone call, you know, after big events, leading into big matchups, just that sound advice. And pretty convenient when one of your best friends is one of the all-time greats who's been there and done that so many times. Kale Bell Warren in Gabby's corner. Carissa worked with Kale in the past throughout some of those big Bells runs she had out here. Chris also worked with Adam Robertson. She'd switch it up quite a bit. And that's going to be Gabby's game plan through the GWM Aussie Treble, working with a different coach at each stop. Formerly full-time with Richard Dogmarsh. And showcasing her talent with power, with big combinations of turns. And looking to start things off with a big win before she heads to the West, where she'll be the defending event champion. And I guess power can be broken down in different ways, huh, Flick? I mean, with Gabby's types of power surfing compared to Molly's, which has that finesse, precision type angle. As we see Molly duck dive that wave, Gabby still controlling the lineup. Molly was kind of looking at that wave that rolled through to see if there was scoring potential that they left out there.
Yeah, I like the breakdown of the different types of power. I think Gabriella is so strong physically that even if there is a bit of chatter on the face, to Kaipo's point earlier, you know, that offshore is pretty strong. I feel like because she is physically so strong, it's an easier time for her to really keep that board on rail, and she throws because she is physically so strong, just that bit more spray potentially, you know. Last year, well, up until Carissa's back on tour, you know, she's got that title of the most powerful on tour. Molly, to your point, Joe, she is precision for sure. But physically, you know, it's just the build. She's just not as big as what Gabby is. But for me, really, I mean, you couldn't have two better women match up in this final. They were on point the whole event. Last year, the two women fighting basically the whole year for, you know, that #1 seed, #2 seed coming into WSL finals in Fiji. And now we get to see them duel it out here for the final, and really the most iconic trophy in the surfing world.
Certainly is. And when you think of both of these athletes, how they got there, well, they had to throw down power turns, both delivering great versions of the Mofi power move. Contender of the event, Gabby, crushing section, still leads this final with her 7.83. We'll be right back. The Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach presented by Bonsoy is brought to you by
Rip Curl, the ultimate surfing company.
By Visit Victoria. Victoria, every bit different. By GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. And by IC Sunglasses, official eyewear of the World Surf League.
Welcome back to finals day. Gabby's still out in front of Molly Pickham. Just wanted to let you know, in response to the recent flooding that's happened on the North Shore of Oahu, Rip Curl has partnered with North Shore artist Jack Soren to create a limited edition t-shirt. 100% of the proceeds will support flood recovery efforts via the Lahui Foundation. The limited edition t-shirt will be available for purchase from April 22nd on at ripcurl.com. Head to ripcurl.com and sign up so you can be the first to know when it becomes available. Thank you so much for the support with our Hawaiian community. Gabby Bryan representing the island of Kauai, spending many, many winters on the North Shore of Oahu throughout her lifetime. And now Molly Pickham is stepping into a nice gear here on this running wall that's stretching out in front of her section. Just delays the bottom turn for a moment, and she strikes. Nice open face wall. She hooks it, but gets stuck. That wave stops short for the world champ. Gabriella Bryan stays out in front with the lead and priority, and controls this Bells final. Coming off 4 straights in wins over Molly Pickham. Going back a few years now, as Molly's trying to change that script, trying to hunt down an 8.5, but some of these waves are going off pace on her. And Making those sections a little bit sticky, Flick.
Yeah, it's the wave selection for sure. I mean, obviously, she wants to roll the dice because we're getting down into the nitty-gritty. We've only got 12 minutes left on the clock. However, all these, Gabby, here we go. This happened in the break, so Gabriella used her priority and just a quick in and out. But then obviously Molly, you know, she takes off on this one and you can see it. She's highlining, right? This wave though is, she's just trying to wait and pick her moment. Like sort of really, you know, where can I place this turn? Is this wave going to give me a bowl? It kind of does for that one section, but it just pushes too wide of the reef. You can see it doesn't have that beautiful traditional, you know, look to what a winky wave does. So Molly's got to really try to sort of identify one of those waves that she got earlier this morning. I mean, the ones that potentially, they kind of look like they sneak underneath you a little bit and they hug the reef a little bit better. But yeah, there's still time, or she can still do it in one wave, but you know, when you've got someone, you know, so deadly out there like Gabriella Bryan, who, you know, she's already got a 7-8 on the board, and really that go-to power move is on lock. It is kind of starting to be a little bit of nervous times for Molly.
Really is. I was just thinking how the world champs are really stepped up in the season opener. Sometimes it can be nervous, like you've got the target on your back. Sometimes the celebration of a world title will actually leak into the following season. Not the case here. Iago in the final for the men, Molly Pickham in the final for the women. That's a pretty big statement after one of the longest off seasons in World Tour history, to show up with even more confidence. And you could tell Molly knows how to pick herself back up. You know, from losing the first title match to Caroline last year, she had to learn in real time how to forget that and restart. She's doing that in the middle of this final right now mentally. One of the most popular surfers on tour. Everyone loves Miguel Pupo. Got a message from Jansen Andre this morning, just saying some beautiful words about his longtime sparring partner, one of his best friends, how proud they are of him, watching back in Brazil, making his second ever CT final, getting on tour back in 2011. Winning in Tahiti over Cowley Vost a few seasons back, and now his second opportunity to win his second event win on tour. Cool moment as his younger brother gave him a little pump up for the final. 9:15 on the clock. This one's starting to pace down the line. Gabby Bryan with priority. Looking to better a 5.17 here. Patience till she gets to that section and throws a nice clean off the top. Belting the finish with everything she had and the tail blow. That was vicious. Gabriella Bryan knew it was going to settle for a two-turn combination, and she surfed that section up. What a finishing move, Flick.
That finishing move is almost, for me, surpassing her hack. I think all last year, you know, and the year before, we're talking about the power and her go-to move being that crazy carve that she's got. But for me, I feel like she's really refined this turn, and it was so evident on this wave. You know, we do get to see one of those big, you know, kind of power gouges here, but you cannot, this turn here is undeniable. The aggression that she hits that with, I mean, and just how confidently she's able to ride out of that section. I mean, I feel sorry for this wave. I mean, she is really hitting it so hard. I mean, this poor end section, I mean, it just absolutely cops it. Look at that. Those fins just absolutely slice their way through this wave. I mean, that is, for two turns, this is going to go pretty high.
Love that finishing move. Kaipo, how'd that finish look for you from the water?
The power, right? That was some power. That was some Kauai power right there. We know the power moves already from Gabby Bryan, and she's just looking so strong right now. Started off with momentum on that first wave, and she continues to build, and she's looking really comfortable in the lead right now.
Yeah, what a shot you must have had, Kaipo, seeing the fins out and flexing on that end section. As we know, it was a two-turn combo that was available on that wave, so she really needed to surf that section up. Mophie power move contender. She just locked in another one as we see the IC score drop through at a 7-point ride, extending her lead out front and putting the world champ in a combination situation with 7 minutes to go.
She's on her way to getting another one up on Molly. This is pretty crazy. Crazy times for the world champ as well. You know, on the other foot, Molly's been pretty dominant throughout this event. You know, she's been finding good waves. Her wave selection has been on, but she, you know, she's in a combination situation, chasing the 14.83, so she needs 2 waves. And she's going to know now that it is go time. She's going to need to at least find one of these waves pretty soon if she's going to have another crack at breaking this down. And she's going to know that. So, wow. I mean, Bryan, that sheer aggression and power on that last wave, 7 points for a couple of turns today at Winky is so impressive.
Molly Pickham just trying to believe in miracles with 6:10 on the clock. It's one thing to break combo at chokes or pipe when it's pumping and you can get back out and get shacked and turn things around. It's much harder at venues where you've got to be all performance, hope the right waves come through. Remember, 40 minutes for these finals, down to 6 minutes left, and it started off with the tough paddle battle for Pickham where priority just started. She was clearly frustrated by that, and Gabby rolled into her 7.83, which is still the best wave of the heat.
So many of the heats the last couple of days have been dictated by the start, right? It's always been like, you know, well, it actually has been the person who's been holding the inside and sort of asserting that dominance or in the right priority rotation because of that first exchange. And really, you know, this heat has been exactly that too. Like, it really comes down to that moment. And then Gabriella just kind of capitalizing on it. And Molly just, you know, she's had a few swings of it. There's no doubt about that. She's rolled the dice. She's had a crack. But, yeah, let's dive into the GWM recap of this women's final. This is the wave we're talking about, the 7.83. It's dictated the whole heat. And really a lot of those points coming from that last maneuver, just so powerful. I mean, Molly really, she's had a few swings at it. She's trying to break down what is a combination of scores needed. But she just, for me, it's a wave selection thing, you know. She fell on this last turn here. I feel like that could have been an extra point or so more if she'd made that. And then this moment for me, even though it's not the highest score of the heat, it's actually my favorite wave. Just this last turn alone, that's my new favorite turn that Bryan does. The hack is cool, but that thing was rad.
But she's so strong and she can compress too. So she is so low to her surfboard with all of that power. And she has such a rad windup. You could see it coming, but it's so exciting when she flares up and drills it. You think about the title race this year, it'll be a different formula for everybody on tour. The final 5 has changed into everything leading towards the Pipe Masters. It'll be worth 15,000 points. And when you break down who's going to win the world title this year, you're seeing how favored Molly Pickham's going to be, with Pipe being the final stage. Favored Katie Simmers, Carissa Moore, Tyler, Betty Lou. As Yago just coming back to earth for a moment after an emotional comeback victory over Gabriel Medina, throwing a shaka to his support crew and the rest of the coaches, which are all fans of pro surfing, on the rocks here at Winky. Molly thinking about it. She will hold back. It will be Bryan with some room on the open face. Quickly throws down the cutty. Whitewater feathering off the lip. She crushes it. She emerges out in front and hits the end section. She's already ringing bells as her finish. Gian Bernini from Lost is loving it. Carissa Moore and Elena are starting to dance. Gabby's feeling it.
This is so cool. Look, the confidence is fun, right? The claim is fun. And look, you know, you could say she, you know, almost says it too soon, but not, you know, when you look at the actual situation of this heat, Molly's in a combination situation. Molly was too deep for this. She actually had priority, and Gabriella just sitting that little bit wider, and she was like, no, thanks, I'll go. And, you know, tags off a couple of moments here. Bit of a bigger set wave too, and of course a big finish. So yeah, she is just absolutely leaning into it and really, really feeling it. So Look, I'm pretty stoked for it because obviously it means a lot. This is one of the most iconic trophies in our sport. But yeah, on the other hand, I mean, Molly Pickham, wow, look, she's had a bit of a Betty Crocker out there.
Yeah, that is all she could do is smile. And she has that positive attitude. She's gone through some big moments in her career. She's even been sent to the CS in the past. So she has developed a world champion mindset where, you know, she's always here to win. But if she can't come back now, she knows she's still #2 in the world. The schedule looking great for Molly in her world title defense. Gabby Bryan focuses on her weaknesses now, knowing it's pipe and chokes and really the waves that Molly excels at. But she's been taking time in the offseason to not only win the pipe CS, but go to Tahiti as well to be more well-rounded this year. But when you win the first event of the season, you take that yellow jersey off the reigning world champ. So that'll be a significant move when she goes to the West.
Oh, it's massive. And, you know, the West is somewhere that is, you know, great hunting grounds for Gabriella Bryan. She has won the last 2 events there. And, you know, obviously the power there goes hand in hand with her kind of surfing. So this is going to feel good because I think last year WSL finals in Fiji obviously didn't go her way. She came into that #2 seed. She got knocked down to #3 in the world. You know, she won 3 events last year. So for her, I feel like this is just a bit of justice. You know, she's like, okay, I've got got another one up on Molly, and I'm starting the year right.
You just look back to the last 13 appearances for Gabby in a CT contest, and now winning 4 big events on tour. But now in a position at Bells that you always expected her to do well here. Peaking in the quarters in the past, finally breaking that and getting to the semifinals. Molly Pickham's already giving Gabriella Bryan a salute as she will S her way into the beach. Your world champ will now be #2 in the world, heading into Western Australia. And now a moment that Gabriella Bryan will never forget. She certainly brought the power and left her mark in stone. Gabriella Bryan, the bell is yours.
This is such a cool moment for her. I'm stoked. I mean, you think about her surfing, it's kind of inevitable. It was only a matter of time before she got to ring that bell, and it's going to happen very shortly.
Bringing it to Hawaii, which has happened a few times with Carissa Moore right there, who is there to support Gabby Bryan after she got knocked out of the event. Now we get to hear the champion talk about it as we send it to Kaipo.
Yeah, thank you, Joe. Chee-hoo, you're gonna ring the bell. Tell me your feelings right now.
I don't even know. I can't even believe I get to ring the bell. I mean, it's kind of an event I obviously always wanted to win, but I somehow have never gotten better than a quarter. But man, I get to ring it. It's insane.
That is insane. And what about like yellow? You got a wardrobe change going into stop #2, the Western Australia Margaret River Pro, being in yellow. Talk about that at an event that you've had a lot of success at.
Yeah, I obviously love Western Australia and Margaret River, and back in yellow comes, yeah, I'm excited. I was in yellow there last year, and it's obviously such a long year. It's only the first event, but kind of a really good start, I think.
Great start. You had a breakthrough year last year, and you're continuing that big momentum into 2026. Can 2026 be your year?
I'm going to try to make it my year, that's for sure, but no, I just insane off season. I'm more fired up than ever just to go win heats and do some really good surfing and show the world, like, I don't know, just give it everything you got for every turn, and yeah, I just love surfing.
Congratulations, champ. Another choo for Gabby Bryan.
Well done. Thank you so much, Kaipo. Gabriella Bryan, your champion here at the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, presented by Bonsoy. And it all makes sense. Everything's right in the world. Power never goes out of style. A deserving winner round after round. Unquestionable talent, unquestionable power. She is just setting the mark in big combinations as well. And now extending her wins over Molly. You know, that's a big one in these little rivalries that we have that start little and then turn huge. It could be these two at the Pipe Masters going for the all-time goal this year. And now it's 5-1 in Gabby's favor in one-on-one heats.
Oh, it's absolutely massive. I mean, you got to, you brought this up before, Joe, but it's one thing to win a world title, but another thing to come back on the first event of the season. And still, you know, hats off to Molly for putting in such a good performance and making the final.
These two were tied with 4 CT wins apiece before this final started. Now Gabby breaks that tie. That's her 5th championship tour event win, her first at Bells Beach, and now that blue jersey will change colors, turning bright yellow. She'll be world #1 on the championship tour and world #1 leading the GWM Aussie treble. Coming up next, it is an all goofy foot final for the men, all Brazilian. It features the reigning world champ Iago Dora and Miguel Pupo.
Get to the countdown.
You are looking at the happiest person on the beach at the moment. Big hugs are going to happen all the way up the stairs. Carissa and Gabby Bryan celebrating the moment. Your new world #1 and your new champion of the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, presented by Bonsoy. Gabriella Bryan has a new class of power and talent that she brings to the top 24 in the world.
Ready? Ready, Gabby? Yeah.
Carissa. And looks like Gian on the chair. Matt Biolis and the crew like Gian are going to be very happy to take all those points in the Surfboard Empire CT Shaper Rankings presented by Vea. And sometimes the caddies and coaches and friends kind of get excused from having to chair down at Winky, depending on tides and rock structures. That is really a lot of commitment to the tradition from Riss and Gian for the assignment here. Joe Trappell now in the booth with Richie Lovett for the call here. And Rich, that was an absolute masterclass. What an incredible moment for Gabby Bryan.
Yeah, unbelievable stuff. And, you know, it's kind of obvious looking at it now. You go, of course she won the event. And of course I should have had her as my you know, fantasy surfer double whammy, you know, power pick. And I'm sure a lot of people did. But, you know, a worthy champion, undeniable. She is the most powerful surfer on the women's side of the draw on the women's tour. And, yeah, it's dangerous because her going into Margaret River now, where she's, you know, won before and she's incredibly strong. She's already eyeing off a world title, and we're only at event #1.
I had her as my power surfer. I mean, my team did get crushed, but hey, you know, that was a great moment. Gabby Bryan, what an amazing competitor in a solid position in the world title race. But now we get to an interesting final here. You know, all goofy foot final is so rare at Bells Beach. It's been 33 years since we saw Damian Hartman and Barton Lynch do this on the bowl. Iago did get a start, Rick, during the break.
Yeah, not a bad looking wave to start off the final for Iago. And you'd have to get the feeling that he's feeling so just loose and pressure-free, getting that win over Gabriel Medina. And a nice opening ride there for Iago. And this is the answer back from Miguel Pupo. Second final of his career, blasts the first turn. Comes around this second section, great extension, so very similar style and approach from these two Brazilians. And, well, Miguel Pupo starts off incredibly strong. That final maneuver, you even saw a little bit of voguing, which is almost a subtle claim in itself.
Iago Dora, world #1, setting up a beautiful first turn. Walls growing, big overhead section, and perfect timing. Rides away clean. The timing and tempo of Iago Dora allows him to do some of the biggest maneuvers in the game. Known as an aerialist with cat-like reflexes. Amazing in the tube, stays really flexible and loose with his style. But one thing he said he's always had to deal with is going right on tour. He knew that when he qualified. He's put so much time into it and proving that he's one of the best in that discipline as well, making the final here at Bells for the first time, Rick.
Iago's second ride, and as he's done before, that big, long, extended bottom turn, the final hit there, a real authoritative hammer time to just finish this wave off. Just bang. Look at so much sting in that one, Joe. Got a little drift, and then this final turn, just magnificent. Look how low and coiled up he is. Just all that energy and power just transferred from the board through the lip of that wave. Two heat combination, geez, it was a tidy one.
Iago Dora proving that he has the belief in himself. Last year, made the final 5 for the first time, and with that pressure of hanging on to your season, he put on a show-stopping performance at Cloudbreak over Griff and Kolapinto, and back-to-back title matches. He ended up being the world champ to add to the Brazilian Storm story, which started with Medina in 2014 and continues with now Iago's name. But to come back through the long off season, go into an event that you've never really had success at, then to make a final with a chance to win, it shows that in the off season, his prep to go back to back was just as significant as his time the year before. Nice snap to start in the pocket for Dora. The man from Florianopolis floats that section. Gets into the open face. Nice cool wrap, easy tempo to watch. Hugs the pocket with a wrapping turn and steps off. Some scores to lock in for the reigning world champ, who's using all of his powers right now.
Yeah, back to your point, Joe. Incredibly long off season, and Iago just not really taking it lightly. You know, he had all the world title, world champion obligations that he had through Brazil and different countries. But yeah, man, he bounced around the place, went to Hawaii, did some preparation work there before the tour kicked off, a number of other trips. I know that he was working really in depth on all of his equipment. As we look at the replay here, nice little slide tail snap on the first one. Big projection floater on the second, and then a nice wrap on the third. Now the wave starts to stand up and Iago goes to work. That fourth turn had some punch to it. So we're owed a couple of scores here for Iago.
First all-Brazilian final here at Bells. You could remember all of the Brazilian finals we've had here for as far as champions are concerned. De Souza was against Nat Young. That was a big win for Brazil. Felipe Toledo had Callum Robson. Italo was in the emotional final with Mick Fanning. Watching this, Miguel Pupo glides in. Nice fun running wall at Winky. Gets the snap off, decides to get out of there. Open with a 7-5. Miguel Pupo, strong start. Won the opening exchange. Iago's was a 6.17. However, Dora went bigger on his second effort and turned in the 7.73, the new high number of the final.
Wow, so there you go. Very, very similar. 0.2 of a point separating the two high numbers for Miguel and Iago. And this is matching up to be a real exciting final 30 minutes of the event. And wow, so similar in their approach. Very smooth. Both surfers never look like they're, you know, feeling very urgent on the wave. They've got this beautiful application where they just, you know, iron all the creases out and then they explode off the lip. I'm loving watching these two go at it.
Well, we have a goofy foot that's frothing in this wet final. Kaipo, how about that opening exchange?
What an opening exchange, and these guys are making it look so good, and it's really hard. I mean, I'm telling you right now, there's a lot of lump, bump, and chatter in these waves, and these guys are cutting straight through it. Beautiful. And I also wanted to point out on Iago Dora, we caught him on the paddle back out, and he was in the zone. He had this paced approach with some deep breathing and not hurry in his paddling, not being any kind of hecticness in his paddling back out, but just calm and maintaining his energy. And I just feel like there's this concentrational bubble around Iago right now where you can tell he's in the zone.
He's absolutely in the zone. Good man, Kaipo, staying warm out there. And watching this all goofy foot battle unfold, two great Brazilians going back and forth. And I think Kaipo is noticing Iago's demeanor. That's hard to come down from when you've just had a semifinal win that is already one of the most meaningful heat wins of your entire career. And knowing you have to reset for a final, he's done well to kind of bring himself back down into the game face, still breathing, and Kaipo noticing that he is staying very, very focused in this long final.
Yeah, absolutely. Iago, I feel like last year just learning so much, how to compete, how to compose the nerves, how to have a steady pace through events and through the year. And really through this event, he's had such a steady pace to the way he's competed. Even into finals day, he was saying, I really haven't had a heat where I've put it all together yet, and I haven't been pressed, and I haven't really found my top gears, and it feels like you know, he's peaking really at the right time, and on finals day, that's the way you want to do it.
Dealing with some rain, we'll see the roll in through the whitewater for the world champ. He looks like he might just step off. His fourth wave he's looked at in this final is Miguel holding down priority. Incredibly close matchup as Pupo only needs a 6-4-1. Bryan getting points for lost surfboards. Iago Dora getting big points as well. Miguel Pupo on JS Industries, and a model that his younger brother really worked out with JS when Sammy won at Snapper a couple of years back. But an emotional moment for surf fans, seeing Pupo surf in 115 championship tour events, qualifying with John and Gabriel Medina, only making one other final in his career, which he won over Cowley Vost at Chopes. But how hard he's been working to get a chance to win another event, let alone be Bells, the most iconic trophy in the game. I mean, let's just flash back to 2022 when he had the shootout with Cowley.
Wow, this was an incredible event, and if there's one that you want to win, this one's right up at the top of the list. And you know, Miggy'd been out the tour for so long, just battling away, trying to get that breakthrough event win. And it came at Teahupoo, and to beat Cowley Vost at his home break, who went through the event as a wild card, make it all the way through. And then, yeah, Miggy just finding some of the deepest barrels. Look at him pumping and weaving. Just had the place on absolute lockdown. And Sammy's brother there on the boat to help celebrate. What a moment.
Miguel Pupo is really a big part of the whole idea of this Brazilian Storm story. When he won the event at Lower Trestles in that close decision over Tanner Gudauskas in San Clemente, California, that's when people started realizing the round of 16 had like 12 Brazilians coming, which was so unique at the time. It was a total takeover, not just one coming, but the whole country was bringing in contenders. You know, guys like Jesse Mendez was a part of that list in the round of 16, Thiago Camarão and many others. Miguel Pupo got all the way to the top, and he told me sometimes he just would watch that tape, you know, to get motivation and remember good feelings in pro surfing. After getting a couple losses, you know, you just play that winning tape again, and he goes, yep, I got it, let's do it. And for that whole change to happen, and for him to actually turn in his best results into the 30s of his career. I think he's realized that he's got probably another decade left in him to compete at this level.
100%. I think 30's the new 20s. I think Kelly's just blown the expectations out of the water as to how long you can stay on tour. Yago just gets the big flyaway, but you can see he wants to tap into that real progressive, innovative approach there, similar to what he tapped into to take down Gabriel Medina.
What a heat that was. Getting past Medina, Gabriel coming back to the tour. A 3-time world champ will now be equal third heading into Margaret River. It was very, very close to seeing Medina in that final, but it was a buzzer beater moment and a 9-5 from Dora. Using the end section to his advantage. Ronnie mentioned, reflecting back on Jay Bay, his finishing moves there were kind of nuts because you could hear his board slapping so hard above the rocks there. No one looks at that section that way. And to look at maybe a friendlier version at the end of Winky, he's going, oh yeah, I've got full rotations all over this, and he doesn't need much water to land it.
No, he really doesn't. And I love that he's just bringing it out at the right moment too. He's one of these guys that just gets most of his work done just with pure rail game and power surfing, but then when the time's right, he knows he's got these things on lock. I mean, some of the action of him in some of the wave pools around the globe over the last 6 months have been mind-blowing. And I was actually at the Stab High event in Sydney that he was at, and mate, the guy is just so comfortable in the air, and for such a big guy as well. You know, he's 6 foot tall and probably pushing 80 kilos. You know, he just is so comfortable in the air. Let's have a look at that that beautiful air rev with the grab and full 360-degree rotation, Joe, on that one.
Just not the normal air section. That's already like hollow and barreling. He could go under it. His launch entry is just basically wherever he wants. He could chuck it into the flats. He can go high above the lip. And when he would do those Red Bull Airborne series on tour, you could tell how respected he is against all the best aerialists on the planet. With a crazy make rate, front side, back side, he's got it all. And then overall performance as well. It's impossible to win a world title if you can't do it all. And he showed that in the tube last year. Big barrels, he's been working on that. He's taken some of the bigger waves of his life in the last couple of events at Chopes. 25 minutes on the clock. Miguel Pupo chasing a 6.41 as Molly comes up the steps.
Thanks. Thanks,
Sissy.
Wow. That's okay.
You'll get it. It'll come.
One day.
Molly Pickham just rinsing off a final. She's been runner-up in the past. She already has the runner-up bell. But that's the heart of a champion. I think right there, too, it was a final she'd like to rerun so she could have really pushed Gabby Bryan. She had the moment with the paddle battle, gave Gabby priority. When Gabby made a priority mistake and kicked out, she got a wave and got sticky when it changed gear. She didn't really get to unload, and I think that's a lot of the disappointment that she's showing right there as she's leaving the beach today.
Yeah, absolutely. She'll be playing it over in her mind, and, you know, there would be some surfers on the tour that would just be bouncing just right now, going, yep, I got a second. I made the final at Bells. But she's a champion that expects perfection and expects to win every time. And was that line out of Talladega Nights? If you ain't first, you're last. So, you know, that's her mentality. That's what she's striving for. And but she'll get one. I mean, she's come so close. 2 years in a row now, man. She's right there.
Love that movie, Rick. Paddling into this one is Yago, and he'll just go up and out. Yago got to be right next to some world title runs before he was really all in and trying to win one himself. His dad, Leandro Dora, successful in coaching Adriano de Souza to that 2015 World Championship. And also with Lucas Silveira on the Pro Junior World title run that they had. Worked with his father for a long time. Then the start of last year, he went with Leandro da Silva, one of his best friends, who learned a lot from Yago's dad as far as coaching's concerned. And started off last year with the 33rd at Pipe. So for a moment, everyone's going, okay, well, that wasn't the impact he made from that big decision change. But I think for Iago, he knew inside that that result did not define him, and rarely made mistakes after that. Plenty of quarterfinals wins at Portugal and also at Lower Trestles, which popped up as a regular season event. That was the first time Iago had a chance to surf on the California skate park.
Took it down, and he is amazing wherever you put him, whether it's at Lowers, out at Jopu, Pipeline now, even out here, like you said, Joe, he's so well-rounded now. There are no flaws in his approach, and each one of the waves, although he has said, you know, he told me, I went and had brekkie with him the other day, and Iago said, you know, I'm actually really looking forward to Raglan. It's going to be super fun to have a wave on our forehand, and which may prove to be a little tricky for the natural footers to work out. But on the forehand, definitely one of those ways where you can really open up.
It's going to be a fun one to look forward to. Dora looks, Miguel still staying patient. Remember, these are 40-minute finals, but same rules as the other heats with top 2 waves. So you can change your game plan accordingly, knowing that you have a very long time to find those keepers.
Yeah, absolutely. You can be a little bit more selective, a bit more patient in waiting for those bigger waves to come through. This swell has built through the day. We're stoked to get things underway down here at Winky Pop, and no reason to move, really. We've been treated with incredibly contestable waves today, and the score lines have been proving it.
Pupo just dropping anchor, working with Adriano de Souza. Congrats to Adriano. What a successful event. Stop number 1, coaching Miguel and also coaching Gabriel Medina. He almost had the whole final.
Yeah, that's huge. And Adriano, world champion, and got a Bells title too, I believe. So, man, you know, he's got so much knowledge to pass on. He's a very calm and composed figure, and working well with Miguel and Gabriel this year.
At the moment, it is our world champ, world number 1, that's looking for the big bell. Still out in front with a 13.9 total, as Miguel is waiting for a 6.41. The final continues right after this break. Bonsoy.
Yeah, I'm excited to be back at Bells. We're gonna hit the road and we're gonna explore some other parts of this beautiful coast. There's a variety of things you can do and they're really close to each other. The sun's out again. It's actually lighting up the waterfall right there. Being a surfer, I'm always connected to nature, so it's really easy to come here and get connected to that. It's a privilege.
Iago enjoying his time in Victoria and in Melbourne, here on the Surf Coast as well. Did some exploring on the down days, but always knows how to turn it right back on. In the lead at the moment, but let's hear what a champion sounds like. Gabriella Bryans with Jesse Starling.
She gets to ring-a-ding-ding that thing. We're just saying you finally get to win, to ring the bell. You're our champion here, the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, presented by Bonsoy. You called it yesterday. You said you want to do it. You've done it. You're finally going to ring it.
Yeah, you got to win it to ring it, and I get to ring it. So I'm so excited, so happy. Man, it's a crazy feeling. I can't wait till I actually get to do it down on the stage.
I've heard it's a lot heavier than it looks.
I'm going to lift that thing up for sure.
What a cool final as well. I mean, you and Molly have so much history already, and you know, you guys are good friends, and people talk about this rivalry brewing, but you guys just push each other to the limits.
100%. Molly is an incredible surfer, incredible person, human. She even came to Kauai during the off season for a day, and we hung out and went surfing. So, no, Molly's a really cool person. She pushes us all. All the girls push each other, but Molly's extra feisty, and she brings the best out of us. So it was a really cool final.
And we've been talking all through the event, you know, you're taking a bit of a different coaching strategy this year. You're working with more localized coaches. Kale Bell-Warren at this event, who worked with Carissa when she won her bells, and now you get to say you've done the same with Kale.
Yeah, I was so stoked. I messaged Kale in the off season. I was like, so what are the chances you help me out at bells? And he was so excited, and I was excited. We actually, I think when I was 14, I was in Phillip Island, and I reached out to him, and he helped me down there when I was super young. But I've got a really good crew around me. I got my mom here with me, Nick's filming me, and then yeah, I'm staying with Riss, and I'm just having the best time, having fun, and trying to do my best surfing.
Oh, Gabby, we are so proud of you, and I cannot wait to see the Ring the Bell. We're just going to give you a shout out to anyone back home.
Yeah, I know my dad's watching back at home, and probably my brother and sister and everyone at home. I love you guys. Can't wait to bring.
More celebrations will continue with Gabriella Bryan as she is enjoying the moment with Jessie Starling right there. Don't worry, you'll hear more from her on the stage and get to see her officially ring the bell for the first time. Rolling in now after a long wait with priority, it's Miguel Pupo, backhand climb to start. Flowing off the top with a nice clean carve. Is looking great under his feet as he's able to get a nice snap off the lip line. So patience for Miguel, and finally turns in a nice combination of backside turns, chasing just a 6.41 for the lead.
Yeah, Yago kind of pushed him into that one, just forced the decision, and Miguel took the bait. It was a good looking wave though, and he got some great work done. He'll definitely get rid of the 2.10, needing the 6.41. Let's have a look at the replay so you can see Yago pushing him, and then Miguel just went, yep, I'll have it. Foam climb to start things off. Now he squares up, gets a little bit more power through that carve, and a drift on the final turn. So 3-turn combination. The first one, just the foam climb. So the judges would maybe want to just see a little bit more open face action, but certainly these 2-turn combinations. See that drift there, Joey, as he just transfers that weight onto the front foot and allows that tail to drift, and then right at that perfect moment just re-engages the rail and the fins to regain control and ride out clean.
Well done. One of the best styles in pro surfing. Has come very close to a 10-point ride. That was at Pipeline. Remember sitting with Potts for that one. We were making all kinds of Jerry Lopez comparisons with how calm he looked in an absolute beast of a wave. And just backhand clinics like he's done at Snapper, where he's gotten to the semifinals going back to 2015. But the story for Miguel is just how hard it's been to make a final. And for him at this stage of his career to either kick off world number 1 or 2 is clearly the best start he's ever had in his entire career. So talented, got big sponsors really early. Just relied on his talent to win heats. Then he started backing himself up in the gym. Now he knows the recipe to success to feel like a superhuman when he competes athletically. And the tough part for Miguel in this final was he had a certain game plan to wait for a very long time with priority. Chose a wave and it wasn't enough. 5.5 now without priority. He's still needing that 6.41.
Yeah, with just over 13 minutes on the clock, you'd think that we're going to get a few more exchanges here between these two guys. But yeah, the aim was to convert on the priority, which he hasn't done, unfortunately. Just the 5.5, surfed the wave really well. But yeah, I just wonder whether Yago just pushing, if Yago wasn't pushing him into that, whether he actually would have taken that wave. but we'll check out whether the flow of this whole and the momentum of this final can stay with Iago, and whether he just actually capitalizes on this next opportunity. So what he needs to do now is get rid of that 6-1-7, and he will await the next set.
12:45 to go in the event, in the final here for the men. So rare to have an all goofy foot clash as we look at a roll in now under priority. Miguel trying to create some space here and change his strategy. Throws down his first turn. Second one's a vertical with a fin drift. Third one is a solid power hack, putting a lot into that one and doing it under priority.
Wow, that backhand hit off the end section. He really pushed that to the edge. We've seen this maneuver done so many times by our goofy footers. And on that last turn, he just held it for that split second longer. Just had that little slide and drift, but that two-turn punch towards the end of this wave, geez, it had some impact. Let's have a look at the replay. So a big section to drive around. So downtime here. Now the wave starts to slow up. Beautiful carve. And then he connects with the lip there, and then straight back into another one. And again, there's that little tail drifting slide. So putting a bit more progression into that last turn. 6-4-1 is the score he's after. Iago would have heard some noise coming from the crowd. He would have heard the beats announcers, and he is going to answer back.
Iago lets go of the rails of that mayhem and puts up his version of a backhand snap, but he's over it. So one turn and he's out. Trying to regain first priority. Miguel still paddling back from that aggressive combination of turns. You see Miguel just enter the screen, but Iago with a clearer line to that top shop spot here at Winky. Backside surfing. We're getting to make great comparisons with two great styles, but Miguel has that bit of extra, how compact he is, how he can go from nice and easy, slow pace into a very aggressive back-to-back fin throw. That combination back-to-back is incredibly difficult, and he makes it look so easy.
Both these guys have just got such a good style as we look at the Stone and Wood slow-mo. So this two-turn combination here, and have a look at the upper body twist, the lower body follows. And again, that action where these backsiders, watch this, the weight will transfer onto the front leg. And right at that moment there, they get the tail free, it drifts around. Even a little grab on the rail just to steady the board. And right at the very final moment, he brings the board back around to get to that finish. But I mean, I don't think you can push that turn any harder. Just amazing stuff. Slightly narrow stance compared to Iago. Iago a bit wider in his stance, and therefore it looks like there's a little bit more length in the board out in front of Miguel, which I guess when you're looking at it aesthetically, you know, there's more board sort of moving out in front of him, and it has that sort of pendulum action when he does go through those turns.
Scores coming in for last of Miguel Pupo. It is an excellent number, and the lead change, 8-1-0. Impressive, and so deserve it in that effort. IC drop down. He's been all about the excellent range in his performances at Winky. Poppy told us after his first win at Winky over George Pitar that that's the first time he's ever won at this venue, and now he just kept getting better and better. Those tail slides were insane. Pupo out in front, Kaipo. This is incredible.
Incredible, Joe, and especially given the conditions. It is gnarly out here. We're capital G, big wind, big chops. He smoothed it out, and he did that in a very sneaky way. He was down the line a little bit, got that corner, got the wider shot, and made the most of it. And it is Miguel Pupo. I mean, this is he's been a warrior throughout this entire event. And again, he's making some really, really smart decisions and surfing really smooth in some fairly gnarly conditions.
Hey, Kipes, he got that one under Iago's priority too, yeah?
Yeah, he caught under priority. He was just wider, more down towards kind of the lower section. And And then, given the opportunity, but executing on the opportunity is what winners are made of right there. And, the momentum shift has shifted to Miguel Pupo.
Thank you, Kaipo. He's had a lot of firsts in his 10th Bells appearance. He is winning at Winky, that's one, but also he's getting more excellent scores than he's ever had at this event. An 8-1-0, that's his third of this contest. His best heat total was that 16.77 that he had in round 3. That being excellent, that's now his 80th excellent score in his career. That's going to all venues on the CT since he qualified back in 2011. A lot of Brazilians hanging out for this show, creating history, the first all-Brazilian final in Bell's history. Young Sammy Pupo watching his older brother. We know how emotional it is for these two. They had the heat together at Margaret River where Sammy knocked his brother off tour. And he couldn't believe it. And his big brother's giving him everything. They end up having to do the CS together as that story went on. They both came back. Pupo, both Pupo brothers doing an amazing job at stop #1 this season.
Oh, this is crazy stuff that's happening in front of our eyes. Miguel Pupo is staring down the barrel of ringing that bell. He's got 6.5 minutes. Sammy can hardly even watch. He knows that this is not over yet. Iago Dora needing a 7.88. We know he's capable of that. It would be the best wave for him in this final to date, Joe. And we know he's just sitting there with priority, just waiting for the opportunity.
Well, you just love your family so much. It's clear to see that with Sammy. He can't even watch. I remember when Sammy was on road to qualify the first time, the whole Pupo family just was so emotional that his parents couldn't watch. So I was actually calling Miguel for insight on how they were feeling. He's like, yeah, my parents can't watch right now. It's too stressful. I'll give you all the updates of how we're doing. And you can see that unfold right now where Sammy's just trying to breathe. It's 5:45 on the clock. It's going to feel like a lifetime for the Pupo family.
Feels like we've got some action here. And Iago Dora is on the move. Sets approaching.
Reigning world champ looking to ring his first big bell. But he's got to find a wave to perform on. It almost has to be excellent. A 7.88 Winky Pop showing some life in the finals. The biggest surf of the contest here on finals day. Rolling in, it will be Miguel Pupo wanting it. And it's just up and out. Iago was very smart in letting that one go by, Richie.
Well, steely nerve for Iago just to let that one pass. Obviously making a quick decision. Yep, that wave didn't have the score I needed. I'm just going to let it go. And the fact that Miguel Pupo didn't continue riding it confirms that it was not the right wave. So he'll wait it out again, just under the 5-minute mark. We are close to crowning our champion. Both these guys have been really in fine form through the event. You'd have to say that Miguel has had more standout moments. Iago's been building, but let's have a look at the GWM recap and see what happened in the final. Iago Dora started strong, just really attacking on the backhand, precision timing with each one of these hits. And he looked all fired up on the first opening ride. But just have a look at the difference in wave height. And it was Miguel Pupo who took the edge in the opening scores. A series of beautiful flowing turns. That silky smooth style on offer. And getting to the final hit. Then Iago came back at this point with the best number of the heat. All courtesy, or a lot of it courtesy of that final closeout hit. A solid redirect. And then this wave, under priority, Miguel Pupo steals it off Iago Dora, patiently waits for the wave to stand up, then goes to work. Couple of beautiful backhand hits, really pushing it to the very edge. And one of the best turns we've seen on the backhand through the whole event.
Still rolling through a section here, live in the final, 3:30 on the clock. Just backhand float, easily getting to some open water, but throws out an incomplete carve. The step off his 7th wave in this final. Played the patience game. It didn't work out with priority, but put himself on a wider angle for the set. and got an excellent score in second priority. Yago needing a 7.88. We know on the women's tour, Molly Pickham will be handing the yellow jersey to Gabriella Bryan for stop 2. Yago trying to avoid that same situation. Under 3 minutes on the clock.
Both these guys have handled the pressure so well through the event. Miguel Pupo, just thinking back to his matchup against George Pitter, pushed right to the edge and just has had a steely nerve and really stuck to that formula of putting himself on the best waves. But he hasn't just relied on that. He has really made the most of every opportunity, surfing incredibly well. And this is the best I've ever seen his form, Joe, over the past decade, mate. He is on.
What a rhythm that he's on, and grabbing the rail of that JS quickly. Miguel thinking about taking another wave to keep the energy on him. And that one's going to roll underneath him. 2:10 to go. Miguel dealing with some injuries in his career. Sammy can't watch.
2 minutes. 2 minutes to go, and we're going to crown a champion here. And will we see another ride? We're hoping that some of these swells stretch out.
Well, it's meaningful, too, that Miguel's coach, Adriano, won it for Brazil on the men's side first. Final with Nat Young, but the semifinal with Jordy Smith was one of the all-time great Bells heats. Giant scores from both of them. Both had 9s and 8s. Using every back to Miguel and Medina in this contest. And now approaching the final minute. Wagner Pupo, longtime competitor, longtime surfboard shaper, making boards for the boys as they're growing up. And now Miguel, a happy father of 4. He's always the people's champ for how kind he is to everybody on tour. And to all WSL officials, employees, he's got time for everybody. And now finds himself in the final in the lead over last year's world champion. 54 seconds. Where are they going, Rick?
These guys are heading up the point. I think Yago's trying to just make his way towards whatever swell is going to come around the point here. He knows at this point every single second is crucial. And potentially there's a line here, Joe. We saw this wave go through the Bells Bowl over our shoulder. We are perched up on the cliff edge here in between the two breaks. And it looks like Yago is paddling with some intent now.
Yago was clutch in the previous semifinal with a 9.5 to turn it on Gabriel Medina. Can he do it again? 15 seconds to go. This wave will count. Chasing a 7.88. The world champ throws up a vertical in the whitewater. Throws down a fading cutback. Nice and steady. Throws up a turn off the lip line. He needs a bit more. It's staying really full, but he's just going to still commit. Driving into a backhand float section. He's able to stay on his feet. Miguel's on the next one. Getting up in time. So 2 numbers to be locked in. Yago did find a finish, but did that wave give him enough to perform on, Rick?
7.88. I'm literally going off the body language of Yago Dora after the final maneuver. The celebrations were absent, and the shoulders took a slight slump. It doesn't feel like it's the number in my mind, and the boys just celebrating here, just congratulating each other. It's an incredible result, just making the final. Let's break down the replay and see what happened here. Bumpy wave, Joe. This is one of the bumpiest waves we've seen in this entire final here. Yago had to work so hard to just find these sections where he could get up into the lip. But again, these turns are just lacking a little bit of that punch and force that we've seen. Beautiful closeout re-entry there. And you can almost just read the result in Yago's face here. So this is the first time we're seeing Miguel Pupo on his final wave, so brings it through to the inside. Just a big long projection floater there, and he doesn't get the finish. So that will not be in his top 2 rides. We'll have to wait for the scores for Yago to make anything official.
The 2 Brazilian goofy foots walk in together. Last for Yago Dora, not enough. A 5.37, and it is official. What a performance from Miguel Pupo. Measured, meaningful, and meant to be. Miguel Pupo, your Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach champion, presented by Bonsoy, and now your new world #1 heading into Margaret River.
Wow, what a trip, and he will be, well, I don't think it's going to hit him until maybe later on this evening and after the presentation where he actually sits with it for a moment. And he's got that jersey in his hand and he's ringing that bell. He can actually just start soaking up the fact that he is the new yellow jersey leader and the new world #1. And what a start to the year.
Não, vamos levantar esse cara, bro. Tá levando o sino de presente de aniversário. Olha essa muquinha, pega esse cara, bro. Qual lado? Cara, minha frente. Não vou se machucar. Ninguém vai se machucar, velho. Pega, Pedrinho, faz alguma coisa. Vai. Tem que levantar esse cara, velho. Obrigado, Deus. Vai ser até lá em cima, hein, velho. Quero ver. Academia depois! Vai com a amarela, galera! Também o ombro! É meu presente, Leque! Isso, Leque! Presente de despedida! O Bonix vai ficar sem ombro agora! Vamos, Vamos, coach! Caralho, cara! Já boa Tem que abraçar o coach, né, Lei? Falar aqui todo momento. Vamos, moleque! Demais, hein, não, porra, irado. Bora,
Miguel Pupo taking it all in, getting the chair from his younger brother Sammy Pupo and his longtime friend of Alejo Muniz, to a warm embrace from his coach Adriano de Souza that brought out all the tears. 115 championship tour events, his second CT win, the first ever all-Brazilian final, the first all-Goofy Foot final in 33 years here at the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, presented by Bonsoy. Miguel's blue jersey is going to turn yellow at stop #2.
Wow, how amazing. The emotions are just starting to pour out of him, and for good reason too. It's not every day you become a Bells champion, and he's done it. He's notched it up. Another one for the Brazilians. So strong in this event, Joe. They dominated the lower half of the draw. 3 of them in the semi-finals alone. And Miguel Pupo, what an incredible moment in his career. Obviously, there's a huge team behind him. Adriano de Souza, he's had the win here as a surfer on the championship tour. He's now got the win as a super coach. He's elevated his status as coach pretty damn quick, hasn't he?
Oh, he's going to have everybody calling him if they're not already. Miguel just trying to take it all in. I'm sure he's thinking of all of his girls watching back home. A proud father and family man, and does it for all of them back home. A just brilliant performance, precision, and it just really felt like it was meant to be. getting his first win at Winky Pop on that stage. He only had one previous quarterfinal in 10 years of being here, and then it all came together.
He's been a standout through the entire event, and it's been a difficult one. It's been stop-start. We've had challenging conditions. They've really had to work for it, these surfers. And a big win for JS as well. And he didn't have a lot of surfers on tour a couple of years ago, and now he's got a full stable, and mate gets the win on the men's side.
Well done, brother. So sick, well done.
Whew, not a dry eye in the place.
I know, man.
Can you believe it?
I can't believe it.
Well done, mate.
Thank you, guys.
Hey?
Appreciate your work, man. Thank you.
Nah, my pleasure, mate. Well deserved. Hey? Hey? Well deserved. Yeah. Enjoy it, mate. Enjoy. Huh? You deserved it.
Yeah.
Hey?
What a mistake,
Big hug from his shaper, Jason Stevenson, saying that he deserves it all.
Thank you.
Riding that model that his younger brother had worked on to great effect with that win on the Goldie paid off. Sammy contributing to that win as well.
Thank you.
Oh, my goodness.
We'll send it to Vaughn.
Oh, Miguel's Bells, you are the Rip Curl Pro Champion presented by Bonsoy. Can you believe what you've just achieved? You are an immortal on that list of champions here at Bells Beach.
Can't believe it, man. I was dreaming about this moment, you know, and so much hard work. Age of 34, 14 seasons, and if you were to tell me I would be #1 in the world today, I would probably laugh at you. But you know, all the hard work, going to the gym 3 times a day, just resting on Sundays, and I came early to Australia, sacrificed so much, and yeah, happy.
Mate, this is an unbelievable moment for you. Your surfing is just getting better. Year after year, your improvement is off the charts. But your decision-making, your experience, it was all on show throughout this event. I mean, you must just be so stoked that you're getting these results so late into your career.
Yeah, it's, I don't know, I feel like I'm living my career the reverse, you know. Start off not that well and finishing off strong, and I feel I have a lot more years in me to give, and yeah, it's my oldest daughter's birthday today, so I'm bringing home a bell.
Mate, that is so beautiful. I'm sure she is having, you know, as good a day as you're having at home as well. Mate, talk about Adriano to us, you know, a former Bells winner. What's he brought to your act?
We started working together in 22. That's when I finished #6. So I think I was already a good talent, I feel like, but I wasn't working hard enough. And he came with that mentality, and you kind of have to be obsessed with this, you know, with competing, with the routines and stuff, and he brought that into the team. I got a great team at home as well. My physio, Bruna, my trainer, Fernando, you know, everyone that's behind the scenes, you know, there's so much work, and obviously my wife, she's at home with 4 kids. I'm here just having fun and surfing, yeah.
She's a hero as well, mate, for sure. Mate, talk to us about the Brazilian Storm. You know, you're going to be wearing that yellow jersey. It's crazy. A long list of legends before you have put that on. What's it mean to you to carry on that tradition?
Today, this morning I woke up and I was like, I want to be in yellow next event, and I never been in yellow before. I want to experience that, you know, I want to live that through, you know, with everyone, all the Brazilians. And all these young guys, you know, I feel like they give me so much energy. The heats I had against George, Joe, those guys are young, they have a lot of energy, so I had to bring up the fight, and I did it, and I'm here, yeah, stoked.
Mate, it was an epic final. You know, you guys are really Category 5. You're taking that whole Storm to another place at the moment. Give us a shout out to the crew at home and everyone you'd like to thank who's watching on.
Obrigado, mãe, pai, minha família, minha irmã, minha mulher, minhas crianças. Luna, o pai te ama. É nóis.
What a champion. Beautiful words straight from his heart. Congratulations to Miguel Pupo. You are the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach champion and world #1 for the first time in his career. What a class act, putting together a master class of backhand surfing with or without priority, pushing the reigning world champion. He has been incredible his whole career. But like he said, right now, this is the best part of Miguel Pupo that we're witnessing at 34 years of age.
It's so cool. I love this, and you can't help but just get caught up in the emotions with this whole thing. I feel like I've got an avocado seed in my throat. It's just hanging right there. But, you know, it's just so cool at that age too. I guess he's one of the veterans now, and he's really you know, earned that veteran status, and he just keeps getting better, man. He's like a fine wine, this guy.
How good is pro surfing? Pupo is celebrating right now. We're going to start the big party in just a moment. Coming up next, it's the Stone and Wood Post Show to break down all the great highlights and the drama that's happened this week at the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, presented by Bonsoy. We'll see you then.
Welcome to the Stone and Wood Post Show. What a day to wrap up things here at the 63rd Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, presented by Bonsoy. Two extremely worthy names will be added to the history of this great contest. Gabriella Bryan, she gets chaired up. And not long ago, we saw Miguel Pupo enjoy that same ride. Emotional moments for both these competitors. They understand just what it means to win this iconic trophy. You instantly become an immortal. Your name is mentioned alongside the greats. And Miguel just couldn't believe it. Straight after his post-win interview, he just broke down in tears. I think the enormity of this achievement, Rich, was dawning on him.
Absolutely. You know, when you do this tour, you know this, Flick, you're doing it for yourself, but you're also doing it for your coaches and your family and your friends and everyone at the beach, your home beach, you know, wherever it is that you live. So there's so much stuff going on in the background as well. So it's just a huge let go and a huge relief when it all happens. And just, you couldn't help get caught up in all the emotions with Miggy. Then I was like wiping away the tears.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Two really different stories. You've got Gabriella Bryan, relatively new to the championship tour and already building towards a world title campaign and wrapping up multiple event wins already, adding bells to the trophy cabinet now. But Miguel, 14 years on the CT, just his second final, 100% strike rate now with the finals, but winning two of the gnarliest events, Flick. The events that kids who want to grow up to be pro surfers, they dream of winning those contests. Tahiti and now this, the bells.
Look, Miggy said it best himself. You know, if you told me, you know, at the start of my career that I'd be at this point wearing the yellow jersey, I would have laughed at you. I mean, and he's kind of, it's just one of those crazy moments where you're like, wow, this can really happen. I think it's super inspirational, you know, for that older generation on the tour to kind of keep that fire and that dream alive. And yeah, I'm really pumped for him. It's like, to your point, Ron, two of the most iconic trophies that he now, you know, holds and that he's, you know, taking home to Brazil. So I'm just excited now to see how the rest of the year unfolds for him and if he can continue with that momentum.
Oh, it's going to be awesome. Well, we knew Vaughan Blakey would be the first person down to the Stone and Wood Bar, anticipating a really emotional presentation here, Vaughan.
Yeah, I mean, it was a real emotional chat with Miguel, and I needed to get amongst my friends and loved ones because he was surrounded there on the steps, and you could see what it did for him. I'm at the Stone and Wood Bar, of course, the unofficial beer of the WSL, and mate, it's all about sharing good times with your besties, and that's what I'm about to do. This entire car park is absolutely full, and you know one thing about Australian surf fans, they love an underdog victory. I think they're going to be right up behind and supporting Miguel as he rings that bell, and just so appreciative of the surfing he brought to this event. And mate, this one's for you, Miguel. Absolutely frothing.
Yeah, frothing indeed, and definitely Miguel getting rushed not only by the Brazilians on the CT, but also a lot of the competitors that are still in the area. Everyone's coaches, such a popular champion he is, and yeah, let's have a look at his road to the final, because he was a standout as he moved through all the rounds. A lot of tough heats, Fleck, but he just kept delivering.
Yeah, I think one of the coolest things for me, Miggy spoke to it too, is that he had some younger guys that he drew. You know, he referenced George, who was in the heat previous. And, you know, those kind of younger guys, you know, they come ready. They're really fired up. And, you know, that sort of, he drew inspiration from that. And he had to push harder. I mean, another one, Griffin, in fine form.
Yeah, this was always going to be a really tough matchup. But I think Miguel put on his backhand display just so well in this heat, just picking the perfect waves and just squaring up. And at this point in the competition, he was on such a roll and was just feeling the energy of this place so well that he was just in sync on every single wave. And you know, he just had it, man. He was just so locked in from the start of today.
Adriana de Souza, a magic event for him. Miguel getting to that final, it was really interesting too. Iago, I think Miguel had been out surfing Iago on his road through to the final. He was doing much stronger turns, but Iago just had that magic and pulled that clutch air against Medina. So, you know, I think Iago really needed those big dynamic air moves if he was going to overcome Miggy in this final, and it worked out that way.
Yeah, that's spot on, Ron, for sure. I think it was just nervous times because what we'd seen, you know, in that semi-final with Iago, you're just like, hey, well, it's never really over until it's over, like literally the last few seconds. You know, that's why the camera kept panning back to Sammy to see his face, to see his reaction, back to Miguel, and, you know, if there was going to be another roll of the dice for Iago. But yeah, his turns were undeniable all event, really in perform throughout, every round.
Most definitely. Rich, I remember when you beat Taj Burrow at Trestles. Taj had a smile on his face after the final. Much like Yago there, he was such a popular champ here today. And I think if Yago was going to lose to anyone in the entire field, Miggy, I think he can cop that.
So well liked, and when the coaches and all the other surfers and everyone's rallying around your victory, and it's a super popular one, that speaks volumes to the human that he is. And I'm not saying, all these competitors, they earn their victories. Gabriella Bryan earned her victory, but Miguel Pupo wouldn't have necessarily been at the top of people's fantasy surfer picks, whereas Gabriella Bryan would have. So he's earned a lot of respect from everyone around the world for actually getting the championship bell here at Bells. And mate, he is, like we said, etched himself in history now.
Agora vai vestir essa
Yeah, it's been a really long road for him to get down to the podium down there, because everyone wants a piece of this celebration. I think everyone's really enjoying it. Gabriella Bryan, she made that trip a little bit earlier, and her run through this contest, I think, she's fulfilled, I think, the prophecy, the surfing that she's been doing on the forehand. We predicted her to win the bell last year. It was only like some tactical hiccups which sort of saw that run come to an end. But, she moved through a field of incredibly strong surfers and came up against the world champ to earn her victory. And as you said, Rich, it's, there is no easy road, but sometimes there is a harder track, and she's certainly taken it.
Yeah, absolutely. Just that power that she possesses it's undeniable, and she's literally just sort of blowing her competitors out of the water. As we have a look at the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach finals bracket on the women's side, and it really wasn't an easy road for Gabriella Bryan either, coming up against last year's winner Isabella Nichols in the semi-finals, and she surfed incredibly well as well.
Yeah, look, for me, Gabby, even Lulu, Lulu got runner-up here last year, so Gabby didn't have an easy run for sure, but one thing that really impressed me, we always talk about this big power gouge that she has, but I feel like she spoke to it. She's been putting in a lot of work in the off-season, but this big power snap that she's doing in the pocket now, I feel like that surpassed her power gouge for me. It really is something super impressive to watch.
Yeah, I think you're 100% on the money right there, because this carve, it will fetch you points for sure, but the judges, they want to see you on that critical part of the wave, and she's just constantly pushing the fins to the point of release, but doing it with a lot of power.
Yeah, just really stomping these manoeuvres, and the water displacement's another point of difference that she brings into a lot of these matchups. And of course, coming up against the world champion Molly Pickham, who was desperate to get her hands on the bells, and she's been denied with surfing like that, but it's undeniable. And totally agree with what you guys are both saying. That, for me in particular, it was possibly the manoeuvre of the event on the women's side.
Yeah, I think this is a two-turn combo at this moment, followed by, it's this tack into, a second turn. Look at that thing. Are you kidding me? There was so much venom in that, so much sting, and for me, really most improved when it comes to that turn in the off-season. So, she's making her mark for not just one but two kind of statement moves there for Gabriella Bryan now.
She was guilty of having the odd fall as well, like a year or two ago, and she's tidied that up beautifully, looks so stable on her boards, which look incredible under her feet now.
Yeah, and obviously not investing too much in the superstition of the Bells Trophy. And like Geordie Smith did early on in the piece, still with a few minutes to go, rung the bell. Oh, no, don't do that. You do have to win it to ring it, and it was just an imaginary bell that she was using as a claim, but she'll get her opportunity now as a champion here at the 26 Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach. And she'll be back in that yellow jersey. She's had that feeling before, and she heads to an event where she's often the favourite for good reason. She has dominated Main Break Margaret River for a couple of years now.
Oh, totally. Look out going into the West. It's one of her favourite locations on tour. She loves Margaret River. It lends itself to power, and she's got tons of that. So, yeah, I know. I feel for Molly, on the other hand, you know, you look at those heat totals, it wouldn't have been the way that she envisioned that final going down. She had a little bit of a shocker, really, if you're going to, you know, be honest there. And she's going to want to, you know, I think now Gabriella has her number. I think it's 5-0. So, like, Molly is going to be fired up to try and at least get one back on her.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's the race is on too. You know, we've gone back to that new format, which is kind of a return to the old format. And back then, you know, the stats suggested if you had success early on in the season during this Australian leg, it was sort of shaping up to be a world title run. And more often than not, on the women's side, if you won the first event, you know, the percentages were working in your favour.
Yeah, keep a result. Obviously, you know, coming in with a win, it just slingshots you into the rest of the tour with a lot of confidence, and already it gives you this different presence amongst the field. You know, she's rocking up as the winner. There's confidence there. In particular, she's won, as you said, Margaret River before, so super confident there. She's a world title pick.
This was the day that we wanted for Waves. There was a number of fantastic heats, but we're going to check out the Boost Mobile heat of the day. And on paper, it was an incredible matchup. Yago Dora up against Gabriel Medina, and it delivered, Rich. Lots of waves and a clutch moment in the dying stages.
Unbelievable seesawing battle here between Yago and Gabriel, and they both were on fire. It's actually one of those heats for the ages, these guys. And just so on point, this backhand surfing and the big extended calves from Yago and this pocket surfing. But Gabriel, to this point, looked like he was going to take it. He looked like he had control of the heat. He'd have the biggest wave in the heat, put down the biggest number. And Yago was just not going to have any piece of it and just started diving into his bag of tricks, and on his last wave just produced some magic. But let's just appreciate what Gabriel Medina was doing on some of these waves. Gabby's back. He's back in a big way. He doesn't look like he's lost any part of his competition kind of aggressiveness, and the surfing, I gotta say, it looks as good as it ever has, if not better. And I think this was the wave that Yago needed, just coming all the way through to the inside, and then just puts on one of the most expressive airs we've ever seen laid down at Winky Pop in this event, and delivered the 9.5 for the victory under, you know, in the final moments. Super clutch.
Yeah, big Indy grab. Full rotation, stopped it with ease, threw out that classic trademark claim to earn his place in the final. His best ever result here at the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach. Medina equaling his best result and starting the year right up at the top end of the ratings, Flick.
Yeah, which is really cool because, you know, historically we've spoken about it, you know, this event, but Medina takes a little bit to kind of kick things off in the season, maybe, you know, catching fire in that midway point. So, I mean, he's back and well and truly with, you know, a third place finish here is nothing to sort of scoff at. It is incredible. So, yeah, things are looking good for Gabe.
We said it in the lead up to that clash. You know, Medina just seemed to be re-engaged and back to that hyper-focused competitive animal. I think he's able to turn it off a little more these days. He's kind of a lot lighter around the event side, but he is going to be a major threat. He's won just about every stop on this championship tour schedule, and he'll certainly be one to watch as we move on.
Definitely. He's put everyone on notice. There's not many events that he hasn't won. And, yeah, he's just a formidable force. Like I keep referring, it's like Darth Vader walking into the room, and it's just a presence, puts fear in everyone. But, yeah, can't wait to watch the rest of the year unfold with him in it.
Absolutely. Well, there is something missing behind me, and it's now time to get down to the main stage. We're going to the presentation.
Thank you so much, Ronnie. How good is pro surfing, everybody? Give yourself a round of applause. That was amazing. What an epic show. Now please welcome Karina Eccles, proud Wadawurrung woman, and also First Nations people of the local surf community. Thank you so much.
Gayupanyong Guma Wadarongja. In Wadarong language, I welcomed you from north, east, south and west, from whichever way you have all travelled. I acknowledge all the waters that connect us as one, that we travel to be here, Miriu Jirak, at Bells Beach, known as Jirak, the place of arms, the place that this beautiful mother country wraps its arms around all who have a beautiful connection to our beautiful Warija, our sea country. Muan Bengodingadak Kinkin Bill, Wedigaronguli Wadawarang, Na Lingui Kimbani Wadarongja, Bunani Dulama Bengadakba, Gayupan Yunguma, Moradot Makbore. In Wadarong language I say, from my ancestors, family and community, we welcome you all here on Wadarong country. Let us all come together, embrace each other and gather in peace. Yatni, thank you.
Beautiful. Thank you so much. Round of applause for Karina Eccles and our First Nations people from our local surf community. Humi, Joe, you guys are legends. Thank you so much for opening up our ceremony. The WSL and all involved with the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach presented by Bonsoy competition acknowledge that we are here on Wadarung country. We acknowledge Wadarung people as the traditional owners of the land and waterways that we are on today. We are gathered here on Jirak, the original Wadarung name for Bells Beach. We pay our respects to Wadarung people, their elders, past, present, and future, and extend this acknowledgement to First Nations people here today. Give yourself a round of applause again. Part of surfing history, the longest running event on the calendar for the World Surf League Championship Tour. This is stop number 1 of the season, but it also embarks on a new chapter as we celebrate 50 years of the World Tour. We've seen what everyone built in the first 50 and imagine what's next. And that was a big show that we got to witness today. Surfing's in good hands. It's also the first stop of the GWM Aussie Treble. You could follow those rankings all the way through the Gold Coast, where our friends at GWM will be giving away once again a Tank 300. This trophy has more lists of winners than any other surf contest in the game. People had a vision like Peter Troy to have an event back in the 60s. The crew at Rip Curl came on and gave it a prize purse in the early 70s, and look what we're enjoying today. So significant in the world title race, and how good was it? 2026, opening up the year in Australia. Once again, it makes so much sense. We'd like to extend our sincere gratitude for Rip Curl, the ultimate surfing company, supporting this event for 5 decades. Let's hear it for Rip Curl and everyone that works so hard to make this possible. Start off as core as it gets, with Claw and Bryan Singer making surfboards and selling wetsuits. And we get to enjoy everything a part of it today. Big thanks to Bonsoy, our presenting sponsor, doing big things in pro surfing. Very special thanks to Visit Victoria, major strategic partner of this long-standing event. We love our time here. And all of our event partners, Yeti, Red Bull, IC, Apple Watch, Surfline, GWM, Stone and Wood, Surfco Shire, Hydrolite, Boost Mobile, Mophie, BioGlan, Bond University, Fat Boy Bikes, Eero, Volley, RACV, Torquay Resort, Flow State, TAC, and True Surf. Let's put our hands together for all these big brands that make this happen. Thanks so much to the locals, giving up your lineup over the last couple of weeks. Winky Pop and Bells Bowl, you're an amazing surfing community. The local board riders event, you guys are sensational. Let's hear it for Xavier Huxtable, Ellie Harrison, representing you guys so well multiple times now in this event. And all the fans that come down here if it's raining. I thought it was gonna snow today. I was pretty cold. Thanks to Volley Shoes, kept my feet warm all day. Man, but look, this was always gonna happen. Here in Victoria, look, the sun's out, feels like a summer day. To help us up here with the trophies, got some incredible people up here. We've got on the far left, Andrew Stark. Let's hear it for him, WSL APAC president, one of the hardest working men in surfing.
Doug Claw Warbrick. Can't say enough about this man, a co-founder of Rip Curl. Love you, man. Renato Hickel, he has had so many big moments on the World Tour, making the tough calls each and every day. Great job, Renato. We're lucky to have you at Tours and Competition for the World Surf League. Karina Eccles once again, Anthony Hume, and the rest of the crew, they'll be doing the special Oka markings on our winners this year. What a fantastic tradition that we get to enjoy. Let's hear it for them as well in a beautiful opening ceremony. Are you guys ready? Let's go. This man conquered the world last year. Took over a world title to add his name to the dominant Brazilian Storm, and now his personal best result he's ever had here at Bells Beach. Let's hear it for your runner-up, Iago Dora. Let it ring, my friend. Iago, coming off a long off season, coming to an event where you've never made the semis, never made a final. All of a sudden, everything's changing in your career. We always look at how someone's going to go for their world title defense. I think you just showed everybody what you're made of. What are you most proud of, knowing that you made your first final and you have a strong start on the world title race?
Yeah, it's great to finally have a good result here. This event has challenged me a lot in the past. It still does. My path wasn't easy by any means. I had some slow heats, and then I had the beast of Gabriel Medina in the semis, and Miguel had an incredible event as well. Congratulations to all the finalists. And yeah, if there's something I learned from last year and this year is that I'm a lot stronger than even I thought I was, and that self-belief is really good to be feeling right now.
What did it mean to you to share that semifinal, first with Gabriel Medina and then with Miguel Pupo?
Yeah, it's amazing. We were all expecting a Brazilian final here, and to have Medina in the semis, he's coming back so strong, and to get the jump on him there was really important for me. And Miguel had an incredible event. Like I said, he deserves this so much, and I always looked up for him. And yeah, he's a great person as well, and I think that's a big message too. Let's love more, be more honest to each other, and more forgiving. Away with the hate, the racism, xenophobia, everything. And yeah, Miguel is an example of a good person, and I'm really happy for him. Congrats.
Well said, Iago Dora, runner-up in the event. Parabéns, monstro. Now this young woman's going to be in the same color jersey, dominated the world last year, and a very strong start to 2026. Your runner-up in the final. Let's hear it for Australia's Molly Pickham. She has one of these. She knows how to ring it. Go for it, Molly. Molly! I had to. That felt good?
Yeah, you got one.
Wow, I was really impressed with how you've been handling yourself. You get so much attention, you deserve it. But, you know, to go in every day, there's a different aura about you. You look like a world champ, and you definitely surfed like one. I know you've gone to the final before. You had one with Tyler Wright, now with Gabby. I just want to know how that felt to be leading the charge again and starting off your year in such a solid way.
Yeah, for sure. Silver can sting, but honestly, I'm so happy to be one of the only Aussies in the semis and finals, and to just do all of us hopefully proud. And yeah, I always want to do well here at home because, I don't know, I love competing in front of my hometown. And yeah, ultimately, I'm just happy to get a good start. It is a long year, and I know that. But yeah, like what Iago said, I think self-belief is a huge thing, and I think we kind of found that last year and realised that we can do amazing things, and we look to continue to do those.
And speak on behalf of your generation of the women that are pushing the sport. I mean, to see Gabby again, you two pushed so hard last year in the title race. Game on. Here we go again.
Yeah, it's actually, I think it, like I was saying to Gabby, it speaks to kind of where we're at. And last year, Gabby was a huge runner for us. you know, inspiring a lot of my performances last year, and then this year she's come out absolutely swinging, and like we all knew. But yeah, we're kind of here to fight and stay, and it's pretty funny to see me, Katie, Betty Lou, Gabby just like rah-rahing all these events, and then all the women kind of before us. So it's cool. And honestly, congrats, Gabby. Your surfing this week was amazing, and I was watching it to inspire me and try and do some big carves. So thanks for having me, and yeah, ultimately it's an amazing movement of surfing and women in the waves.
Well said. Enjoy the moment. Let's hear it for Molly Pickham. Your world champ, now world number 2, heading into Margaret River. Now, this man was kind of part of the original story of the Brazilian Storm. 14 years on tour, 115 championship tour events. He had one previous final before this, which he won in Tahiti back in 2022, making his second final, now undefeated when he gets to the final heat of a big event. Let's put your hands together for your champion of the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, presented by Bonsoy, Miguel Pupo. Here we go. Grab the trophy. You got to win it to ring it. Here we go. That's echoing all the way back home to Brazil. What a heart of a champion of what you accomplished today, Miguel. Come on up here a little bit with me. And you can set it down if you'd like. Okay, yeah, good call. Hold it, yeah, good man. Really impressed with what you accomplished. And like we were talking with Iago, and it's an event that's been tough, you know, the 10th start, one previous quarterfinal. What changed for you?
I don't know. Actually, yeah, a lot of things, you know. Those guys inspire me, like Iago and Gabe, and I'm 34, so now I have to not look up, but look down at them just as an example of hardworking and self-belief. And I don't know, thanks to Coach Adriano, we got 2 bells now. But yeah, he was the one that was believing in me the whole event, you know. He's like, dude, your board is good and you're surfing well, do your job. And yeah, congrats to Molly and Gabby. Gabby, power the blues. But yeah, stoked, you know. I want to thank God. You know, he sent me a message this morning. It's my daughter's birthday, so I'm bringing home the big bell. And yeah, just happy, you know. I can't believe at this age right now, after 14 seasons, I'll start the season with the win. If you would tell me that before, I would probably laugh at you. But just happy to be here right now. Congrats, Iago and his team and everyone. And I want to thank my wife, my mom, dad. My wife's at home with 4 kids, so she's doing the hard work, and I'm here just having fun. Thank you.
Congratulations to Miguel Pupo, your champion of the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, presented by Bonsoy, and world number 1 for the first time in his career heading into Margaret River. We've got one champion left, the most powerful surfer in the world, and she put that on display multiple times throughout this event. Put your hands together for your champion of the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, presented by Bonsoy, Gabriella Bryan. Let it ring, Gabby! One more time. Does that feel as good as you always imagined it would?
It feels way better. This is insane.
Amazing. Such a deserving champion. No, please. Always, it's exciting to see your peers come back together. You always have big goals in mind, you know, and for you to just go above and beyond with everything coming together with your performances at Winky Pop, learning that wave so well, so many excellent scores and some big heat wins along the way. How does that feel with all the prep and the hard work you do to see it come to this?
It's an insane feeling, but I can never do it alone. There's so many people that help me and are part of my team, and that's like the best part is like winning feels really good for me, but it also is really good for everyone that supports you. And yeah, it's been a long waiting period. Lots of down days, but it's been good. Celebrating my birthday here, and now I get to ring the bell. And yeah, I just think one of my main goals this year is to have fun and just show the world some Gabby surfing, and that's what I'm going to try to do for the rest of the year.
Great to have another win for Hawaii on this Bell's Trophy. Going back to Margot Oberg and Lynn Boyer from back in the day to more recently, one of your best friends in Carissa Moore, winning it a few times. Now you're on top of that list. What does that mean to you?
It's an insane feeling. My name will be on the trophy forever, and the list of everyone that's won it is insane. So yeah, my name will be on the trophy and the stairs, and I don't even know what to say. It's incredible.
What does it mean to you to share finals with Molly Pickham as she's the reigning world champion and have moments like that together?
Yeah, Molly is insane. She has the best attitude. She's a really good friend. I actually had her come over to my house to come surf over in the off season, and she pushes us in small waves, big waves, barreling waves. She's obviously the best in the world. So yeah, we've shared a lot of finals together. Goes either way, and we're going to continue to keep pushing each other. But yeah, she's an incredible human.
Your blue jersey's turning yellow. That's kind of a tradition now as you head to Margaret River. That's going to feel good. And you're looking for 3 in a row in the West. This is all the momentum you're hoping for.
Yeah, I love Western Australia. That's no secret. And yeah, going back in yellow, just try to soak it all in. It's not going to be my first time wearing it now, so a little bit more comfortable. But I guess just stick to what I've been doing, have fun, and show the world some Gabby surfing.
True champion. Enjoy your moment. Gabriella Bryan, your champion of the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, presented by Bonsoy. And your world #1 heading into the West, Miguel Pupo, takes the yellow for the first time in his career. We're going to keep the party going here. Thank you, all the fans. You guys are amazing. And we'll continue with the Stone and Wood post show as we send it back upstairs with Ronnie Blakey. Thanks, everybody.
Yes, Joey, well done, mate. A great presentation. Beautiful speeches from both Miguel and Gabby Bryan, the new #1s on the Championship Tour rankings and the new #1s on the GWM Aussie Treble rankings. We know there is that huge prize on the men's and women's side. The GWM Tank 300 for the winners, Geordie Smith, Isabella Nichols, got them last year. And yeah, for a travelling duo like these two, just put that thing in the garage and wait for the tour to roll back into town next year if you can get it done, if you can maintain your place at the top of the leaderboard. But man, have a look at just the mix-up here on the men's leaderboard. Super impressive, a real underdog story of Miguel Pupo breaking through for his second victory here and moving into the #1 position for the first time, Rick.
Yeah, unbelievable, and what a feeling for Miguel and all of his fans around the world. Possibly not exactly how we thought these were going to look coming into this event, so I love that it's all been mixed up and turned on its head. But a great moment here. Can Miguel just hold on? You know, we're going to take the best results from the 3 Aussie events, and we're going to give away some cars at the end of it, which is really cool. And those ratings there just kind of mirroring what the men's ratings look like on the actual tour now as well. So really cool to see Miguel up there.
It is. Let's have a look at what's happening on the women's side. We saw some really strong performances from, I think, surprise performances is the best way to describe it. Alyssa Spencer carried the momentum after winning the last Challenger Series event flick, and much like Miguel Pupo, her backhand was precise, sharp, and has helped her start the year with her best ever CT result.
Oh, totally. I mean, it was the first CT that she locked in an excellent ride, and I just feel like once that moment happened since yesterday, taking it to today in the semi-finals, yes, things just were really flowing for her. I'm looking forward to seeing what she can do in Margaret River. I look to these Aussie treble rankings, right, and you just can't go past Gabriella. She just spoke to it. I love West Oz. I've won there twice before, and that's the next hunting ground for her. I mean, it's going to be hard to it's kind of like she's already got, one hand set on the keys of the tank, because, I mean, who's going to beat her and who's going to challenge her in Margaret River? So, yeah, I look forward to watching that all unfold, and then obviously you've got the Gold Coast after that.
It's going to be a lot of fun to watch it all go down. We saw some magic performances through the contest and some people stepping up to a new level in this first event of the season, which brings us to the Mophie power move of the contest. And we're going with Leonardo Fioravanti, who put into a great ride, a clutch ride, Rich, to keep his place in the draw, overcoming a very informed Felipe Toledo.
Yeah, this was Philippe's heat to really just move on in the event, and Leo just went, no, I'm not having any of it. And that manoeuvre there in particular was kind of a bit out of the box for Leo. We haven't seen him really go to that manoeuvre. He just laid into it with so much commitment and power, and he got it done over Felipe Toledo, who was one of the favourites for the event.
Yeah, and Mophie, I think, they're really looking to just stamp a bit of credit on those big power turns. We saw some big clutch moves today. Miguel had some beautiful backhand hits, but we like the creativity in Leo's approach. It was a nice mix of power and progression.
Oh, totally. Couldn't agree more. We were kind of debating it this morning. I mean, who gets the win there? And yeah, for me, that moment when I watched it, it just gives you that really good feeling, as a surfer. So yeah, hats off to Leo, and yeah, it was a good win.
We saw Miguel Pupo making his way up the stairs, Rich, and he fell into the arms of JS at one point. They've been working together for a while now, and JS, just another one of Miguel's team that we're just so thrilled to see him get that big win.
Yeah, really cool. And it's not unfamiliar territory for Jace, because he's had so many, winners through the years, and he's well up there in terms of shaper status and the feeling of having surfers on his boards for winning events. But you could tell Miguel just so thankful that surfer-shaper relationship is just so important. So much hard work goes into it. I mean, these boards, they're everything. Without these boards, these guys can't perform at that level, and it's a constant constant pursuit to get the perfect weapons under your feet. And obviously the appreciation was there.
Most definitely. I think we'll be talking more about those shapers in just a moment. But the next stop, it kicks off in less than a week, and we will see a few change-ups in the quiver, because we're expecting big swell, as always, when we head to the west.
Welcome to the West. Western Australia is a remote frontier that sits on the edge of the earth. This Indian Ocean coast lies downwind from over 6,000 miles of uninterrupted open ocean swell. The rugged geography of the Margaret River region produces some of the most dynamic surf breaks on the planet.
Oh my gosh, have a look at that turn there. There's not many people on the planet can do that.
Clean bottom turn with the Dolphins.
A trip to the west is more than surfing. It's about making a connection with nature. The Wadandi are the traditional owners of this budja. These saltwater people teach us to live in harmony with the land and ocean. The Margaret River Pro is a powerful event themed in the spirit of Western Australia.
West is best. Look what we're enjoying today.
The West is clean, pure, raw, and the magic of this destination will leave you believing West is best.
Cannot wait for it. We love our time over there, not just the the location and the waves, but also everything else that Margaret River presents. It's a whole lot of fun. Flick, you're heading home. You must be feeling happy about that.
I'm ready to go home. It's so good. It always provides such an epic event. We've obviously got a couple of locations on hand. We saw, footage of the box. It's so iconic. Last year we got to go there and we witnessed one of the greatest ever rides from Griff and Kolapinto. And then again, we witnessed one of the greatest ever rides from Griff and Kolapinto, on the Margaret River main break going right with that 10 for the full rotation. So it just brings so much from the surfers. Everyone loves it as a destination, and it is so rugged. It's so wild and raw. And I had a sneaky look at the Surfline forecast, and there's some big swell on the way. So I don't know how we're going to slice and dice this thing, but I'm ready to go home.
It's going to be a whole lot of fun. Almost scary to make some predictions on who's going to do well there. I think a lot of people had Gabriella Bryan in their fantasy teams at this particular stop, but on the men's side, it was really hard to pick. Upset results early, some of the favourites falling out of the contest, and, that is obviously... That's validated by the fact we got a new champ on the men's side.
Yeah, absolutely. And I don't know, I just think the Aussies are, they're going to try and bounce back in a big way and sort of claw some dignity back when we get over to the West. And, you have to think Jack, he's already he's back home. He's been practicing, Ethan Ewing and a few others. But, yeah, it's a unique wave, WA. And like you said, the forecast is looking pretty turbo. So it's going to be fun figuring that one out. But, yeah, looking forward to having a couple of winery lunches as well.
No doubt, Rich. Let's bring up the Surfboard Empire Power Shaper Rankings presented by Vaya, and obviously JS climbing those ranks, but Matt Biolas, he's just been so strong in the Shaper Rankings over the last few years. Gabriella Bryan snatching a victory for him, super impressive. DHD right up there with a couple of surfers in the mix as well, so that's going to be fun to watch that unfold throughout the season. Great to have the Surfboard Empire and Vaya on board this year as we track the best shapers in the world and see how they fare at the championship tour level. It's going to be a lot of fun to watch. All right, well, as the celebrations continue here, Adriano de Souza earning his second Bells title, this time as a coach. With Miguel Pupo there, they're absolutely buzzing. We're going to dive into the BioGland Daily Dose. 5 big moments from an epic competition. The Battle of Brazil comes in at number 5. Italo up against Medina in the 3rd round.
This set the event on fire. 2 powerhouses from Brazil, 2 world champions from Brazil. And I feel like it was at this moment where we went, okay, Gabriel Medina is officially back. And it was fireworks from the opening wave. And Medina just sort of outpowering Italo in the end, taking to the air on this one here. A beautiful backhand rotation. Italo was fast-paced. He was all over it, that frenetic energy, and tried his own brand of backhand air reverse. This one had us baffled how he even managed to get back upright after that one, but it really came down to the wire, and Gabriel just shut it down with his final wave.
Yeah, Gabriel was so strong. Couple of big backhand blasts. Just an amazing flow that he ran with right through this contest, Flick.
Oh, yeah, for me, it's just so welcome to see. I mean, he'd had that whole year off. Everyone was like, where's that form going to be? Well, let me tell you, it is right where it was, if not better, I would say. So, yeah, hats off to that performance. But, look, number 4, we had Erin. You can't go past it. This event was it was an event for the Goofies. I mean, she went massive in that round 2, heat 6. Scored an 8.9 for this one. And, she didn't actually advance through the heat, but it was an incredible moment. And just a good sign of things to come. Yeah,
a lot of great performances in losing heats for competitors in this event. So there's a lot of form right through the ranks. Coming in at number 3, Yago's epic buzzer beater to get the jump on Gabriel Medina.
Yeah, he provided us with one of the most exciting moments of the event. On his final ride here, goes for the big backside rotation, one of the best we've ever seen from him in competition. Stomps it and steals the victory from Gabriel Medina, who up to that point had full control of this heat and looked like he was going to go all the way to the final.
That was incredible, and Yago's making a real habit of bringing those moments at every stop on the CT. Number 2, your women's champion, Gabriella Bryan, earns that bell, and she is very deserving.
Oh, is she ever? I mean, she just said she wanted to show the world some Gabby surfing. I mean, she definitely did that. She put the world on notice with this, obviously the big power gouge. I've said it, but for me today, I mean, my favourite move of Gabby is this final tap here. It is so aggressive. It is so vicious. She takes that over to the west. I mean, look out.
Oh, that is, well, it's more than a tap. It is just a full-blown
I backed it up with vicious.
Yeah, it's a vicious. It's a sledgehammer that she takes to those final sections. So strong, and it was great to see. Really tough opponent that she came up against in the final, in Molly Pickham. And she is back in that yellow jersey and looking to chase down 3 events on the trot, event wins on the trot in the West. Gabby Bryan love ringing that bell. And that brings us to number 1. An epic final on paper. A couple of Brazilians in the final fighting for the win on the backhand. And Miggy Pupo breaks through for his second CT win, Rich.
After an established career, one of the veterans, Miguel Pupo, one of the most likeable characters on our tour, got it done over the reigning world champ with just amazing surfing, beautiful, stylish backhand approach. And he has been on all week. Huge heat tallies, huge heat scores, and a very deserving winner. Brought us all to tears. Just an outpouring of emotion. And I feel like I'd love to see him have a real shot at the title this year and making a concerted run at it.
Most definitely, yeah. Usually it's the big mix of kind of both progressive and old school lines, traditional approach flick. But today, and right through this event, Miguel showed that if you keep clean rails here at Bells, you'll get the payoff if you can find those quality set waves. It was just beautiful to watch him perform out here.
Yeah, it was cool when he broke down. You know, he was on the stage with Joe and he just kind of said, you know, Adriana said, your boards are looking so good. All you got to do is just your brand of surfing. And it just clicked into that. And it wasn't even building momentum. It was already there from the very beginning. And yeah, I can't wait to see how the rest of the year unfolds with this win and to see what happens with the rest of his career, you know. And yeah, it was an emotional win, and I'm stoked we got to witness that today.
Cool. Yeah, Adriano de Souza, he deserves a lot of credit. You know, he is one of those competitors that showed, I think, this wave, the Brazilian Storm, these young world champions, how to get it done. And he's returned now, and he's instilling that kind of mongrel competitor attitude into a veteran, and it's helped him get a massive win and win one of the most iconic trophies in the sport.
Yeah, absolutely. And you touched on it. He was a staunch competitor during his tenure on the World Tour. He kind of silenced the noise, didn't care about the opinions, just went to work, and he was a real workhorse. And he got it done. He got the world title, and he got some really prestigious wins. So passing that knowledge on now, and you know, he's fueling this Brazilian Storm. You know, they lost a little bit of wind out of it, but it feels like it's kind of stirring up again, which is scary.
Flick, really interesting. On the men's and women's side, surfers who've been right to the top end of the ratings and challenged for world titles fell out of the mix early here. On the women's side, who are expecting to bounce back in a big way over there in WA.
Oh, look, I can't go past Carissa. I just think that she's won out there before. She's had a lot of success. I don't think, you know, I saw her Instagram post yesterday. It's not the result she was hoping for. She's pretty honest with that. And I think, I mean, I picked her to win out here. I was kind of thinking back to those traditional, you know, Bells Bowls Day. We didn't quite get that. We obviously had those fast running Winky walls. And yeah, I feel like Carissa's the one to kind of make a jump back and a huge statement over in Margaret River.
I'd agree with that. Yeah, she seemed to really wash off that loss quite easily too. It seems like with that new perspective she's been given with a young family, I don't think those losses will sting as hard, and I think it'll really help her to keep her head together as she moves through the rest of the season.
Yeah, agree.
On the men's side, Rich, you know, we had a couple of the superstars, guys that have challenged for world titles the last couple of years, drop out of the mix in their first heats.
Yeah, definitely. Looking in particular for Jack Robbo, you know, going back to home turf. He's a champion there. He's going to be fired up to kind of put a good result, especially at this time of the year. He's going to want to stay in that world title conversation. Ethan Ewing's another one, and perhaps Geordie Smith, just for the veterans and the elders on the tour. Perhaps he'll come and step up at Margie's again.
For sure. Yeah, I think it's important. Those really strong regular footers, they've got to capitalise on those big open face right-handers, especially since they dropped the ball here at Bells. But a fantastic event in the end. I mean, it was a challenging contest, but an epic finals day. Two very deserving champions, and we can't wait to move over to West Oz. It all kicks off next week. Stay tuned to worldsurfleague.com. We're going to leave you with highlights now, and yeah, enjoy them. There's plenty of them. We'll see you over in WA.
Dawn breaks over Bells Beach, and with it, a new chapter begins.
Bells Beach is one of those cosmic places in the surf universe that you just feel something different with.
Master versus apprentice right now.
Geordie would be thinking that this is my house, little brew.
Wow, she sent some buckets flying there. That first turn was just scorching.
Dane Henry has given us fireworks, and he has brought on an unbelievable performance from Griff and Kolapinto.
We feel like we've been here for a while. A lot of people just waiting to start their season.
He wanted to put on a show for his hometown crowd. Gabriel Medina's back.
Big tail high, throw tail for Rio Waida.
Arguably the most powerful woman on tour.
Interference. This heat's over. Move around the corner to Winky Pop.
The reef is a different shape. It's a more fast, down the line, multiple maneuvers.
Lakey pushing hard with the fins out and will shut it down.
She got me 3 times last year and I was like, okay, Grom, here we go.
Let us have our second.
They're showing zero respect for their elders.
It's the recipe for like the best storylines to ever play out.
Surfing against Felipe, he is one of the GOATs. You know, went into the heat like all or nothing. And that wave just had a beautiful wall.
The Italian strikes back.
Godzilla versus King Kong, Predator versus Alien.
Two titans going at it.
As we see the early morning sunrise on finals day.
And the feeling is that's going to be the best number of the heat so far. The champ converting under pressure there. He belts the second section and again hammers the lip.
A series of wallops.
He's blowing his own mind there.
We are going to count this one down. The reigning world champ wants to stay in the leader's jersey.
Miguel Pupo onto his second final. Fights a section, gets the grab, he's going to stick it. A 9.5.
She certainly brought the power and left her mark in stone. Gabriella Bryan, the bell is yours.
He's been a warrior throughout this entire event.
Down his first turn, second one's a vertical with it. Miguel Pupo, your Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach champion.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.